The next is Shalabhasana. Now bring your hand by the side. Bring your hand by the side of your chest. As you raise your feet off the ground, visualize yourself as a locust, Shalabhasana. Adhyashete karikmavaksho भूमवष्टभ्यकरयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च विदस्ति च ध्वंसवदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्र. The next is Ushtrasana. Now here, bring your foot towards the back of your body. Hold it with your feet as you pull it out beside your hips. Visualize yourself as a camel, Ushtrasana. Adhyashete padiyukmavastam pishnin didhaya pidhutam karabhyam akunchet samagudrasya gadamushtam ch pitham yogino vadanti. From here, let us enter into the next asana, which is Dhanurasana. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow, as you clasp your ankles, raising your body off the ground, gazing towards your third eye in Dhanurasana. Prasare pado bhividandarupa karocha prasthedhita padi ubam kritva dhanusthalyortsangam nigadya yogi Dhanurasanam tat. The next asana is Bhagasana, where in the 100th asana of the sequence, raise yourself onto your knees, sitting on your heels as you bring your palms towards your knees. In Bhagasana, gaze towards your third eye. Ulita modi pavado baise bahuro jugati kare kavaise pavana mahila gulpajuho kulapashtila veso. Now bring your elbows and hands onto the ground, your hands clasped together in the Parashamudra. Bring your forehead towards the ground, your head resting against your hands. As you raise your legs off the ground, keeping your knees towards your chest in a half headstand position in Gohi Asana. दो हाथ की कोहनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई अंगुला पुष्टि अंगुरिया की पुनः जाने ये सबले भू परिठानो. And stretch your legs up wide, straight above your head into Shirasasana as you gaze towards your nose. Viparitam mandalam cha dvidaividam dandasanam dvida proktam viparitopaveshane. The next asana is Phodhyasana. Here entering into a new Kumbhaka, which is the Bhastrika Kumbhaka. Here you're going to be exhaling forcefully as if it is bellows. Now here also the new japa of Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Sit in a seated position, bring your legs up straight to the sky as you bring your forehead towards your knees, stretching yourself into Phodhyasana. Do hath pag baharane, goda tarekank sithane. Bring your hands towards the opposite shoulders, visualizing yourself as a mace as you gaze towards your third eye in Parighasana. Tanam shayanam kritva pado militva prasarya. The next asana is Naukasana. Rest your elbows onto the ground, continuing to keep your legs straight up. Visualize yourself as a boat, gazing towards your third eye. Naukasana. Tanushayanam kurparabhyam bhamam भूमिवष्टभ्यस्तौनितमं निधाय शरूरजङ्घापादं दण्डवधारयेत् नौकासनं भवति. From there, let's enter into Rudrasana. Bring your feet towards your chest, pulling tight. Rudrasana. Pagthali samputikara hatasya pagauchai pagakanguta daule upallikane talave pachedo hath pakamahe. The next asana is Unmukha Pithasana 2. Now lay on your back with your knees pointed upwards. Hold on to your feet and you raise your hip up towards the sky. In Unmukha Pithasana 2, gazing at your nose. Urdhve jajani kritva shaidnulmukam tatha utapyasau tishthetu pitam unmukha namake. The next asana is Shivasana. Now bring yourself completely flat onto the ground. Completely. Unclenching from any movements happening within the body. As you chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. As the japa in your throat center. Do the Shakti Chalan Mudra. Feeling the energy, the awareness traveling throughout your body. Shivasana. Atha Shavasanam. Uttanam Shavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam. शवासनं शान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Slowly start to wiggle your hands, your feet as you raise yourself up into a seated position. Congratulations to all of you. You have all successfully completed the first 100 asanas of the sequence. Don't worry, we have 200 more to go. By the end of this, you will feel so refreshed and you will feel so in tune with the cosmos. So before we continue with the remaining 200 asanas, let us take a short break to freshen up, drink some water, and come ready for the next set of asanas.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda.
So with that short break, let us continue now with the Nithyananda Yoga sequence, where we are going to be entering into the next 200 asanas of Nithyananda Yoga, continuing with the next asana, which is the Yathasanishtasana. So bring yourself into a seated position. It can be anything, any seated position that brings completion, ease to your body. So you can sit in any comfortable position. As you bring your hand into the Bindu Mudra with your thumb and index finger joined together, place it on the top of your knees. Place it anywhere actually based on the comfortable position that you are in, and visualize Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. Paryankam tat samakyatam yathapsastha yathastitihi. The next asana is Samasana. Now bring yourself to a cross-legged position, hands on the knees with the thumbs and index fingers joined together in Bindu Mudra in Samasana. दंड पद्म भरद्वाज वीरवज्र समानितु आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैः च पूरकैः. Next, the asana is Muktasana. Now place your left foot against the genital region, press the right foot on top of the left, hands facing downwards on top of your knees as you gaze towards your nose in Muktasana. Nipidi Sivanim Sukshman Dakshinetar Gulpatah Vamam Dayamena Gulpena Muktasanamidam Bhavet. Next is Siddhasana. Switch your gaze towards your third eye in the same posture. स्थानं यमितेन्द्रियो जलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपाटभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते. Into Siddhyasana now. Now put your hands on top of your knees and switch your gaze to the ground in front of you, engaging all the three bandhas in Siddhyasana. वामपाद कीड़े जानो सीवनि मरितासु कोठानो दक्षिणपादे जोई की एडी जोई मेडुमधि लगावे सोई. Rudrasana 2. Now bring your hands into the Bindu Mudra. As you switch your gaze to the third eye, visualizing yourself as Lord Rudra. Rudrasana 2. Vamacharana paridachina rakhe ekajugati asa vididakhe. The next answer is Santadhunasana. The next asana is Santadhunasana. Now, remaining in the same position, switch your gaze towards your nose, embody tranquility and an unshakable nature. Asana Kauguna Manaki Chanchalata meter. The next asana is Siddhasana 2. Now bring your hands over each other, resembling a lotus flower in front of your navel center. Visualize the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Siddhasana 2. Rijikaya Samasina Siddhasana Mudiritam Prasari Bhuvipado tu Dorbhyam Angushtamadarat. The next asana is Bandhayoni Asana. Now, bring your hands into the Shanmukhi Mudra with your little fingers beneath the bottom lip, ring fingers above the upper lip, middle fingers closing the nostrils, index fingers over the eyes, and thumbs closing the ears. Here, do the Shanmukhi Mudra as you visualize your sankalpas manifesting through the womb of creation. Bandhayoni Asana. Yatra Madhye Mahadeva Bandhayoni Asane Shrino. यत्कृत्वा खेचरो भूत्वा विचरेरीश्वरो यथा. The next asana is Virasana. Now, sitting in an Ardha Padmasana position with one foot over the opposite thigh, touch your thumb and index fingers together in the mudra on the top of your knees. Virasana. एकं पादमथैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरुणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्. The next asana is Valmikasana. In Valmikasana, you will bring your left foot to the right side of the generative organ, toes under the thighs, right foot on the left leg, toes by the knee. Hands on your knees with your thumbs and index fingers joined together in the Bindu Mudra. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize Rishi Valmiki, the great poet and author of Ramayana. Dava pagaki pagathali puniyedi hai joya pranam dishi medh dachinani lagave soya. The next is Joni Mudrasana. Now, keeping your legs in the same position, switch your gaze towards your nose with your hands resting on the top of your knees. Visualize the Yoni Mandala in your inner space. Bama padaki pagthali johi mahili koi joni tamhadhari vaise ye ulta pavaju mori. And remaining in the same position, switch your gaze to your third eye into Yoni Asana. योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफलेनिलं तत्कालफललान् तावत् खेचरो यावदेव हि. The next is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring both your feet together in front with your body, holding it with both hands. Bring your knees towards the ground. As you gaze towards your nose, engage Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra in Bhadrasana 3. गुल्फौ च विष्णुस्याद सीवन्याः पार्श्वे योक्षिपेत् सव्य गुल्पं तथा सव्ये दक्ष गुल्फं तु दक्षिणे. The next asana is Aghorasana. Now bring your feet together at the perineum. Press your tongue up against the roof of your mouth. As you gaze towards your third eye with your right hand, cover your mouth. Close the left nostril with your index finger and inhale through the right nostril. Close both the nostrils, hold your breath, then exhale through the left nostril and repeat this on the other side, visualizing yourself as an Aghori, gazing towards your third eye. Aghorasana. पूर्व कहो भिष्ट का जोई वाही विधि जो की जैसोई सब अंगुरी मुख बाहरी आने मुख को फुड़ी संपुट करी ठाने. The next is Kaneri Pavasana. Now you can extend your feet slightly farther away from your body. As you bring your elbows onto your feet and your chin resting on your palms, gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as a female elephant drinking water. Engage to Uddiyana Bandha, sucking in your stomach. Kaneri Pavasana. Vali Pavasana kahyo hai jaise yaho jane vidhite se. The next asana is Parasana. Now sit with your knees raised, bring your arms between the thighs and calves, interlace your fingers, bring your feet off the mat, hands in the Parashamudra. Parasana, gazing towards your nose. Yoga Pradipika Doi Karaki Anguri Joyi Vatasham. The next asana is Gopi Chandasana. Now from outside, hold your feet and interlace your fingers together. Toes at the groove in the throat, heels touching the chest, chin on the hands, gazing towards your nose. Embody the space and state of a king in Gopi Chandasana. Pura Bhabidhi Paga Kanguta ki Takharu Parashe Yedi Hirud Lagave Kankasi Edya Anguli Pari. Next is Udarasana. Now bring your hands underneath your legs. Hold the feet with interlocked fingers. Bring your feet up to your chest and bring your head down, resting the chin on your hands. Gaze towards your nose as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Udarasana. Do pagathali samputi thane, ube hastakari uradhi thane. Next is Vishishtasana. Bring your feet up towards your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything. Vishishtasana. दो पग थली जोड़ी संपुट करे हाथ दो पग बिची आने ताली करी बारल्याय कहून्या माहिली संधिराशे. The next asana is Bhujasana. Now, bring your hands, bring your knees, legs both over top of the respective shoulders. Bring your arms underneath your legs up, interlacing your fingers around the back of your neck as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujasana. शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनं ततः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते. Next is Kalyanasana. In the same position, wrap your hands behind your back, visualizing yourself as a beautiful and auspicious goddess as you gaze towards your nose. दो हाथ पगाम विच आने तुनको गोड़ो नीचे उठाने बहुरी पाकत्या बहर ल्यावे पुनः युगति ऐसे ठहरावे. Next is Sankatasana. Now, place one foot on the mat and sit on that foot as you bring the other knee across the knee, crossing the knees, aligning the knees together. Bring your hands towards the opposite knees, visualizing yourself as a swan in Sankatasana. Here, do the Ujjayi Kumbhaka, where you'll be inhaling and exhaling forcefully, making the sound of an ocean. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्ठयेद्वामपादकम्. The next asana is Dhenukasana. Slide the foot out from underneath your hip. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha as you suck in your stomach. Visualize a cow in your inner space. Dhenukasana. Anusagi Nagar Panchadam Rishirinda Galyam Nidaya Tyagaliva Maka Pagalunida Ayakudu. The next asana is Machandrasana. Now bring one foot towards the thigh, the other foot on the opposite knee. Twist your body outwards, one hand towards the thigh, the other towards the opposite thigh, and the other hand towards the opposite knee. Gaze towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Machandrasana. वामजंघक परिदचिठाने वामहस्तिपिष्ट दिश आने बहरो दक्षिण पाद है जोई ताकि नदी जो पा करे सोई. Next is Machandrasana 2. Now untwist and hold the respective toes as you bring your forehead towards the ground. प्रथम जीवन चरण जुजोई वामजंघ परिराखे सोई ते ताकि एड़ी काड़ी सोलावे बहुरे जुगति यहोर करावे. The next is Guru Asana. Now keep your palms together and interlace your fingers, placing it on top of your knee, which is on the top. Engage all the three bandhas in Guru Asana. Urumulaitrapadi Sakanishtika Pradeshe Gulpham Samsthapya. Now let's repeat Sankatasana on the other side. Cross those knees over each other, visualizing yourself as an elegant swan. Sankatasana. वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले पाददण्डेन याम्येन वेष्ठयेद्वामपादकम्. Slide your leg out, bringing both your hands to the same knee. On the top, in Dhenukasana, visualize a cow in your inner space. Engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Anushagi Nagar Panchadam Rishinda Galyam Nidaya De Agalivamaka Pagalunida Ayakudu. The next asana is Machandrasana on the other side. You bring your legs into the position as you twist your body outwards. Vamajangha Paridachitane, Vamahasti Pishti Disha Ane. Now, Machandrasana 2. Clasp your respective feet as you lean forward. Place your forehead on the ground. प्रथम जीवन चनुज जोई वामजंघ परिराखे सोई ताकि एड़ी कार सोलावे बहरो जुगति होर करावे. The next asana is Guru Asana on the other side. Engage all the three bandhas as you place your hands on the respective knee. On the same knee. Urumulaitrapadi Sakanishtika Pradeshe Gulpham Samsthapya Tadeva Janutrapadapashti Samsthapya Tishthet Hastau Sammilayet Guru Asanam Bhavati. Now from there, let us enter into Parshvasana. Now sit with your feet together, knees pointed upwards towards the chest, as you clasp the opposite knees with your respective hands. Now in Pashasana, gaze towards your third eye. Do the Khechari mudra of tucking, making your tongue touch the top palate. Pashasana. Padatare bhumau nidhaya januni urasi nidhaya viparitasthabhyam. The next is Bodha Shokasana. Visualize yourself as an abode of bliss as you clasp the opposite hands with the respective hands and bring your chin towards your knees in the same position. दो पगथली भूपरि धीरे कौर मार ली ऐसे करे कौर मिलाई उकड़ बैसे जंघ छाती अग्र निवेसे. The next is Kurakatasana. Now place one foot over the other as you in Kurakatasana. Interlace bring your hands clasping the opposite elbows underneath your knees as you place your feet flat onto the ground, gazing towards your nose. Kurakatasana. कुरकट आसन दो हाथ पग बाहर ल्यावे गोड़ा नीचे ले टहरावे आम्हा सामा ऐसे करे आपस में को है निपकारे. And the next asana, Sumati asana. Here, cross your legs one over each other as you visualize the Maharishi Sumati in your inner space. Gaze towards your nose. मूलद्वारी धरती पर ठाने डावा पग प्रदच पद आने दो दाएं पाखती कोले आवे हाथ एक अंतर ठहरावे. The next asana is Dandasana. Now raise yourself into a seated position with your hands, fingers interlaced, pointing outwards above the head. Engage all the three bandhas, gazing towards your nose with your legs stretched forward. Dandasana. इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लघुसुख प्रसवलाभाय प्रोचिते प्राक्तने पति दण्डपद्मभरद्वाज वीरवज्रसमानितु आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैर्ऋजुपूरकैः. दण्डासनं क्रौञ्च पीठं वीरं खेचेन योगिनः जालन्धरस्य बन्धस्य पशस्तानिति गद्यते. The next asana is Arambhasana. Now lean forward, clasping the toes with your hands in the Prana Mudra. Bring your head towards your knees and perform the Nadi Shodhana Pranayama. Inhalation through the left nostril, exhalation through the right and opposite. दो पग मिलावे पसारी पगा कंगुटा पाकते ललाट गोड़ा लगावे. The next is Bhidokasana. Now keep your knees straight, extend your knees slightly up. With bringing one of your shoulders down, wrap your hands around your legs. Hold the soles of your feet as you gaze towards your third eye. Bhidokasana. प्रथम बैसे दो पाव पसारे कच को ऊर्ध को कर दो डारे एडिया मध्य अंतरो राखे मुद्रा हाथे परमाणु सुदीजे. Next is Jalandhari Pavasana. Now extend both your legs out with your heels together. Place your chin, mouth and nose on the heels. Insert your hands below the legs. Keep the elbows together on the ground. Palms facing upwards as you gaze towards the nose in Jalandhari Pavasana. दो एड़ मिल के दीजे हाथ पसारी पुंचविक मुख नासिका ताधिक भू परिधारी. Next is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. Now sit and extend both your legs out. Lift one foot behind your neck. Lean forward and down, bringing your forehead to the knee. Urdhva Paschimottanasana. पश्चिमोत्तानवत् संस्थितं कृता एकं पादं ग्रीवायं धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमोत्तानं भवति. From Urdhva-Paschimottanasana, now lay back into Anantasana. As you keep one leg behind your head, clasp it with the opposite hand. तानशयनी एकैकं पायं ग्रीवायं विन्यस्य इतरहस्तेन पावाग्रं गृहीत्वा. And roll onto your side into Ankushasana, feeling completely in control as you gaze towards your nose. तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायं कुर्वन् नितरं हस्तं कर्णमूले स्थापयेत्. Now bring your knees towards your chest in Drishasana. As you roll, encircle your thighs and calves with your arms. Roll from the left to the right. Drishasana. उत्तानशयनम् ए जानुनि हृदये वस्तम्भजङ्घः सहितो ऋणी करद्वे बद्ध्वा सव्यापसव्यं लोडये दृशासनं भवति. The next is Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Raise yourself back up as you bring the other foot behind your neck, leaning forward. पश्चिमतानवत् संस्थितं कृता एकं पायिग्रीवायं धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ऊर्ध्वपश्चिमतानं भवति. Roll back into Anantasana as you keep the foot behind your neck, gaze towards your nose. Tanashayini ekaikam payam grivayam vinyasya, and roll onto your side into Ankushasana on the other side. Ankushasana on the other side. Tanashayite ekaikam padam grivayam kurvan. The next asana is Yoga Nidrasana. Now here, in Yoga Nidrasana, bring both your feet behind your neck and gaze at your nose, clasping your hands behind your body. पादाभ्यां वेष्टयेत् कंठं हस्ताभ्यां पृष्ठबन्धनं तन्मध्ये शयनं कुर्यात् योगनिद्रा सुखप्रदा. Next is Atma Ramasana. Visualize Lord Vishnu sitting within you and blessing you. Gaze towards your nose as you bring your hands behind your neck clasped together. Atma Ramasana Prathama Sudha Sove Pagochaya Gane Ane Do Pagabichi Ane. Next is Kochikasana. Lay flat onto your back with your knees to your chest, soles facing up. Extend your arms sideways as you gaze towards your third eye. दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तिरसो विलास पा करे पग ऊंचाया गाने आने बहुरी जुगति ऐसा विधिधा वामे. The next asana is Jatara Parivritti 1, 2 and 3. So here this is a sequential asana of 3 asanas that happen one right after the other. So do follow along. Lay on your back with your knees to your chest as your arms reach to the side at shoulder level. Turn your head in the opposite direction of your legs. So for Jatara Parivritti 1, in this position you will keep one knee bent, twist and bring it to the ground on the opposite side, keeping the other leg extended straight. In Jatara Parivritti 2, keep both the knees bent to one side. And in Jatara Parivritti 3, keep both the legs straight to one side. Parivritti Kukshi Bhage Trita hi Parikititah Baddha Konam Supta Konam Urdhva Konam Athapi cha. Now repeat the same Jatara Parivritti asana on the other side. Lean down, one knee bent, bringing the other leg straight in Jatara Parivritti 1. Both the knees bent towards the side in Jatara Parivritti 2. And both the knees straight towards the side in Jatara Parivritti 3. Parivritti Kukshi Bhage Trida hi Parikititah Baddha Konam Supta Konam Urdhva Konam Athapi cha. The next asana is Dvipada Pitham. Now lay on your back with your knees pointing upwards. Clasp your ankles with your hands and raise your hips up high into the sky, visualizing yourself as a bridge. Gaze towards your nose. Dvipada Pitham. Engage the Jalandhara Bandha. Pratikriyayutam Dandva Pitham Sarvabala Garbhininam Durbalanam iti Gargi Jagadanu. Now let's repeat Paryankasana. Now let us move into Paryankasana. Now place your hands onto the mat beside your ears, fingers facing towards your feet. Raise your body up onto your hands and legs with the navel center upwards. Visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture. Paryankasana. Uttana Shayanam Hastatalabhyam Bhumavashtabhya Padatalabhyam Bhumam Dhritva Nabhipradesham Urdhvam Kuryat Paryankasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Swatanasana. Now lay on your back and keep your hands on your shoulders with your knees towards your chest. As you move your hips in a circular motion, as you visualize yourself as a dog playfully rolling around on its back. Swatanasana. Shavavat shariram samsthapya januni sammilya nabhavamniya hastabhyam kandharam badhva bhamayet swatanam bhavati. The next asana is Viparita Karani. Now lie spine, raise your hips up into the sky, legs straight, elbows and hand extended on the mat below, helping balance the body. As you raise your legs up straight, move your legs around and around into Viparita Karani. अथ विपरीतकरणी मुद्रा भूतले सुशिरो दत्वा खेनये चरणद्वयम्. And stop the movement there, keeping your palms flat onto the ground in Viparita Karani 2. करणी विपरीताख्य सर्वाधिव्याधिनाशिनी अप्रमत्तो प्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः. The next asana is Langalasana. Now lay on your back, take your feet over the head, toes on the floor, hands stretch on the ground with your palms clasped, rest on your neck and shoulders as you visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana. Viva Kantena Bhumim Vishtambha Padagradvayam. The next asana is Shaita Paschimottanasana. Lay on your back with your hips up in the air. Clasp your feet in Paschimottanasana on your back as you do the Jalandhara Bandha. This is one of the 84 asanas directly revealed by Lord Paramashiva himself. Tanam Shaita Kurvita Shaita Paschimottanakam. Now relax. The next asana is Supta Konasana. Now, in the same position, clasping your feet with your hands above your head, stretch out your feet wide apart from each other in Supta Konasana. Pratikukshibhage tridahi parikititah baddha konam supta konam urdhva konam athapi cha. Now from here, move into Chakrasana as you clasp your ankles, bringing your feet back together. Visualize yourself as a wheel, chakra. Chakrasana. शवासनस्य द्वौ पादौ कुर्यान्मस्तकतः परौ विक्रमेण ततः शीघ्रमेतत् सर्वस्य साधनम्. Next asana is Supta Prasarita Padangushtasana. Lay on your back with your legs vertical. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra, opening the legs up wide. Uttanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Next asana is Supta Padangushtasana. Lay on your back with your legs extended straight up. Hold your big toes in the Prana Mudra. As you visualize Swamiji in your space, keep your feet together. Tanapadam Krauncham cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangashta Prasarane. Now lay on your back, crossing your legs into Padmasana in Matsyasana. Hold your elbows over the head as you gaze towards your nose, visualizing yourself as Lord Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Matsyasana. Mukta Padmasanam Kritva Uttanashayanam Charit Kurpara Abhyam Shiro Veshya Matsyasanam Rogaha. And in Parashuramasana now, bring one hand over the other on the top of your head as you gaze towards your nose. प्रथम करे पद्मासन आचे सुधो सवे भूपरिपाचे गोड़ार जंघाये दो भूसो लगता राशे सोई. The next asana is Sarvangasana. Now lay on your back in the Padmasana position. Lift your back off the ground. Body stretched up. Bring your legs into Padmasana as you gaze towards your nose. अथवा क्षेत्र संक्षेपात् सर्वांगासनम् उत्तमं यत् कृत्वा योग निपुनो विद्याभिः पंडितो यथा. The next is Vrishtikasana. Now, lay on your back, one foot on the opposite thigh. Lift the other knee towards your head as you extend both your arms straight, hooking the fingers forward. Gaze towards your third eye, visualizing yourself as a scorpion. प्रथम शयन सूधो शीश केसकी संधि सुधाके कछु शीश उर्ध की कर राखे बहुर पगथली ऐसे टाने गगन दिश सम्मुख करि ठाने. Repeat Vrishtikasana on the other side, continuing to visualize yourself as a scorpion. प्रथम शयन सूधो शीश केसकी संधि सुधाके The next asana is Vrishabhadakshepasana. Now lay flat onto the ground. Lay flat onto the ground. Lift both your feet off the ground as you interlace your fingers behind the neck. Extend one leg straight, the other knee towards the chest. Alternate here. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. वृषपादक्षेपासन उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा अनुलोभी कन्धरान् बद्ध्वा कूर्परौ मिलित्वा नितम्बेन भूमं स्पृष्ट्वा. The next is Marottanasana. Now laying down, alternate bringing one foot, knee towards the respective ears. Marottanasana. श्वोत्तानवत् संस्थिति कृत्वा जानद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत् मारोत्तनं भवति. The next asana is Vrikasana. Now lay on your back, place the soles of the feet flat onto the ground. Stand up and sit back down in Vrikasana, visualizing yourself as a wolf. अथ उत्तानं शयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत् वृकासनं भवति. Now from here, let us do a backward somersault. Raise your legs over your head, completely rolling over as you finish in a prone position. Repeat this again and again. Luthasana. Uttana shayanam padau shirarullangya bhumau sthapayitva. So from here, let us continue into the next asana, which is Sarathasana. Lay on your belly with the toes extended, hands on the ground by your shoulders. Contract your lips, making a sound like a flute, whistling while inhaling. Visualize yourself as a chariot carrying warriors onto battle for dharma on your back. Nyubdyam shayanam kritva nabhim bhumo nidhaya stambhastambhyabhyam bhumimvashtambha oshtau nimilya venuvat sumkritya tishthet sarathasanam bhavati. The next asana is Dehalyulanghanasana. Now place your palms on the mat in a plank position. Jump your legs forward and back between your arms. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Dehalyulanghanasana. हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्याचरणद्वयम् उद्दानैव बहिराम्नि अथ नये देहल्युल्लङ्घनं भवति. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now bring yourself into a standing position. Bend forward, placing your hands on the mat. Walk back and forth. This asana has the power to give you the memory of your past lives. Visualize yourself as a 60-year-old elephant. अथ जात्यासनं वक्षे येन जातिस्मरो भवेत् हस्तान्द्री भूमौ च गमनागमनं ततः. The next asana is a Lolitika Karana. Now stand with your knees bent, feet pointing outwards in the Aramandi position. Bend your elbows, keeping your hands at chest level. Swiftly move your arms across the body, bringing it back to the center as you tilt your head back. Open up the chest towards the sky, moving your head in all the directions. Lolitika Karana. The next asana is Sarpasana. Now completely standing straight like a rod. Keep your arms by the side, hands touching the thighs. Visualize your Kundalini Devi is raising, curling up around your whole body. Sarpasana. अथ सर्पासनं वक्षे वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबद्धस्थपादयोः. The next asana is Ushtrasadanasana. Now bring your hands towards your feet and standing upon your palms. Walk forward and backward on your mat while moving like a camel. Visualize yourself as a camel. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय परिपादतले संस्थाप्य उष्ट्रावत् उष्ट्रासादनं भवति. Next asana is Ashvasana. Visualizing yourself as a horse, switching the way to walk like a horse. मुष्टिकनिष्ठिका प्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय परिपातले संस्थाप्य अश्ववत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति. The next asana is Kapot Intakasana. Now stand straight with your feet together. Interlace your fingers behind your back. Pull your hands down towards your calves as you open up your chest. Visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving. Kapot Nitakasana. पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा कपोटनितकं भवति. The next asana is the next one is a Karana. The Talapushpaputam Karana. So here stand tall with your palms together in the Namaskara Mudra. Gently bend your knees, keeping your toes pointing outwards. Simultaneously open up the palms, raising one heel off the ground, slightly lowering the waist and shoulder of the respective heel. Repeat this on the other side. Visualize you're offering a bouquet of flowers to Paramashiva. Talapushpaputam Karana. The next asana is Khadgasana. Now bring your hands together in the Namaskara Mudra as you lean forward. Visualize yourself as a rhinoceros gazing at your nose. Khadgasana. Nyuja Saratamasana Kritva Padatala Abhyu Bhumivashtabhyu Tishthet Khadgasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Uttanottanam. Just sit down and stand up again and again, sitting down as low as you can. Do this repeatedly as you gaze at your nose. Uttanottanam. Punaf punaf uthatavyam asitavyam iti uttanottanam bhavati. The next asana is Musalasana. Now raise your hands up above your head as you jump as high as you can. Repeatedly visualize yourself as a mace. Musalasana. Saralam sthitva urdhvam bahu nayet varam varam uddanam kritva nayet musalasanam bhavati. And the next asana is Uchirshaka. Now standing, bring one foot towards the navel center and alternate between sitting and standing. Repeat this on the other side. Gaze at your nose. एकैकं पादतलं कुक्षौ निधाय तिष्ठेत् उच्चीर्षकं भवति. The next asana is the Parshvajanukarana. Now stand straight, keeping one leg slightly bent with the toes pointing outside. Bend and lift the opposite knee towards your chest, pointing the toes downwards. Keep your arm holding the knee, hand pointing outwards into a fist. Let your opposite hand hang down at the top of the thigh, wrist twisted, fingers pointing towards the center of the body. This is the Parshvajanukarana. Next asana is Tandavasana. Now this is like a pistol squat on one leg, lowering your body towards the mat, the other leg stretched out in front of you. Stand straight, lifting the raised leg to the opposite thigh. Repeating this again and again in Tandavasana. Visualize you're fiercely dancing as Lord Paramashiva. एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति. The next asana is Brahmanasana. Now stand with one foot towards the inner thigh of the opposite leg. Visualize Lord Brahma blessing you in Brahmanasana. Brahmanasana avakshe yat kritva brahmano bhavet. The next asana is Garudasana 3. Now wrap one leg over the other as you wrap the respective hand underneath the opposite hand. Here visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, Garudasana. उत्तान कूर्मपीठं च सैमं गरुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्. From there now bring the foot towards the inner thigh into Ekapadasana as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Ekapadasana Dakshangram Mamapadas Janghoparnidhaya cha. The next asana is Dhruvasana. Now clasp your toes with the respective hand in the Prana Mudra. Keep your legs straight as you quickly rotate towards one side. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star, Dhruvasana. एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अग्रं धृत्वा The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now from here, bring one foot behind your neck. Alternate between sitting and standing as you visualize Lord Vishnu taking his 3 steps. Trivikramasana. Ekena padena sthat ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यमुत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. Now repeating Parshvajanukarana on the other side. Now repeat Tandavasana on the side, opposite, alternate between sitting and standing. Ekena padena sthathavyam uthathavyam Tandavasanam bhavati. Bring the foot towards your inner thigh into Brahmanasana on the other side. Brahmanasana avakshayat kritva brahmano ved ekapadamaro datva tishthe dandakritirbhuvi. And repeat Garudasana 3 on the other side. Uttana kurma pitham cha saimam garudham eva chakra Vatayanam gomukham cha bharadwajam trivikramam. The next asana is Ekapadasana. Now bring one foot to the thigh. Dakshangri Mamapadis Janghopari cha. Moving into Dhruvasana on the other side. Rotate, visualizing yourself as the North Pole star. Ekena hastina dandarupasya ekasya padasya agram dhritva. And Trivikramasana on the other side, bringing one foot behind the neck. Alternate between sitting and standing. ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यमुत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति. The next asana is Samanakakarana. Now stand with your feet close together, toes pointed slightly out. Keep both your hands to the side of your body. From there, let's now move into the Ghorakanjali asana. Bend forward, bringing both your hands underneath your knees, making a finger lock. Sit in the squatting position. Visualize Sage Gorakhnata. Pratami ubhay hoye bahuri niche puni hove. The next is the Kanchyasana. Now wrap your hands behind your back in the Parashamudra. Urmadhyad hasto nivesh nitambam dhritva. The next asana is Bhairava. Now bring your knees together, feet in front of your body as you interlace your fingers behind the back. Gazing towards your nose, visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space. Bhairava. Do pag ki talya ki mahili ko aur milaphan ukud madve se. And the next one is Varaha Asana. Here, visualize yourself as a boar, one of the 10 avatars of Lord Vishnu. Gaze at your nose as you bring your hands into Anjali Mudra behind your back, resting on your ankles. Pagathali ki mahili kor milai phana pani kod baise. Next is Prapithasana. Now bring your hands in the Prana Mudra towards the respective big toes as you lift your hip towards your knee level. Prapithasana. अथ उत्थानासनानि पार्श्वद्वये सम्मील्य स्थित्वा. The next asana is Bakasana. Place your hands flat onto the ground. Bring your respective knees to the elbows. As you lift your feet off the ground, balancing there, visualizing yourself as a crow. Bakasana. Hastabhyam avanimavashtam bhajanudvayam nabho sammilya. The next asana is Shashtanga Kapalyasana. Now bring your palms onto the ground by the side of your head. As you raise your body onto your head, bringing your leg into Padmasana. Asana ka guna kapala acha hoi. The next is Guptasana. Now bring yourself into a seated position, knees forward. Bring your hands on your knees as you sit straight, gazing towards your nose. Visualize yourself sitting in the sacred seat with Paramashiva and the Guru. Guptasana. Janurvorantare pado kritva pado cha gopayed bhanu pado parich samstapya godam guptasanam tataha. The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. This is a beautiful handstand position where you will raise your entire body on top of your hands. This asana is powerful to purify the 7 chakras. Visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana 2. सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासन विशेषकान् जननेन्द्रियदार्ढ्याय कोणभेदान् समभ्यसेत्. The same position, switch your gaze towards your nose in Shibuasana. दो पग जोय माही गुल्फ मिलाए उबे होय. The next asana is Matsyasana 2. Now bring yourself flat onto the mat and raise yourself again up and down. Now push up, visualizing yourself as a fish. Matsyasana 2, do the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Nibjam Shayanam Kurpura Parshvabhagaya Murdhakritya Hastatalabhyam. The next asana is Sarpasana 2. Now lay flat onto your mat. Hands on your hips, extend your legs jointly, pointing the toes. Lift your chest towards the left and the right like a snake moving. Nibjam Shayanam Kritva Hastaunitamam Samstapya. The next is Niralambanasana. Now place your elbows on the ground, your chin on top of your palms in the Padma Mudra. So visualize Swamiji in your inner space, feeling completely self-supported and independent. Karabhyam pankajam kritva tishthet kurparaya sudhihi mukhamunnamannacche niralambanamasanam. The next asana is Chatrasana. Now stretch your hands flat onto the ground. Bring the tips of your toes to the back of your head. Visualize yourself as an umbrella, protecting your guru from the sun's rays. Ardhya sarvasthitva hastala abhyam bhumimastabhya munnaye chatrasanam bhavati. The next asana is Vajrasana. Lean backwards onto your heels, keeping your palms flat on the ground. Visualize yourself as the Vajra, the weapon of Indra symbolizing indestructibility. Vajrasana, gazing towards your nose. Idanim. दंड पद्म भरद्वाज वीरवज्रासनानि तु आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैर्य च पूरकैः. The next asana is Meshasana. Bring yourself into the Gajasana position and alternate striking the ground with your hands, visualizing yourself as powerful as a ram. Gajasana samstitau ekaikam pahum bahum bhumau tadayet Meshasanam bhavati. The next asana is Ajasana. Now in the same position, bring your feet up towards the sky as you bring your forehead towards the ground. Again and again in Ajasana. Gajasana samstopadadoya mantarale kritva mastakena bhum sprished ajasanam bhavati. Next, next entering into Dhanantara Asana. Place your hands on top of your knees, sitting straight as you gaze towards your nose. Dhanantara Asana. पूरब विपत्ति परिहाता की काकसी से उपनाश रामोड़ी पगा कागुली अग्री मेढ़ लगावे. Now, let us have a short break before we continue to the next set of asanas. Okay, so now after that short break, let's continue with the next asana, which is Angamottanam. So now in Angamottanam, you will be interlacing your fingers first in front of you and then behind your back. And move all towards the all sides as you lean forward and back, giving massage to the different various joints and muscles in your body. हस्तयोः रङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वङ्गं निष्कासयित्वा तिष्ठेत् अङ्गमोत्तनम्. The next asana is Garudasana 4. Here, now sit your heels, feet turned out towards the side, thighs and knees rest on the ground. As you keep your spine straight, hands on your knees. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on your back. Garudasana 4. Janghorubyam dharam pidya sthirkayo dvijanuna jano parikaradvandva Garudasana muchyate. The next asana is Ananda Mandirasana. Now, keep your hands by your ankles, your knees spread wide apart from each other. Gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple. अथवा क्षेवीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवेत्येवेह साधकः. The next asana is Mandukasana 2. Now, remaining in the same position, keep your knees wide, hands underneath the knees, engage the Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as a frog. प्रथम संपीड्य गुल्फाभ्यां जान्वंगे सबले आकृति हस्तौ पादतले क्षिप्तौ मंडुकं पाद दोषहृत्. The next asana is Narasimhasana. Now sit on top of your heels, placing your knees onto the ground. Keep your palms spread apart, flat onto the mat. As you exhale, sticking your tongue out, gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as Narasimha, the lion man avatar of Lord Vishnu. दो फड़ा पानी होए वैसे एड मेरे गुदा निवैसे सुम शरीर नीका ठहरावे नासाग्र दृष्टि को ल्याबे. The next asana is Bhishrakasana. Now sit on your toes and separate your knees sidewards, placing them on the ground. Make a hollow of your palms, place it on top of your mouth. Thumbs under the teeth, close your lips, gazing towards your nose. Inhale through the Pingala Nadi, exhaling through your mouth till your capacity. Visualize yourself as Devi presiding over any and all minuscule fears as you gaze towards your nose. Bhishrakasana. द पगा की एडी जोई गोढ़ा पड़ोवाम हो पुनी जो होई गोड़ा जंघाजर करे राखे आड़े वाही सी विधि धाके. The next asana is Makadasana. Now, soles together, top of the feet on the ground. Sit on your heels, bending your elbows, bringing your fingers towards your armpit. Imitate as if a monkey scratching as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a playful monkey. तिनकी पिष्टि भूमि परिठाने मूल द्वार एड्यां परिल्यावे मोड़ा हाथ ऊंचा ठहरावे दो कर की अंगुरी जोई बदखाम आनी लगावे सो खाज खुजावन की ज्यू करे त्रिकुटी दृष्टि अचल करी धेरे. The next asana is Vajra Sangharasana. Now in Vajra Sangharasana, Remaining in the same position, bring your knees off the floor as you hold your elbows behind your back. Gaze towards your nose. Embody a diamond-like strength for yourself and your Sangha, your spiritual community. प्रथम फणा पानी होय बेसी दो एडी गुदा निवेश गोड़ा उभा राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर. This Vajra Sangharasana is especially powerful to battle any cold that is happening around you. If you're feeling very cold, if you sit in the Vajra Sangharasana, you'll be able to just move beyond that feeling. The next asana is Khanjanasana. Now in Khanjanasana, resting on your crossed ankles, place your palms on the mat. As you engage the Uddiyana Bandha Sakhi in your stomach, gaze towards your nose. Khanjanasana-avakshya yat kritva susthiro bhavet prishthe padadvayam badhva hastau bhumau pradharayet bhumau hastadvayam natha पातयित्वा नीलं पिबेत् पृष्ठे पादद्वयं बद्ध्वा खञ्जनानेन जयी भवेत्. The next asana is Kurmasana. Now, keep your toes flat, cross your feet, placing the perineum on the back of your heels. Keep your knees wide on the floor, rest your hands on your knees. Gaze at your nose, visualizing yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. Gulbhau chavishnasyaadho vitkamena smahito rijika ishiro grivam kurmasana tirtama. Now remain in the same position and change your visualization to visualizing yourself in the space of uniting with Paramashiva Yogasana. Guram niyamya gulphabhyam utkamena samahitah yogasanam bhavedeti yoga vido viduhu. The next asana is Vijogasana. Now raise yourself onto your knees, cross your ankles behind your back and hold your calves with your fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space. गोड़ा माम न उबे होई गोड़ा आड़े राखे दोई दचपाद कई फणा रहावे फणा वाम गोड़ा धिल्यावे. The next asana is Ushtrasana 2. Now, in a kneeling position, bend backwards, holding your ankles with the respective hands. Keep your arms straight, push your hips forward and tilt your head back. Visualize yourself as a camel. Ushtrasana 2. मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिधार्य समीपाद्यैषुः पुमान् कपोटोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः. The next asana is Jatyasana. Now lay flat onto your back with your knees still in the same position. Bring your elbows down onto your mat and place the back of your head on the mat. Gaze to your navel. Visualize yourself as a lotus beautifully blooming. दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूल द्वारि तरि धीरे फणा पानी कड़ होय बैसे पहरी पिष्टि दिशि करे जो ऐसे. The next asana is Viratasana. Now get up and lay back down, trying to use without the hand support, but if needed you can use your elbow support. Lay down and get up again and again in Viratasana, gazing towards your nose. जंघा प्रति भूमौ निधाय जंघोदारयोः ऋणि संस्थाप्य पृष्ठिवंशं वारं वारं स्पृशेत् विरटासनं भवति. The next is Kapotasana. Now here, from Viratasana, raise your hips higher, bringing the forearms on the mat. Hold the back of your heels. Bring your head in between your feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove in Kapotasana. मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिधाड्य सम्पीपाद्येषुः पुमान् कपोटोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः. The next is the Varasana. Now come into a kneeling position and hold your arms with the opposite hands, gazing towards your nose. This is the boon fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva. Gaze at your nose. जाननी भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा सरलं तिष्ठेत् बारासनं भवति. The next asana is Varaha Asana 2. Now keep your knees together, toes tucked, lean forward, bringing your elbows to the mat. Holding your head, rest your head on your hands and heels. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu. Varahasana 2. सूर्यं चन्द्रं भेदनान्यासनानि कथ्यन्ते कूर्पर भूमौ स्थापयित्वा जानुभ्यामवनिमष्टभ्य. The next asana is Mundasana. Now raise yourself up onto your head, keeping your hands, legs straight above you in a headstand position. Visualize yourself as a lopped tree as you gaze towards your nose. अधो मुंडासनं वक्षे सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखमूर्ध्वमागे पदे दत्त्वा धारयन्मारुतं सिद्धिः. The next asana is Andhasana. Now lay down on the ground and sit on your knees and bring your head towards between your knees, your palms by your ears. Gaze at your nose in Andhasana. This asana is powerful in the way that it can relieve you of any symptoms of night blindness. प्रथम पगथली समट हरावे कोरमाहिली उभे मिलावे फणा पानी कुड़ कर बैसे दो एडी गुदा निवैसे. Next is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay on your belly with your arms extended straight out. Lift your thighs, arms, chest, all of it off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust. Shalabhasana bhedasana bherunda namake ganda bherunda saite Shirsa dandasanam tatha. The next asana is Kapalasana. Now lay on your belly with the arms by the side, palms downwards. Keep your forehead on the ground, visualizing yourself as a skull. Just lifting up only your legs. The skull represents purified mind with thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment. Kapalam bhumo nidhaya udhvam padu nayet kapalasanam bhavati. From here now, kick your legs up, bringing them over the head to the ground in front of you, visualizing yourself as a free and open dove. Akasha Kapotasana. उष्ट्रासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य मस्तकोपरि नीत्वा पृष्ठप्रदेशेन भूमौ स्थापयेत् आकाशकपोतं भवति. The next asana is Chatakasana. Now bring yourself up onto your knees. Bring the chest down, navel touching the knees. Keep your hands on the mat, flat forearms on the ground. Be sturdy, visualizing yourself as a sparrow. Chatakasana. कूर्परपर्यन्तौ हस्तौ धारामवष्टं भजानुनि नाभो सङ्कुच्यतिष्ठेतं चटकासनं भवति. The next asana is Vrishchikasana 2. Now bringing your forearms onto the ground, kick your legs over the ground, bringing it towards the top of your head. Visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana 2. वृष्टिव पुच्च प्रतिमाङ्घ्रिपाश्नि धृत्वा स्वशीर्षे चिबुकं विधार्यकौ. The next asana is Vrishasana. Here you're going to visualize yourself as a bull as you sit on one of the heels and the other heel outside, ankle facing outwards. Visualize yourself as a bull, placing your hands on the mat. यामे गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्. The next asana is Lolasana. Now raise your legs and whole body off the ground with your toes of the left feet over top of the right, balance above the mat. लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात् स्थिरवायुप्रसादेन स्थिरचेता भवेत् ध्रुवम्. The next is Vrishasana on the other side. याम्य गुल्फे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरं विपरीतं स्पृशेत् भूमिं वृषासनमिदं भवेत्. The next asana is Balagunasana. Now place your left toes on the ground, sitting on the heel of your left foot. Place the right foot flat on the ground with the knee raised towards the chest, palms on the respective knees. Maintain an upright position, visualizing Balaguna in your inner space, one of the 84 siddhas. Asana ko guna jala bikar jayi. The next is Grahasana. Bring both your feet onto the mat and wrap your hands in from inside out, visualizing yourself as an entire planet. Clasp your ankles, hands in Vaishnavi Mudra. पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थापस्ताभ्यां गुल्फप्रदेशौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् ग्रहासनं भवति. Repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Balagunasana is very good at curing edema, the water retention issues, the jalabikara in your body. Asana ka guna jalabikara jayi. The next asana is Utkatasana. Now in Utkatasana, sit on your heels with your knees pointing forwards, palms facing down on top of your knees. In the Vaishnavi Mudra. युजस्भिजोस्थि यथा ऊर्ध्वजानि यत्रासने पादतलद्वयोपरि स्निग्भ्यामन्नागुत्तरक् अन्धरण्यामस्पृश्य पीठम् स्मृतिमुत्कटाख्यम्. Next asana is Vajrasanghārasana 2. Now sit on the perineum with your heels soles together. Keep your knees wide off the ground. Hold the opposite elbows behind your back. Vajrasanghārasana 2. प्रथम पनापानी होए जैसे दो एडी गुदा निवेसे गोड़ा भर राखे धीर आड़े वाय पसारे धीर. The next is Anilasana. Now in Anilasana, squat, keeping your feet hip width apart, hands under the soles of the feet from inside, palms downwards. Arms straight, elbows together at the navel, gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself being able to sustain and live off of air alone. दो हाथ भूम परिठाने कहुनी जारी नाभला आने. The next asana is Padukasana. Now bring your feet or your hands onto your feet, clasping your hands like a shoe around your feet. Visualize yourself wearing padukas, walking across the length and breadth of India. Padukasana. हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा अधिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति. Now place your palms flat onto the ground. As you kick your legs again and again off the ground into the air, into Kukkutodana, visualizing yourself as a rooster here. हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वमुद्दानं कृत्वा भूमौ पतेत् इत्थं पुनः पुनः कुर्यात् कुक्कुटोदनं भवति. The next asana is Viparita Nrityasana. Now place your hands on the mat, raising your legs upwards into a handstand. Move around on your two hands dancing, feeling yourself becoming free of all inhibitions. Viparita Nrityasana. हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रे कुर्वन् हस्ततलाभ्यां नर्तनं कर्तव्यं विपरीतनृत्यं भवति. Next is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet, place one palm down on the mat with your arms straight. Bring the opposite hand to your head and be stable, waiting there, visualizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in your inner space. अथवा क्षेमः देव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण केन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. The same position, switch your hands around to Kunjarasana on the other side. अथवा क्षेमः देव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमं करेण एकेन पादाभ्यां भूमौ तिष्ठेत् शिरः करः. The next asana is Kadambasana. Let's continue from Kadambasana. In Kadambasana, now sit on the ground with your feet flat, heels close towards your body. Hold your respective ankles, lift your feet off the ground. Visualize yourself as a Kadamba tree, a pious tree that promotes a long life. पार्ष्णिभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्फौ धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कदम्बं भवति. The next asana is Pavanamuktasana. Now in bring your hip towards the ground. Sit with your heels at the perineum, hands hold your hands with your knees, pull them towards your chest. Visualize any excess vata being released and balanced within your system. Pavana Muktasana. Pavana Muktasana dvayostu padayoh panim latva swasthani tambake janani vakshasi sadhoy bhrabhratikara bandhanaihi. The next asana is Chakorasana. Now stand and sit and lift one leg behind your head. Place both your hands flat on the mat and extend the opposite leg up with your knees straight. Lifting your entire body off the ground, keep your chin up as you gaze towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy. Chakorasana. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभ भुजङ्गामपि वृश्चिकम्. Now let's do Dhanurasana 2. Now in Dhanurasana 2, sitting on the ground, hold your left toes with the left hand, index and middle fingers in Prana Mudra. Pull the foot to the left ear, extend the right leg out, keeping straight. Hold the big toe with the right hand in Prana Mudra. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतुपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकाशनाकृष्टं धनुर आसनमीरितम्. The next asana is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift your left leg over top of the left shoulder. Bring the right foot across, hooking on the top of the left foot. Lean forward and down while extending the legs out to the left. Lift up your head and chest. Find your balance, visualizing yourself as a flying crane. Ashtavakrasana. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. The next asana is Pranasana. Now place your right foot on the left thigh, bring the left foot on the ground. Have your left shoulder underneath the raised left leg. Place your hands flat onto the ground as you gaze at your third eye. Visualize yourself being able to subsist on prana alone. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन्यत्पादरक्षणम्. Parsvamatsendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh, then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold your left leg by the right hand, twist your body, remaining steady as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath in your inner space. वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जानुर्भेषितदक्षदोष्ण प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्गं श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात्. The next asana is Chakorasana on the other side. Lift one leg behind the head. Place both your hands flat on the ground, extending the opposite leg up with the knees straight. Lift your entire body off the ground, keeping your chin up as you visualize yourself as a chakra gazing towards your third eye. पूर्वतानां चतुष्पादपीठं वज्रासनं तथा चकोरक्रौञ्चशलभ भुजङ्गामपि वृश्चिकम्. Next asana is Dhanurasana 2 on the other side. Sit on the ground. Hold your right toes with the index middle finger. Pull the foot to the right ear. Extend the left leg out, holding the left foot with the left hand. Visualize yourself as a bow. Dhanurasana 2. पादाङ्गुष्ठौतपाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि धनुराकाशनाकृष्टं धनुरासनमीरितम्. Next asana is Ashtavakrasana on the other side. Lift your right leg over top of the right shoulder. Bring the left foot across and hooking the top of the right foot. Lean forward and down, extending the legs out to the right. Lift your head up and chest up, finding balance. Visualize yourself as a flying crane. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. The next asana is Pranasana. Now place your right foot on the left thigh. Bring the left foot flat on the ground. Have the left shoulder underneath, raise left leg. Place your hands flat onto the ground. Visualize yourself being able to live off prana alone as you gaze to your third eye in Pranasana. एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति यस्य चामरः एकपादमरो बद्ध्वा स्कन्धेन्यत्पादरक्षणम्. The next asana is Parsvamatsendrasana. Place your right foot at the root of the left thigh. Then the left leg by the side of the right knee. Hold your left leg by the right hand. Twist the body, remaining steady. Visualize Lord Rishi Matsyendranath in your inner space as you gaze towards your third eye. वामोरुमूलार्पितदक्षपादो जान्वर्बहिर्वेष्टितदक्षदोष्णा प्रगृह्य तिष्ठेत् परिवर्तिताङ्ग श्रीमत्स्यनाथोदितमासनं स्यात्. The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg straight, press the perineum with the other heel, chest forward and down. Hold your toes, feet and bring your head towards your knee. एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्ष्णिना सीवनि सम्पीड्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसरितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरि मस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति. Next asana is Kraunchasana. Place your left ankle outside of your hip. Hold the sole of the right foot and lift the leg up towards the forehead. Keep your knees straight, gazing towards your nose as you visualize yourself as a crane. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. Repeating Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lean forward and down, clasping the foot and bringing your forehead towards your knee. एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्ष्णिना सीवनि सम्पिदद्य हस्तद्वयेन प्रसरितपादाङ्गुष्ठं धृत्वा जानूपरि मस्तकं न्यसेत् अर्धपश्चिमतानं भवति. The next asana is Kraunchasana on the other side. Visualize yourself as a crane. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मूर्धकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. The next asana is Swastikasana. Now in Swastikasana, now sit down and place one heel on top of the other. Visualize a swastika in your inner space. Embody peace, well-being, good fortune and prosperity as you gaze towards your nose, placing your palms on top of your knees. Janurvorante samyak kritva padatale ubhe rijukaya samasina swastikam tat prachakshate. The next asana is Ghorakshasana. In the same position now, cover your heels with the respective hands, tucking your chin to your chest in the Jalandhar Bandha. Gaze at the tip of your nose as you visualize Sage Gorakhnatha in your inner space. Janurvo Arantare Pada Uttano Vyakta Samsida Gulpocha Achadi Hastabhyam Uttanabhyam Prayatnataha. The next is Bhagasana 2. Now bring your left heel to the perineum, right foot on the left thigh. Close your eyes with the index finger, nose with the middle finger, ear with the thumbs and the Shanmukhi Mudra. As you gaze at your third eye, meditate on the Arihanta. Bhagasana 2. Vamaparshno gudam sthapya dakshanghri vamajangane madhyamatarjanya gushthai nasa drishti shrutikramaihi. The next asana is Yogasana 2. Place your feet upon the opposite knees. Place your hands on the ground. Palms facing up. Keep your spine straight as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Uttanau charanau kritva samsthapyopari janunoh asanopari samsthapya chottanam karayukmakam. The next is Urdhva Kukkutasana. Now, from Padmasana, place your hands flat on the mat beside your body. Press your hands into the mat, knees off the ground, balancing above the ground. Here, do the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka from here onwards, where you'll be inhaling through your tongue. Visualize yourself as a rooster. वासिष्ठमतकौण्डिन्यं मोधुकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमतोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्. The next asana is Siddharatali asana. Now from Padmasana, insert both your hands through your knees, placing them flat onto the mat. Avoid lifting your body up. Stay seated on the mat as you gaze towards your nose. Continue the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Gaze at your nose. प्रथमं पद्मासन को करे हस्तदो गोड़ा संधि धेरे उभय हथेली भूदरी राखे पहुँच गोड़ा संधि में ढाके. The next asana is Hamsasana. Now from Padmasana, place your hands on the mat through the gaps of the calves and the thighs. Now, lift your thighs up to your shoulders, leg off the mat. Stay above the mat as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan in Hamsasana. Remember to bring your knees above your elbows as much as you can. Push yourself there in Hamsasana. कुक्कुट आसनवस्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तम् उरुणित्वा तिष्ठेत् हंसासनं भवति. The next asana, which we will be moving on to, is Karmukasana. Now, in the Padmasana position, hands between the thighs and the calves. While sitting, reach your hands behind your body, interlacing the fingers. Bring your forehead to the floor as you gaze at your nose. Your hands will be in the Parashumudra. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Paramashiva's bow. प्रथम पद्म आसन को करे गौड़ा संधि माही करे धीरे. The next asana is Kurmasana 2. Now, with your hands inside, bend your elbows and hold your respective shoulders with your hands. Visualize yourself as a turtle, having a stable body and mind to live for hundreds of years. बामी जंघ पर दक्षिण पावे पाव दहदाहिनी जंघ पर बामिल्यावे पहल्या अमरसा घलाले हाथ. The next asana is Granthi Bhedasana. Now in the same position, just bring your chin towards your hands, tucking your chin to your chest into the Jalandhara Bandha. We rejoice knowing you're sitting in Paramashiva's secret knot posture. अथ वक्ष्ये नीलकण्ठग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभं ज्ञात्वा रुद्रो भवेत् क्षिप्रं सूक्ष्मवायुनिसेवनात्. After Granthi Bhedasana, we will move into Uttana Kurmasana. Now from Padmasana, insert both your hands through the thighs and the calves. Lay on your back, bend your elbows, holding the respective shoulders with your hands. Feel like a turtle, live like a turtle, stable body and mind for hundreds of years. Gaze at your nose. कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकन्धरं पीठं कूर्मवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानकूर्मकम्. The next asana is Pangu Kukutasana. Now from Padmasana, place both your hands through the gaps of the thighs. Place one hand flat on the mat. Hold its wrist with the other hand. Lift your body up and hold there, visualizing yourself as a rooster. Pangu Kukutasana. कुक्कुटासनवस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्ततलेन भूमिं विष्ठम्ब्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति. The next asana is Pangu Kukutasana. On the other side, switch the hands, which hand you're holding by the wrist, and lift your body up onto your other hand. As you visualize yourself as a rooster in your inner space, balance there. Continue doing the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. कुक्कुट आसनवस्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा हस्तलेन भूमिं विष्टभ्य तिष्ठेत् पङ्गुकुक्कुटं भवति. The next asana is Giridhrasana. Now in Giridhrasana, From Padmasana, place your elbows on your toes, interlace your fingers in the Parashamudra. Rest your chin on your knuckles, pressing your thumb against your throat. Visualize you've gone beyond greed and covetousness. जानुर्वो अरन्तरे पादाव उत्तानौ व्यक्तिसंस्थितौ गुल्पीछाच्छाद्यहस्ताभ्याम् उत्तानाभ्यां प्रयत्नतः. The next asana is Padmasana 3. Now, with the left foot on the right thigh on the left, with the right foot on the left thigh, hold one hand over the other, palms facing upwards. Keep your spine straight, gazing towards your nose. You can bring your hands near your navel. Engage all the three bandhas. Padmasana 3. उत्तानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवत् शक्तितिष्ठौ योगीरात् उत्तानौ स्वकरौ च शक्तियुगलान्ते साधु कृत्वा समौ. The next asana is Padmasana 4. Now, remaining in that same position, place your palms onto the respective knees. Keep your spine straight as you gaze towards your nose. Relax the Uddiyana Bandha and the Mula Bandha. Visualize Paramashiva in your inner space. एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुपसिद्धये शुभासनं सदा ध्यायेत् पूरयित्वा पुनः पुनः. The next asana is Karmukasana 2. Now, hook your right hand, index and middle finger around the right toes. Lift your elbow as if pulling back a bow and move your big toe around. Place your left hand on the opposite knee, keeping straight, and repeat this on the opposite side. Karmukasana 2. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Shiva's bow. The hands will be in the Prana Mudra. अथान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात् कृत्वा पद्मासनं पाद अङ्गुष्ठजङ्घयोः स्थितम्. The next asana is Karmukasana 3. Now, here, cross your arms behind your back, hold on to your big toes in the Prana Mudra. Inhale through your tongue with the Kakachanchu Kumbhaka. Engage all the three bandhas, sucking in your stomach, clenching your perineum and tucking your chin to your chest as you gaze towards your nose. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, Lord Paramashiva's bow. कार्मुकासनमाकत्स्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखं तदवायुर्वशो याति कालेन सूक्ष्मवायुना. The next asana is Dridhasana. Now, in the same position, maintaining Karmukasana, lift your chest up and relax the Uddiyana Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. As you switch your gaze towards the third eye, visualize yourself as Paramashiva's third eye, destroying anything you come across. उरुभ्यामुपरि स्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः दक्षिणं सव्यदेशे च सव्यं दक्षिणदेशके. The next asana is Nagrasana. Now sit in the Padmasana position and keep your arms behind the back, trying to hold the opposite big toes as much as you can there. Lay down onto your elbows, thighs and back. As you gaze towards your nose, visualize yourself as a snake in Nagrasana. Prathama Padama Asana Kothane. दो हाथ पाचाने आमने पाद अंगुरिया पकदे आनी सोवे कहुन्या कुल्या पानी. The next asana is Kandukasana. Lay on your back, bend your knees, feet on the ground. Embrace your knees to your chest as you bring your head to the knees, hands in the Parashamudra. Roll your body up into a ball, visualizing yourself as a ball in the inner space. Kandukasana. वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कूष्य मूर्ध्वं नयेत् पृष्ठवंशेन भूमिं पोठेत् कण्डुकासनं भवति. The next asana is Urdhva Pavanasana. Now lay on your back with your knees raised together, big toes evenly together. Interlock your hands underneath your head. As you gaze towards your nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Urdhva Pavanasana. प्रथम सूधो सैन करावे गोड़ा उभय राशि मिलावे गुल्फ माहिला अंगुष्ठ दोई करे एक सा मेल रसोई. The next asana is Marakata Pithasana. Now lay on your back again, keeping your knees pointed upwards. Place your upturned palms underneath the heels as you lift your head, hips up into the sky, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape. This is Marakata Pithasana. Uttanashayanam padatale uttanahastayōh स्थापयेत् पृष्ठभागमुत्रं मयेत् मरकटपीठं भवति. The next asana is Uttanashikipītakasana. Lie supine, raise your hips up. Support your hips with your hands placed at the waist. Elbows bear the weight of the body. Press your chin against the throat as you gaze at your nose. Visualize Swamiji in your space, automatically engaging the Jalandhara Bandha. Stretch your legs out. जंघोर बलहीनश्चेत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तः प्रकुर्वीत भुक्तेः प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः. The next asana is Narakasana. Now here it's a very beautiful asana because you're going beyond the sensation of torture, beyond the sensation of hell during this asana. Lay supine, raising your hips and legs up. Elbows and hands extended on the mat below, helping balance the body. As your legs are raised up straight, automatically engaging the Jalandhar Bandha. Visualize yourself blissfully traveling through Naraka, hell unscathed. Narakasana. Griva kanthena bhumim vishtambhapadagradvayam urdhvamutrayet narakasanam bhavati. The next asana is Tiryanaukasana. Now, in the same position, keeping your hands to your lower back, keep your elbows on the mat. Raise your legs up vertically and slowly lower them at an angle, keeping the core engaged. Visualize you're a boat crossing the ocean of samsara. Naukavad sthitva urdhvam padagradvayam naye tiryanaukasanam bhavati. The next asana is Dhvajasana. Now here in Dhvajasana, keep your upper back on the mat, raising your legs up vertically, elbows, shoulders and hands remaining flat on the mat below. Keep your legs vertical, hold yourself there, visualize you're the KAILASA flag, respected across all the nations in Dhvajasana. Tiryanaukavat griva prishtakurparaihi bhumim vashtambhya mastakalakshena padagradvayam urdhvam nayet Dhvajasanam bhavati. Now from that powerful asana, lay onto your back, completely flat. Visualize you're dead. Your body is completely immobile. Your Swamiji, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Do not allow any movement to happen. Visualize, do the Shakti Chalan Mudra, where the energy is flowing throughout your entire body. Atha Shavasanam. उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रमहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्. Just relax here. Let the cosmic energy flow through you. No longer is your tiny life there. The cosmic life is living through you.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahamahavagya puts me in samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me, for Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahamahavagya.
Slowly now, start to move your hand, move your legs. Raise yourself position. Raise yourself up into a seated position. Congratulations to all the participants here who stuck with us. You have successfully completed 308 asanas. And with that, we have come to the conclusion, the end of today's Nithyananda Yoga. Thank all of you for joining us today. We will now be concluding with the Purna Mantra. Sit with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line, the hands in Atmanjali Mudra. Close your eyes and offer your gratitude to Swamiji. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to the glimpses of the Paramashivoham Level-1, Day 3. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings. Let's start our sessions today with the Sadguru Vandanam. Sit with Atmanjali Mudra and let's chant together. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Today, as part of the glimpses of Paramashivoham program, we are going to learn about the Kundalini Shakti, the Kundalini energy. We'll be learning many powerful cognitions and how awakening of this Kundalini Shakti helps us in manifesting the life that we want and realize our highest potential. This Kundalini is most misunderstood. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and his powerful teachings, today we are going to learn so many deeper secrets, powerful cognition, and experientially understand the Kundalini Shakti. What is this Kundalini? Kundalini is known by many names. You call it the universal energy, you call it the cosmic mother, you call it the creative force of the universe. Any name you call it, the ultimate power. But the simple truth is Kundalini is our highest potential energy. It is the energy that every one of us have it. Every individual, every human being, irrespective of age, gender, country, every human being has this, every individual has this highest potential energy. This is the ultimate expression of creative genius and the great possibility of each individual's inner awakening. Then what happens to that energy? We'll be learning many details What are we doing with that energy? Why it is sleeping in us? Why it is dormant? The sleeping Kundalini energy is a metaphor for the awakened potential inside us. Without first awakening the Kundalini, it is impossible to awaken the individual consciousness, what we call the Pratyagatma Chaitanya in Sanskrit, the individual consciousness, the inner awakening. The super consciousness, the breakthrough happens only when we awaken our Kundalini energy. The awakening of Kundalini opens up to the greater possibilities, greater reality that exists beyond your imaginations. Whatever you know is only a limited self, a limited individual self. But awakening of this Kundalini empowers you to harness the cosmic powers to live more complete, more fulfilled, more blissful lives. Literally, the Kundalini starts awakening means from you are moving from human to the divine. What does actually Kundalini means? Kundalini, Kunda means it is just refers to a concave cavity in which the brain, resembling a coiled and sleeping serpent, nestles. The word Kundalini refers to the Shakti or power when it is in dormant potential state. And when it is awakened, man enjoys divinity. And the actual communion between the two great forces within all human beings, communion between Shiva and Shakti. Since time immemorial, human beings have suspected that there have been more energy and intelligence than they are able to realize and express in their day-to-day life. More than what their parents have taught them and what the society at large has led them to believe. It is their belief in a higher potential that is the root of all seeking and all creativity. There are some rare beings who express their higher energy and intelligence in its purest form as spiritual energy to enrich others. And they are the enlightened beings of the world, like a Buddha, a Mahavira, and Sri Krishna. Life and the very perception and response to it becomes totally different when Kundalini Shakti is awakened. Life is not the same limited self. Once activated through initiation by an enlightened master, this Kundalini energy leads to extraordinary experiences and enlightened lifestyle. When you awaken your Kundalini energy with the right knowledge, right context, right understanding, and the right time, the right process, it can give you anything that you want. Kundalini brings the space of positivity in you, the space of possibility to you, and the space of leadership to you, and the space of finally enlightenment to you itself to you. Literally, Kundalini is Kalpataru, meaning it gives anything that you want. the space of not wanting anything eventually happens also. So today we'll be learning many powerful cognitions about the Kundalini and techniques from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivoham's blessings. So let's start our Jnana sessions with this context. What are the benefits of Kundalini, how to awaken, and why it is dormant, first of all those powerful cognitions and understanding of the deeper secrets of Kundalini we'll be learning today to manifest the life that we want. Any questions? Please do let me know. Yanandamma, Christina, and
Yanandamma. Let us continue with more understandings about the Kundalini energy. We'll begin with the Satguru Vandanam. Please put your hands together, sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasya-dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcoming you all to Glimpses in Paramashivoham Level 1, the journey of your transformation into the divine Paramashiva himself. So in today's session, we will be talking about the Kundalini awakening. Kundalini awakening is something that has a lot of connotations to many different people based on the half understandings that they would have received from probably reading a few books or from some gurus or fellow seekers on their spiritual journey. So in today's session, we will be sharing the understandings from the Veda Agamas and a lot of scriptural references which authenticate this very science. Kundalini awakening is a science by itself. The very first documented scripture, that reference rather, is from Ramayana, where Maharshi Valmiki is said to have awakened the Kundalini of Lava and Kusha. Sage Valmiki goes on to say that the Kundalini energy, the Kundalini awakening, can be transmitted only by an awakened master, and the receiver is bestowed with extraordinary powers. Just imagine the two little boys, Lava and Kusha, actually had received this initiation from Maharshi Valmiki, and we all know how they demonstrated such extraordinary brilliance with respect to their intellect, their understandings of life, the maturity, and the extraordinary powers that they exhibited, that they could actually take on the very army of Rama himself. Understand that the Indian rishis, the Vedic masters, the enlightened beings who have all happened, have developed techniques to awaken the Kundalini, not just of the individual, but also the masses. Bhagavan, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, says Kundalini awakening is beyond time and beyond space. It can be awakened irrespective of where you are sitting and at what time. It is beyond time and space. The Yajur Veda goes on to say, Yatha Pinde Tatha Brahmande, Yatha Brahmande Tatha Pinde. Now, the literal translation of this verse is, as is the individual, so is the universe, and as is the universe, so is the individual. This is the truth from the Yajur Veda, which goes on to talk about the universal hologram. The tiniest particle in the universe holds the key to the secrets of the entire cosmos. Each one of us, every individual, is a manifestation of the ultimate, the Brahmanda and the Pindanda, the macrocosmos and the microcosmos. The same energy that runs the whole cosmos is also there in each one of us as the Kundalini energy. The Kundalini energy, when awakened by the Diksha of the Master, who is the awakened one, life becomes extraordinary. All the limiting patterns get destroyed. The higher conscious patterns get evolved. The patterns that are based on freedom and liberation. The 21-day inner awakening program that Bhagavan used to conduct earlier, we have documented scientific studies on the various benefits of the Kundalini awakening in large group of participants. All participants enjoyed the benefits of health. Health as not just diseaselessness, but health in manifesting a body to achieve everything and anything that you would want in life. The energy levels were boosted exponentially. See, any kind of a known methodology, like say exercise, yoga, gymming, whatever, would increase the energy levels only to the extent of 40%. What was mind-boggling about the participants who attended the Inner Awakening program with Swamiji and received all the Dikshas, the Kundalini awakening, was that the energy levels were up by a staggering 1,300%. The scientists who documented and analyzed these results were really baffled, but this was demonstrated in all the participants. The mitochondrial cell energy levels were up by 1300%. Now, what does one do with this kind of a cell energy level? Obviously, you will be such an energetic, bubbling personality. Many people walked out of chronic diseases including arthritis, depression, insomnia, mood swings. Every single person experienced a healthy weight loss, which again translated to better lipid levels. Many people had a breakthrough with respect to the diabetes control, asthma, and many, many more diseases and disorders. Not only that, a genetic analysis study was done on the participants to find out the effect of an awakened Kundalini on the human body. The genetic studies revealed that all participants had increased levels of heat shock protein. Heat shock protein is something that is related directly to the stress that one experiences during life, the day-to-day activities of their life. The heat shock protein has a protective effect on the human body-mind system when you're exposed to stress. In today's stressful world, the benefit of elevated heat shock protein levels in the blood can not be underestimated. Similarly, the CRH levels were high. The protein that protects people or prevents dementia from happening was also documented. All participants experienced extraordinary health benefits recovery with respect to migraine, depression, low moods, chronic diseases like fibromyalgia, which are very painful conditions that can affect their day-to-day living and extremely morbid, even in terms of not letting them sleep. Not only that, freedom from fear, anxiety, panic attacks, all of that was a given gift as a result of the Kundalini awakening. People started living, expressing the higher emotions of gratitude and devotion, being established in these positive emotions ensured that people will live an extraordinary life, becoming that magnetic attraction to attract these kind of situations and happenings in their own life for which they would be more grateful for. Flowing with life in the space of surrender, intense excitement, knowing that you are a part of the cosmic Leela, celebrating your uniqueness. Yet another extraordinary manifestation of the Kundalini awakening is the activation of the non-mechanical parts of the brain, which led to extraordinary powers like levitation, teleportation, telepathy, and materialization. All of this and much more are the effects of an awakened Kundalini. We will now move on to understanding the science of Kundalini Shakti with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The largest untapped natural resource lying with humanity is the Kundalini energy. When you awaken your Kundalini energy with the right knowledge, the right context, the right understanding, and the right technique, the right process, it can give you anything that you want. The largest untapped natural resource is the Kundalini energy. You can awaken the Kundalini energy on your own, using spending a lifetime to have a glimpse of it, and there is a possibility that you may experience it sometime. But the easiest way to have your Kundalini awakened is with the Diksha of the Master. And that is why it is very important to awaken your Kundalini with the right technique and the right process. Also, having the right knowledge and the right context is extremely important when it is done from the authentic source with the right context. Understand, the Kundalini can become your Kalpataru, the Kalpataru which can give you anything that you want for yourself. An awakened Kundalini brings the space of positivity, space of possibility, the space of leadership, and the space of enlightenment itself to you. Kundalini is the Kalpataru. It gives anything that you want and takes you beyond that, the space of not wanting anything itself. Such a liberation from any kind of bondages, liberation from desires, liberation from guilt, liberation from any kind of a limiting, binding that happens, because the Kundalini gives you that liberated space of living enlightenment while you are here on the planet Earth. Kundalini energy is our inner potential bioenergy, which is available in our being in the form of a potential. It is there inside each one of us as a potential energy. It is there as a potential doesn't mean that everybody is using it. Only with the right method, knowledge, and process, when you awaken it, it becomes a reality in you and a realization in you. Predominantly, the Kundalini energy remains untapped, sleeping, lying dormant in our root center, which is known as the Mooladhara Chakra. It is only when it is awakened using the right process with the right knowledge, it becomes a realization in you. The conversion of the physical energy of the cosmos into a biological energy can happen at the molecular or the particle level. When we analyze the conversion happening at the molecular level, it is in the form of the ATP, the energy that is produced by the mitochondria, which is the cell battery. At the particle level, the energy of the biological system is known as the Kundalini energy. At the molecular level, it is the ATP that is generated in the mitochondria. And at the particle level, it is the Kundalini Shakti. The Kundalini Shakti is the energy that is stored and distributed through the holding centers called the chakras into all aspects of the beings via the subtle channels or the nadis, which are 72,000 in number. Like I said earlier, the human body, in the human body, there are energy centers starting from the base of the spine all the way up to the crown. The Mooladhara chakra, which is known as the root center, is where the Kundalini Shakti is stored and it is lying in a dormant form. All the chakras are the energy centers, and the energy flow happens through channels which are known as the nadis. There are 72,000 such nadis. In the very center, you have the Sushumna Nadi, and then you have the Ida and the Pingala. Now, through these major nadis and the other, which are in thousands in number, the awakened energy will go up and get distributed to all aspects, into all aspects of the beings. Bhagavan spoke about the Kundalini Shakti, the sacred secret of on the Kundalini awakening, way back on 14th of February 2004 is when he revealed the sacred science to humanity. The Apta Pramana for the Kundalini awakening is from the Hatha Tattva Kaumudi. It says, Dura Gamatva Khacharatvam Sudura Krutcha Adrushyatva Manimadi Munayau Yadaryam Cha Etam Jitatmani Jitanila Pavakabhyam No Shakti Bodhanam Amrutesti Samajanma. The translation for this verse from the Hatha Tattva Kaumudi, chapter number 41, shloka 41. When the self, the mind, is controlled along with the prana and agni, a yogi attains special abilities like reaching far and movement in the space, clairvoyance, ability to disappear, anima, etc. Basically, all the various siddhis that get activated or manifested when the Kundalini is awakened. All this is not possible without the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. It goes on to say that life is not worthwhile unless there is awakening of the Shakti. Bhagavan says human beings are designed to manifest extraordinary possibilities and powers. Our very body and our brain has been hardwired to be manifesting these extraordinary possibilities and powers. The Hatha Tattva Kaumudi goes on to say, life is not worthwhile unless there is awakening of this Shakti. Bhagavan shares the Atma Pramana from the Avatara Leela, where he's talking about his yoga guru, Yogananda Puri, Raghupati Yogi. Bhagavan, in quote, is telling, Raghupati Yogi assembled and reassembled my body. He used to make me climb up and down the 20 to 30 pillars of the Kritika Mandapam in the Arunachaleshwara temple using only one hand. He used to tie the other hand behind my back. Then he went to the next stage. He would actually tie both my hands behind me, and I would be allowed to use only my legs to climb the temple pillar. Shivastambha Yoga is what this whole process of climbing the pillar without using your hands and only your legs was actually being given as a practice by Raghupati Yogi to little Swamiji. He goes on to say, Shivastambha Yoga is the best form of yoga. I count to the Yoga Sampradaya, to all the yogis who kept this science alive, that I will make this a lifestyle. This is my offering to all of you. I know what yoga has done to me. It is because of yoga that my body is even able to hold this enlightenment energy, the Kundalini Shakti. The Atma Pramasa from Bhagavan's life, which goes on to illustrate the importance of building a yogic body with strong nerves and spine, and that can hold the enlightenment energy and radiate it. Once awakened, the Kundalini brings about extraordinary transformation in the body-mind system of the individual, including a huge surge in the energy levels, the healing of chronic diseases, and enhanced mental abilities. Your intelligence, your intuitiveness, your spontaneity with life, clarity with situations, analytical skills, creativity, all of that is enhanced. Beyond this, a host of other changes have been observed, but had yet to be systematically studied or quantified. Only the rarest being, known as the avatar, by virtue of being established in the space of non-dual oneness, can awaken these Shaktis in others by the sheer power of his presence. Just the presence is enough, and the Kundalini can be awakened. It is literally like if you have to drive darkness out of a room, all that is needed is just light a matchstick. The darkness is gone. On similar lines, just the presence of the avatar is enough to dispel the darkness of ignorance, and the Kundalini awakening just happens in the Master's presence. An avatar's physical body is fueled directly by the Kundalini Shakti, which is the expression of the macrocosmic energy in the individual microcosm. The universal energy embodies itself in the 6-foot frame of the Master. The Master's body is fueled directly by the Kundalini, and he has the capacity to transfer this energy to the disciple until the disciple reaches a state of being able to access his own Kundalini Shakti through the entangled connection with the Master. All that we need to do is sit with a deep feeling connection to receive the energy that he is transferring into the disciple. Sitting entangled means sitting with a deep feeling connection. Raising your consciousness will awaken the Kundalini, and the master key to do this is witnessing. Understand? When you raise your consciousness, the Kundalini is awakened, and the master key to be doing this is by witnessing. Whatever state you are in, waking, sleeping, waking, dreaming, dreaming, sleeping, whatever state, simply witness it. Witness whatever is happening in you continuously. Only then you can raise your state of consciousness. More often than not, we are too busy engaging with the thought process that is going on inside us. Instead, simply start witnessing. When you start witnessing, you will touch base with the one who is witnessing. The state of restful awareness, the state of pure bliss which is inside you, which is the state of Nithyananda, eternal bliss. In the witnessing happens the unclutching meditation, where you will not be creating any new thoughts, you will not be maintaining thoughts, or you will not be engaging with destroying thoughts. Moving beyond all that, just become the pure witnessing consciousness, and that is the only way that you can raise your state of consciousness. You can see here the massive programs that Bhagavan has conducted, where millions have been initiated into the Kundalini awakening. More than 5,000 people attended the Ujjain Kumbh Mela in the year 2006. The picture here is from the 12th of May. Similarly, the Cambodia Inner Awakening, the Thailand Phuket Inner Awakening, where close to 1,000 people have received the initiation of the Master and have their Kundalini awakened. Yet another special Inner Awakening program was the Cruise Inner Awakening program, where which was conducted on the cruise. Water is a very, very powerful medium which can transmit the avatar's energy and is the best way to receive the initiation also. So the Shivoham process that was conducted during this inner awakening also had phenomenal results. With this, I come to the conclusion of this segment, the take-home message. Kundalini Shakti creates the space of positivity, possibility, leadership, and enlightenment itself. Do take a few moments to contemplate on these truths, internalize these truths. When you internalize, so many dilemmas inside will get sorted out. The new consciousness will start getting awakened inside of you. And when you receive these gifts and empowering truths from the Master, and you will be ready for the experience when it is given as a blessing to all of you. So, with this, I will now move on to explain yet another scientific concept with reference to receiving the Master's initiation, Diksha, as well as having the Kundalini awakened. Now, this is a concept known as the mirror neurons. What exactly are mirror neurons? And how do we use this scientific concept for our spiritual progress is what this presentation is all about. Let us enter into the science of Nayana Diksha. Nayana Diksha means Nayana is the eye. Diksha is initiation. Just the master seeing you and you receiving the Diksha from the master by you looking at him is Nayana Diksha. When both the master and the disciple are seeing each other. It does not involve touch and it can be conducted across large distances, not even sitting in the physical presence of the master. From the comfort of your homes, miles away, across continents, from different parts of the world, when you sit and have a Nayana Diksha, you can actually get initiated by the master. How? Nayana Diksha uses the principle of the presence of mirror neurons in the disciple, which are able to reflect the energy that is projected by the living avatar. The biggest mistake that most human beings do is limiting the master to that human frame. The Guru is the embodiment of the cosmic energy, the Guru Tattva. The Guru principle embodies itself in the human form, but is actually the cosmic energy that has embodied. When the disciple sits in front of the master, even on a two-way video conferencing, where the master is seeing the disciple and the disciple is seeing the master, the mirror neurons which are there in the disciple will actually start reflecting the energy that is projected by the living avatar. Now, this form of initiation begins at the level of the brain, leading to entrainment and coherence of the projected energy from the avatar. We'll understand more about mirror neurons. The mirror neurons are special neurons that observe and mimic the actions of the avatar's neuron activity through seeing in us. See, these are a special set of neurons that are there in your brain. They can activate and process all the observed movements or information in us. Our entire body can silently and without doing any movement recreate what is happening in the avatar just through the process of observation. See, you don't even need to do anything. Just sit with a deep feeling connection, looking at the master. When the master is seeing you, the energy that is projected by the avatar, just by the observation, the same neuronal activity that is happening in the avatar will start happening in your very neurons. It can't get easier than this, isn't it? Where you will actually start reflecting the avatar's neuronal activity. There are two things. One is imitation, the other is mirror neurons. See, we've seen if you're doing a yoga, you follow the instructions that is being given by a yogacharya and you imitate the same movements. If we were to record the electrical activity in the brain of the yogacharya and you at that time, it will be more or less the same depending on how well you imitate those movements. All right. But mirror neurons, when you are sitting in front of the master, you are not doing any movements, but the same electrical activity which is happening in the avatar can also be recorded in your neurons without you performing any kind of movements or any information processing. Mirror neurons can activate and process all the observed movements or information without the physical act of imitation. Mirror neurons are the neurons that are responsible for making us personally experience something that we witness. For example, when you are watching a movie, a very extremely sentimental, emotional scene, logically, you know, you're just sitting in a theater, you are looking at some actors perform, you know it. But when there is an extremely emotional or sentimental scene, you actually start crying. It is not under your control. Why do you think that happens? When you are so engaged observing the whole drama, the melodrama that is going on there, your mirror neurons are actually giving you that experience as if you are going through it. And that is why you go through that whole emotional surge and you even start crying. When the breakdown happens on the screen, it happens here also, because your mirror neurons make it feel that you are personally experiencing whatever it is that you are witnessing. Like when somebody is swimming, for instance, the electrical activity in the neurons of the swimmer were recorded. At the same time, the person who is sitting and very deeply observing the swimmer, he is not swimming, but he's just observing the person who is swimming, and the electrical activity in the observer was exactly the same as what was recorded from the neurons of the swimmer. That is how the mirroring happens. The mirror neurons function that way. When a disciple watches, totally absorbed, the same activity which is in the avatar's neurons is replicated in his brain. The same kind of electrical and neurological impulses are activated in his brain just by gazing into the avatar's eyes. You are in the space of completion. The avatar's eyes, which is just the ocean of infinite compassion, bliss, and completion. Just gazing into them, you will naturally fall into the space of completion. Mirroring the same neurons makes us experience the cognition, the energy, and the inner space of an incarnation. For so many of us, it has been our experience, caught up with the non-stop chatter of the mind, the worry, the depression, all of that. Many people, when they go for darshan, all the way to the stage with a big letter to give to the avatar for blessings, many questions, all the turmoil of the mind, with all of that, when they just go and stand in his presence and look into his eyes, and Bhagavan asks you, what do you want? People will just drop all the questions that they've had, because just gazing into the avatar's eyes, you will be feeling so complete that there will be nothing that you would want to ask for yourself. This is exactly how it works, because when you get the benefit of Nayana Diksha from the master, you will actually start mirroring his own inner space, which is the space of total completion, fulfillment, compassion, and pure energy. So that is how the mirroring of the neurons can actually be used beneficially without any effort from our side. Our very bio-memory awakens to the space of the ultimate consciousness, Paramashiva, inside us. Nayana Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar, just through a look of the master. Diksha is the most effortless and a blissful way to raise our spiritual frequency. When we make this connection, we experience our unity with all of existence, which is the essence of divinity. When you raise your spiritual frequency, you will just experience that oneness with existence. The essence of all divinity is that experience of oneness. It is then that we understand that we ourselves are also divine. Now, through this process, the mind layer drops and we open ourselves to receive the energy of the universe through the energy of space, Akasha. Melting into a deep mood of gratitude and devotion, we receive the beautiful return flow of divine compassion and uplifting of consciousness. When you are in the space of gratitude and devotion, by the very law of nature, your core becomes the magnetic center to attract situations for which you will be more grateful for, and your feeling, your devotion, all of that will grow. And that is how the universe responds to your inner space. Well, there will be a beautiful flow of the divine compassion and uplifting of our consciousness. We have a beautiful compilation here to show how entangling with the higher energy, the superconscious energy, the avatar, can actually change our brain. The benefits of entanglement are not just limited to an intangible sensation of well-being. I can just go on saying, I feel so good about it. I feel so good about it. That is only my subjective feeling. Objectively, all of this has been demonstrated as to how entanglement with the avatar can actually bring about changes in the frontal lobe. You can see here the frontal lobe, which is the seat of your intelligence, your analytical skills, all of that. There was a demonstrable change in all the anterior, central, as well as the ventral aspects of the frontal lobe. Similarly, in the subcortical regions of the limbic system, the caudate nucleus and the nucleus accumbens, which are the seat of your memory, all of that, there were profound changes in the brain, which happens with the raising of our inner frequency. So know that Diksha is the knowledge transmission system, which has been the way of education in Hinduism. The knowledge transmission system by Diksha has now been documented in modern science as the mirror neurons, which our Vedic rishis knew thousands and thousands of years ago. And that was the way how they imparted all the knowledge in the Hindu education system of Gurukul, where petabytes of knowledge were just transmitted as it is. So, we'll continue further on bridging the understandings about the Kundalini Shakti with modern day science, where science and spirituality meets in the context of the Kundalini. Kundalini is known by many names: the universal energy, the great cosmic mother, the creative force of the universe. But the simple truth is that Kundalini is the highest potential of every individual, the ultimate expression of a creative genius and the great possibility of each individual's inner awakening. Even at the end of the day, how is it going to translate for each one of us is what all seeker would be wanting to know for themselves. It is the great cosmic mother, but when awakened in you, it has the highest potential of every individual to manifest as the ultimate expression of the creative genius and a great possibility for each individual's inner awakening. The sleeping Kundalini is a metaphor for the unawakened potential inside of us. Without first awakening the Kundalini, it is impossible to awaken the Pratyagatma Chaitanya, which is the individual consciousness. A prerequisite for awakening the Pratyagatma Chaitanya is the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti. When the Kundalini awakens, it opens up to you the greater reality that exists beyond our limited individual selves. It empowers you to harness the cosmic powers to live a more complete, fulfilled, and blissful life. It marks the rite of passage for the human to evolve into divine. With an awakened Kundalini, you will start living a very complete, fulfilled, and blissful life, and eventually, Aham will merge into Paramashivoham, where the human evolves into the divine. In Sanskrit, the word Kunda refers to the concave cavity in which the brain, resembling a coiled and a sleeping serpent, nestles. The word Kundalini refers to the Shakti or power when it is in its dormant potential state. When it is awakened, the man enjoys divinity, the actual communion between the two great forces within all beings, the communion between Shiva and Shakti. See, the Kundalini Shakti is the Devi energy, the cosmic mother, the universal life force energy. The Shiva, who is depicted to be the Lord of the Agnya Chakra. When the union happens between the Shiva and the Shakti is when an individual is awakened or enlightened. Since time immemorial, human beings have suspected that they have more energy and intelligence than they are able to realize and express in their day-to-day life, more than what their parents have taught them and what the society at large has led them to believe. It is their belief in a higher potential that is at the root of all sin and all creativity. Anything that you are engaging in your life towards a higher creativity, higher potential, that is the root of all your seeking. There are some rare beings who express their higher energy and intelligence in its purest form as spiritual energy to enrich others, who are all the enlightened beings who have happened in the world, like Buddha, Mahavira, and Sri Krishna. Life, the very perception and response to it becomes totally different when the Kundalini Shakti is awakened. Once activated through initiation by an enlightened master, this Kundalini Shakti leads to extraordinary experiences and an enlightened lifestyle. When you awaken your Kundalini energy with the right knowledge, right context, right understanding, and the right technique, the right process, it can give you anything that you want. Kundalini brings the space of positivity to you, the space of possibility to you, the space of leadership to you, and the space of enlightenment itself to you. Kundalini is the Kalpataru, which gives you anything that you want, and also the space of not wanting anything. As a result of the activation of the non-mechanical parts of the brain with an awakened Kundalini, people can manifest extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleportation, materialization, and much more. Just because one does not have access to these extraordinary powers, they need not think that these powers do not exist. See, there was a point in that time when people thought we can only walk, or we can drive our cars, or we can use the boats to cross oceans. We can't fly. But today, you see how everybody, millions of people are flying every day, isn't it? In those days, if someone had told that An aircraft can take thousands of people by air and you can reach in the shortest possible time. Possibly human beings would not have believed it. Like, similarly, just because you do not have access to these kind of extraordinary powers, you need not think that these powers do not exist. It is a extraordinary power and a possibility that exists for each one of us, thanks to the awakened Kundalini, which has been ignited by the Master. Kundalini Shakti can directly make one more productive, more aware, more conscious, more intuitive, ultimately rich, not only in the realm of wealth, but also in health and relationships. It will take away the low idea people carry about themselves. It takes away the lower self-image they carry about themselves. It will awaken them to their possibilities. It shows them the power of intuition, awakening their intuition, awakening their intelligence. People forget tiredness and boredom. They do smart work, not just hard work. And with this smart work, naturally, they see that they are more active, alive, productive in their job, in their business, in their day-to-day life, all of which results in a deep contentment and fulfillment. The internal conflicts and struggles that they carry will disappear. The completion that happens inside with an awakened Kundalini will give rise to a conflict-free life where people find themselves to be more healthy, more energetic, more spontaneous, more intelligent, more creative. Not just doing hard work, but smart work and getting more and more productive in their life, manifesting not just wealth, but manifesting the ultimate possibilities in the field of even relationships and best of health. They simply forget tiredness and boredom. The internal conflicts and struggles that they carry disappear. How integrated they are with life, how authentically they express who they are, how they carry responsibilities, and how they enrich others and themselves in their life. All of these move to a higher level. The cosmic principles of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching themselves and life around them, all of that will be raised to a very high level. When you feel good about yourself, it's only when you love yourself can you love others, is what is said, isn't it? When you feel good about yourself, you will only spread more good to the world around you. When your lower self-image is dropped, and when you're raised to a higher understanding, your very frequency of your consciousness raises, the way you think about yourself raises, the way you think about others, the way you project yourself to others, the way you expect what you expect from others, all of that goes up to a different plane altogether. Basically, all your four images, your inner image, what you feel about you inside you, what you show as you to the outer world, your outer image, life image, how you perceive life around you, and how others perceive you, others' image, all of that will be aligned and raised to a different plane altogether. Bhagwan goes on to say, all the problems in your life, all the powerlessness that you experience in your life is basically because there is a huge mismatch in all of these four images. When you, with an awakened Kundalini, the ahankara, the mamakara, the anyakara and swanyakara, the inner image, outer image, life image, others image, all of that will be raised to a different plane altogether, and you will be aligning it all to that one truth of Advaita, oneness. Everything that exists is one and the same, and everything that exists is Paramashiva. They become a new being that feels complete with life, aligning with its flow. And this is the gift showered to the world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, which is permanent Kundalini awakening. He guides seekers worldwide on how to nourish the flowering of Kundalini Shakti, gives practices to support it, the various signs of its occurrences, how the Master's presence enhances it, speeding up the pace of physical, mental, and spiritual evolution. Bhagavan guides seekers worldwide on how to nourish the flowering of the Kundalini Shakti. When the Kundalini Shakti ascends the spine through the Sushumna Nadi, which is the main channel of subtle energy, it results in a huge energy influx into the brain. As the Kundalini Shakti flows from the thalamus to the cortex in the brain, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, generating coherent alpha and gamma waves and awakening the dormant, non-mechanical parts of the brain which have never been used before, the part that is hardwired for higher possibilities and higher consciousness, which in most part in the field of science has been dumped as the dormant or the junk DNA. Actually, all of this will be activated. Unfortunately, sadly, human beings use less than 5% of their brain abilities. Even the greatest scientist who happened, Einstein, used only 13% of his brain's possibilities. Just imagine, so much of it is lying untouched, unawakened. And that is exactly where the Master's role happens, to awaken all these dormant, non-mechanical parts, the parts which are hardwired for higher possibilities and higher consciousness. See, the brain's mechanical parts take care of all the mechanical functions like the movement of your blood, the movement of your intestines, the heart beating, the lung, the respiratory capacity, all the basic survival needs, which doesn't even involve your conscious presence. All of that is happening in auto mode, mechanical mode. Now, it is the non-mechanical parts of the brain that are endowed with extraordinary powers. See, in all of us, the heart beats, the lungs are doing their job, the intestine is doing its job, the blood is flowing, all of that, the basic survival is all happening because the mechanical parts of the brain are functioning in each one of us. It is the non-mechanical part, which is the majority of it, which has been untouched, and that is the part which is endowed with extraordinary powers. Thus, the direct result of the awakening of the Kundalini energy in a person is that they also experience the same highest conscious coherence with an enlightened being, expresses. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform lives. More and more, sitting in the Master's presence, receiving the Nayana Diksha, will facilitate the coherence in your neurons. The mirroring will happen such that your whole brain will come alive and you'll be turned into a superconductor of all the conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform lives. We have scriptural references for these truths from the Yogini Tantra. As soon as the Kundalini awakens, the person's inner grandeur and glory can be clearly perceived. The one with an awakened Kundalini, the grandeur of the inner space and his glory can be easily perceived, says the Yogini Tantra. In the Yoga Vedanta tradition, a vast and precise science encompassing thousands of techniques exist to awaken and utilize this enormous latent potential, the Kundalini Shakti. In Vedic India, this knowledge was accessible to all. As a consequence, today's mystical sciences like levitation, teleportation, telepathy were all common knowledge among the people, and enlightenment was the natural state of being. In the Vedic days, the majority of the population were enlightened. The remaining small percent were all working towards enlightenment. All these mystical sciences, including teleportation, telepathy, levitation, was a common day-to-day living lifestyle, a common knowledge among people. Living in complete harmony with the flow of life itself, these people found joyous expression as leaders and creators in the outer world and enlightened mystics in the inner world. The avatar has happened to recreate the same enlightened civilization on the planet Earth, where each one of us can be a Buddha in the inner world and a Bill Gates in the outer world, manifesting the best in both the inner world and the outer world. In the course of time, our increasing reliance on the faculties of logic and reasoning led to the suppression of all these mystical faculties. And this sacred science retreated from homes and monasteries into the few secret recesses of the Yoga Vedanta tradition in the Indian subcontinent, where it is preserved in its authentic form even to this day. The Kaivalya Pada of Yoga Sutras. In these scriptures, Patanjali lists the different ways to attain the siddhis resulting from the awakening of the Kundalini. Janma, Aushadhi, Mantra, Tapaha, Samadhi, Samadhija Siddhayaha. Verse number 4.1. The mystical powers can happen by Janma, birth, or Aushadhi, through medicine, that is, drugs and herbs, mantra, chanting of various sounds and syllables, samadhijaha, spiritual discipline. Through all of this, siddhayaha, that is, the siddhis can express through samadhi and spiritual discipline. For the seeker, Kundalini can be awakened in different ways. Through intense yogic practices lasting a lifetime or longer, though through rare and sometimes dangerous medicinal preparations, through the tireless repetition of certain mantras, or through Diksha, which is the direct transmission of spiritual energy by an awakened being. Of all the three, of all these that we spoke about, you do intense yogic practices for a long time, maybe a lifetime, sometimes dangerous medicinal preparations, or tirelessly repeating mantras. Of all of that, Diksha is the most effortless and certainly the most beautiful way to awakening. How many of us here can actually even think of committing to a lifetime of yoga, a lifetime of mantra chanting? Who in this world, the present day modern life, actually even has that kind of a bent of mind or a commitment, time for such practices? That is where the avatar's role comes. The most effortless and definitely the most beautiful way of getting your Kundalini awakened is by the Diksha, the direct transmission of spiritual energy from the Master. One can better appreciate the incomparable gift of Diksha from the Master when one learns about the spiritual effort that is otherwise necessary to purify the nadis and experience siddhis. It's only when you learn the kind of hardships that people actually face for years together, doing all kind of extreme austerities, lot of tapas, that they even have an experience, that too a transient one, of certain siddhis. Only then you can actually appreciate the incomparable gift of Diksha from the avatar, where he's just giving it all of us, like actually he's giving candies. The authoritative yoga scripture, the Hatha Yoga Pradipika by Swatmarama, is one of the references that we have here, the chapter 1, verse number 41 and 42. Chaturasthiti piteshu siddhameva sadhabhyaset dvadashaptati sahasranam nadinam malashodhanam atmadhyayi mithahari yavad vastaram sada siddha sanabhyasadyogi nishpattim apnuyat. Of the 84 asanas, Siddhasana should be practiced, which purifies the 72,000 nadis. The yogi who constantly contemplates on the self, eats moderately, and practices Siddhasana for 12 years achieves Yoga Siddhis. Imagine it, practicing Siddhasana for 12 years, eating very moderately, constantly contemplating on the self. That is when your nadis get purified and you may start expressing Yoga Siddhis. Today, the Supreme Pontiff, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, is giving these Siddhis to hundreds of thousands of sincere seekers who need to do nothing more rigorous than spending a few hours in his presence in the space of restful awareness, just enjoying the presence of the Master, drinking in that grace, that beauty, that compassion, sitting with this feeling of deep feeling connection in the space of restful awareness is all that you need to do to express these Shaktis, the extraordinary powers that get manifested from the space of Shivoham. The Vedic calendar reveals that our planet is poised for the next big leap in consciousness. With humanity becoming ripe for transformation, what the world needs today is the compassionate presence of avatars and enlightened Kundalini adepts who can guide humanity into a safe and natural global Kundalini awakening. See, the Vedic almanac, the Vedic calendar states that our planet is now poised for the next big leap in consciousness. The human body, the consciousness is ready for that super conscious breakthrough. This is the time when the avatar lands to provide that very safe, natural, global awakening for all the sincere seekers. The truth is that the human body and brain are already wired to experience a complete Kundalini awakening, and yet, in our generation, how many have the superbly trained body and mind that can withstand the rigors of such a powerful explosion of consciousness? That is why the instance of Kundalini awakening is always a pure gift from the spiritual guru, who will prepare your body and mind not only to receive but to withstand that powerful explosion of consciousness. And that is why, beyond all your efforts, the Kundalini is always and only always given as a pure gift from the spiritual master. He takes this triple responsibility. The first, to stir awake the enormous spiritual power of Kundalini by the resonance, the pressure of his own powerful superconscious vibration. The second, to guide this energy safely through the subtle neural pathways of the spine, the nadis, towards the crown center, and above all, to shield and protect our fragile body and mind that might otherwise almost certainly be devastated by this sudden influx of cosmic force. Many common people have these understandings of an awakened Kundalini can actually imbalance the body and mind, which is partially true, which is true only when you try your own methodologies. Only the foolproof, time-tested Vedic techniques and technologies are being used by the cosmos, the cosmic consciousness that has embodied as the avatar, where he takes responsibility not just to awaken the Kundalini, to guide it safely the right path towards the Sahasrara, which will actually lead you to start living enlightenment and ultimately become enlightened. Not just that, he will also take responsibility to shield our fragile body and mind that might otherwise be certainly devastated by this sudden influx of cosmic force. The Shiva Samhita declares, Supta Guru Prasadena Yatha Jagrati Kundalini Tatha Sarvani Padma Nividyante Grantayoja. When the sleeping Kundalini is awakened by the Guru's grace, then all the bondages are pierced, broken. The Kundalini ascends the spine through the Sushumna Nadi, which is the main channel of subtle energy. It results in a huge energy influx into the brain. As it flows from the thalamus to the cortex, the Kundalini sets up a powerful energy loop, awakening the latent unused, non-mechanical parts in the brain, mainly the limbic system and the neocortex. The limbic system is that part of the brain which is associated with memories linked to emotions. It is also that part of the brain which corresponds largely to the third eye, the Ajna chakra, which is the sixth or the final chakra in the body. Why we say final? Because the seventh chakra, also known as the Sahasrara or the Brahmarandra, is not exactly a chakra, but it is a subtle opening allowing the union of the Kundalini energy with the cosmic energy. The opening of the Ajna chakra allows for the unclutching of memories from its associated emotions, allowing for completion or making peace with life. See, all the incompletions that tend to pull us down, not allowing us to make peace with life, are all certain happenings in the past, limiting, conflicting happenings, which are associated with negative emotions, emotions of fear, emotions of guilt, emotions of feeling inadequate, not being loved, not being wanted, not being cared. It is these kind of emotions that actually which become an incompletion or a samskara. With the opening of the Ajna chakra, the memories get disconnected with the emotions, and that is when the pus, which is in the form of these negative emotions, will get released from your inner space, and your inner space will become so much more restful, calm, and peaceful and complete, and you will actually start living life in such an expansive, blissful space. So this whole process is facilitated when the Ajna chakra is awakened. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, and transform the person's life. Enhanced awareness levels, greater creativity, and extraordinary abilities will start to express, including levitation, teleportation, and materialization. This influx of a superconscious energy also visibly reverses aging and improves immunity to diseases. Yes. So, any questions? We will have Madhyamay Swami continuing from here. I'll conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam, everyone. I hope all of you are enjoying learning more and more about the Kundalini Shakti. Now let's continue learning more about the Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini is not a blind force like electricity. It is a conscious spiritual power of cosmic proportions that knows where to go and what to do. Once awakened, Kundalini rips through millions of years of our human conditioning, ring brand new neurons in our brain, opening up unknown strands of our DNA, flooding us with superhuman energy, retracing our mental blueprint, wiping out our most obstinate karmic patterns, and capturing us to a whole new level of existence. So, how to awaken this Kundalini? There's so much to learn. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, has shared so many techniques, tips to awaken Kundalini, like say in Kriya, with our efforts. But the most powerful way is just being in his presence, and the sure shot to get initiation, to get the Kundalini awakening by his initiation. So let's learn some of the powerful cognitions about how Kundalini awakening opens up your possibilities in life. Let's understand about that first, and from Swamiji's own voice.
From Klang, Malaysia, parents. It's a beautiful place. I saw the photographs. We will have a ATM Garbhaswami also installed, the center. We will make in Panchaloka. We will make in Panchaloka, Garbhaswami also. And Akashic Ritik. No individual free will. One more funny thing. It was very successful. Yesterday I tried to send that raw material, that Sanskrit. The moment I get overexcited, it's like what do you call spirituality? That time the scientists will discover the meaning of Till then, let all this be at least on record. Kundalini is your possibility. You letting your possibility happening in you. You trusting your possibility without self-doubt, you respond
Apologies for the technical glitch.
what do you call vocal cord in that area. From the being, the words enter, and by the time it comes out, it just becomes prana. It is no more a word. It is disintegrated to prana. Means gone back to the original source, the original form. So the original form of a letter is mantra. Original form of a language is mantra, the prana space. I know I'm throwing too many mystical details. Even if you don't understand, it's okay. I just wanted all these to be on record. When science evolves to scale spirituality, that time the scientists will discover the meaning of all these words. Till then, let all these be at least on record. Kundalini is your possibility. you letting your possibility happening in you, you trusting your possibility without self-doubt, you responding to your possibility without the self-doubt is Kundalini energy. Please understand. Each human being allows himself to be expressed, allows his possibility without self-doubt in one dimension, no doubt. Even if you are a useless fellow, to be useless in that dimension, you allow your possibility without self-doubt. Somebody allows their possibility without self-doubt in the field of cooking. This guy may be useless in all other fields, but in cooking, he has no self-doubt about himself. He knows any dish he sees, he will be able to make it. Some people will allow themselves without self-doubt in the field of medicine. Maybe an orthopedic surgeon or general physician or eye specialist or dentist. Somebody may express their peak possibility without self-doubt in the field of law. So every human being expresses his peak possibility, allows his peak possibility in some one field without self-doubt. It is not that you don't express in any field at all. No, then you can't be alive. Even to be alive, at least in one field, you have to allow the Kundalini to breathe through you. Kundalini has to breathe through you at least in one field. I have seen some people, they will be so cunning. In the cunningness, they will allow their peak possibility. In some field, you allow your peak possibility without self-doubt. A great lawyer, he may have a lot of doubt about his character. He may have a lot of doubt about his ability to cook. He may have a lot of doubt about his ability to drive. But in his lawyer field, he will not have doubt. He will not have any self-doubt. Same way a dentist. He may have doubt about his ability to speak publicly. He may have self-doubt about his ability to handle his wife. He may have self-doubt about his ability to pick up languages. But in the dentistry, he will not have any self-doubt. So understand, in any field, you express your peak possibility without self-doubt. You allow your Kundalini to be awakened in that field. So in that field, your logic gets so refined, it becomes intuition. Few days before, in the Nitya Dharmam reality show, we were discussing about intuition. The producer asked me, Swamiji, can you define intuition? He was telling me, Swamiji, nowadays wherever I go, whoever I talk, they all are making fun of me that they are saying that I have joined Nithyananda ashram. I asked why. Swamiji, I don't know what you did to me. Every second statement I only talk about you. Whoever I meet, whether my friends or family or business, the second, third statement, I only say some quotation from you. I only say something about you. And he was telling me, Swamiji, please define intuition. Please understand. I gave him an example. I told him, see, for example, about this show. How to make this show? If somebody asks me, it will take at least 2 days for me to explain. First, you have to get a proper light boy and get the lights, then the crane, then the camera in the crane, then the trolley, then few specialists to handle the trolley, then the food for all the staff, then cameraman, then the setting. For me to explain, it will take 2 days for me. But for you, next second, the whole thing will stand in front of your eyes. Because you put all your energies in this field. You do not need to go through logically, step by step, how to produce this show. Your logic has become refined. In 2 seconds, as intuition, you will see the whole setup in front of your eyes. Refined logic is intuition. Listen. Prakritam is logic. Samskritam is intuition. I told him, in this field of producing a reality show, you are a master. So the moment I utter a word, producing reality show, in 2 seconds, everything is in front of your eyes. Before logically thinking through, you come to the conclusion. You know it. But in my case, I need to logically think through so many things. Even after that, I may miss 2-3 items. I may miss tea, coffee for all the assistants, set assistants, because I don't drink tea, coffee. I'll miss their tea, coffee. Or I don't have a habit of tea, coffee. I may miss their tea, coffee. Same way, if you ask about the human consciousness, he will have to take a lot of time and detail each thing. But in my case, it takes only few micromilliseconds, where the whole thing is in front of me as intuition. Because in this field, my logic is refined. Understand? In any field, if your logic is refined, it becomes intuition. In any field, you allow your Kundalini to express itself without self-doubt to its peak possibility. In that field, you become a leader. So, allowing Kundalini to express itself without self-doubt. Allowing your peak possibility to express itself without self-doubt is Kundalini. For example, even in the self-transformation, understand, you can allow your Kundalini to flow in the direction of enlightening you. If you complete with the self-doubt, will I be ever enlightened? Can I be ever enlightened? People always have self-doubts about their enlightenment. If you are young, you think, I am too young for enlightenment. If you are old, you think, I am too old for enlightenment. The self-doubt in the field of transformation. Please listen. Self-doubt in the field of transformation stops your Kundalini flowing in that direction. I tell you, I give you a very important click. Have incompletion only with your incompletions. Have incompletion only with your incompletions. Don't have incompletion with anybody else, with anything else. Doubt only your self-doubt. Doubt only your self-doubt. Doubt only your self-doubt. Have incompletion only with your incompletion. Then naturally you will be forced to complete with all your incompletions. You will be forced to complete with self-doubt. So understand, completing with the self-doubt sends your Kundalini energy into the direction of transformation, self-transformation. And I wanted to tell all of you, many of our disciples, ashramites, sannyasis, their Kundalini is awakened. But unfortunately, because still you constantly carry the self-doubt about your transformation, the Kundalini is not flowing in that direction. It flows in different directions. You become a great publisher, you become a great writer, you become a great speaker, or you become a great cunning fellow. You become a great strategist. Your energy starts flowing in multiple directions, but because you have a deep self-doubt that whether you can get enlightened at all or not, whether you can transform yourself or all at all, they think, don't worry about the spiritual practice. Swamiji will take care. The Swamiji will take care is a great technique, the surrender. But if you do that from the wrong context, what is the context? You know, they do not want to think about it, so they just wanted to dump it on me. They do not want to work for it, so they wanted to dump it on me. All right. If you want to dump the transformation on my head, at least you should take the responsibility for the words I give you. Neither they do that, nor they do something on their own. So understand, even surrender, if it is from wrong context, it won't help. It won't do any right thing, good to you. So you need to know. Listen. So first, complete with that self-doubt, will I be able to transform myself or not? Will I reach enlightenment or not? And the moment you complete with this self-doubt, will I reach enlightenment or not? Immediately, from that moment, all the awakened Kundalini energy starts traveling in the direction of self-transformation. That starts traveling in the direction of self-transformation. ध्यान से सुनिए, मनुष्य का जीवन जीने की संभावना को कुंडलिनी शक्ति कहते हैं। जैसे एक टीवी के सेट टॉप बॉक्स में बहुत संभावनाएं यानी बहुत सारी चैनल्स है, वैसे ही आप में भी कई संभावनाएं उपस्थित है। आप में उपस्थित कुंडलिनी शक्ति को व्यक्त करने की अनेकों संभावनाएं हैं। आप आपके भीतर उपस्थित संभावना को जानना और उनको अनुभव करना और आपका अपनी संभावना पर बिना कोई आत्मसंदेह के विश्वास करना और उसके साथ अपनी हर प्रतिक्रिया व्यक्त करना, यही आपके अंतर उपस्थित कुंडलिनी शक्ति को व्यक्त करना है। हर व्यक्ति किसी ना किसी एक क्षेत्र में बिना आत्मसंदेह के अपनी संभावना व्यक्त करते ही ने है, अपनी संभावना व्यक्त करते ही है, नहीं तो आप जीवित ही नहीं रह पाएंगे। जीवित रहना तभी संभव है जब आप कोई ना कोई क्षेत्र में आपके अंतर उपस्थित कुंडलिनी शक्ति और अपनी स्वाभाविक संभावना को व्यक्त करते हैं। Understand? The Kundalini has only one black cage. Kundalini has only one black cage. That is self-doubt. Kundalini has only one black cage. That is self-doubt. In any field in your life, if you complete with your self-doubt, in that field you become educated. Please understand, education is nothing but completing the self-doubt. If you complete all your self-doubts in the field of dentistry, you are a dentist now. You are educated in the field of dentists. If you complete your all doubt in the field of law, now you are educated as a lawyer. If you complete all your self-doubt in the field of transformation, now you are master of transformation. If you complete all your self-doubt in the field of cooking, you are now educated as a cook. So ध्यान से सुनिए, education is nothing but completing the self-doubts. Education is nothing but completing the self-doubts. Education is nothing but completing the self-doubts. I can repeat again and again and again this one line. JK defines education. Vivekananda defines education. Osho defines education. I have defined education multiple number of times. But I tell you, this is the best, most precise, concise definition I have ever given about education. Completing your self-doubt in any field is education. Completing your self-doubt in any field is education. I have a question from Ma Achala. What is the root of self-doubt? Please listen. In your life, when that first incident happens, the root incident, where the root pattern starts, where you make your inner image and get the outer image and outer image and life image as a gift. It's like a buy one, get two free. When you make your inner image and create the outer image to protect yourself for survival reason, and create the life image. Please listen. Please listen. I am giving you one example. For example, at the age of 3 or 4, you try to run around in the rain and play in the rain. Your mother sees you and strongly pulls you into the house and gives you one slap, saying that, don't go in the rain. You will catch cold. Your health will be spoiled. Screams at you. For a child, mother slapping, and especially being pulled inside the house and locked inside the house is too much. The child will not understand. It is only a slap. The child will literally feel as if he is going to die. As if he is going to die. Please understand. At that moment, the child will create the inner image, I am helpless. It will create the outer image, I am powerful. Because he cannot survive with that idea, I am helpless in the society, in the life. So naturally he will create the outer image, I am powerful. And he will create the image about mother and life. Life is cruel. So when this happens, I am giving you one example. This happens in a different way for many of you. In this root pattern, in this root incident, once you create the inner image, outer image and life image, you start living. When you start living, naturally you put your outer image in the front. I am powerful. The pseudo outer image. Please listen. If you are not able to convince others with the pseudo outer image, it is good for you. But if you convince others with that pseudo outer image, when you come back to your private space like your bedroom, you will start thinking, oh God, I made everyone believe my outer image as the truth. But my inner image is different from my outer image. So this clash is self-doubt. This clash is self-doubt. Please listen. If root pattern is the root of a tree, I am giving you the example of a tree. Root pattern is the root of a tree. Lust patterns are the parasites of a tree. Everyday sufferings and powerlessness is the leaves of the tree. Self-doubt is the fragrance of the tree. So please understand, when you convince others with your strong outer image and your inner image starts questioning you, your inner image questioning you is self-doubt. That is where the self-doubt starts. In any field, if you carry self-doubt, you will continue to be powerless in that field. In any field, if you complete with your self-doubt, you are educated in that field. You are educated in that field. जिस क्षेत्र में आप अपनी संभावना और कुंडलिनी शक्ति को व्यक्त करते हैं, उस क्षेत्र में आपका तर्क इतना तीव्र होता है कि आपका अंतर्ज्ञान बन जाता है. जिस क्षेत्र में आप अपनी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को बिना आत्मसंदेह के व्यक्त करने देते हैं, अपनी उच्चतम संभावना को व्यक्त करने देते हैं, उस क्षेत्र में आप नेता बनते हैं. केवल अपनी अपूर्णता से ही अपूर्णता रखिए, केवल अपने आत्मसंदेह पर संदेह कीजिए, फिर आप अपने अपूर्णताओं के साथ पूर्णत्व करेंगे. केवल आत्मसंदेह ही आपके परिवर्तन को रोकता है, आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति के प्रवाह को रोकता है. Please understand, look in, first time when you started having the doubt whether you can memorize any poetry or a mathematics table in your life. Look in, first time when did you have the doubt about you? Or when you started hating memorizing? Complete with that incident and that pattern. Suddenly you will awaken your ability to memorize like unimaginable way in your brain. That component, that part in your brain which is now non-mechanical will be awakened. Same way, if you complete with the self-doubt in any field, suddenly that part of the non-mechanical brain will be immediately awakened. Awakening all your non-mechanical parts of the brain is what I call inner awakening. Awakening various non-mechanical parts of your brain. I tell you, you are capable of living without suffering. First find out, when is the first time in your life you started believing suffering is part of your life? When you started believing you can't be without suffering, find that incident and complete. You will see the brain part, your non-mechanical brain part, which has the capability to be without suffering, which has the capability to run your life without suffering, is immediately awakened. You can really live a beautiful life when you started believing you have to live with suffering. Find that incident and complete with it. Please understand. Find that root incident and complete with it. When you start believing, when you start believing, life has to be with suffering, find that incident and complete with it. I tell you, suddenly you will see your brain is awakened for completion. Your brain is awakened for joyful life. The non-mechanical parts of your brain is awakened to live bliss and to attract bliss. You will attract blissful incidents, blissful persons, blissfulness in your life due to your innate intelligence. Due to your innate intelligence. ध्यान से सुनिए, पहले अपने आत्म संदेह के साथ पूर्णत्व कीजिए जो आपसे पूछता है कि क्या मैं जीवन मुक्त बन सकता हूँ, क्या मैं परिवर्तित हो सकता हूँ. फिर आप देखेंगे कि आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति परिवर्तन की तरफ स्वाभाविक रूप से प्रवाहित होती है। कोई क्षेत्र में आपके आत्म संदेह के साथ पूर्णत्व करना ही उस क्षेत्र में शिक्षा पाना है। कोई भी क्षेत्र में शिक्षा पाना तभी संभव है जब आप उस क्षेत्र में अपनी आत्म संदेह को पूर्ण करते हैं। Helping you to realize your possibility and supporting you to complete with your self-doubt is Kundalini awakening. That is what we do in the 2-day Nitya Kriya Yoga, which is going to happen in Delhi, November 23rd and 24th. Listen, reminding you about your possibility and helping you to complete with that self-doubt and making you experience your Kundalini energy is initiation into Nitya Kriya Yoga. You will be having this initiation in the Nitya Kriya Yoga program in Delhi, November 22nd and 23rd. I also have one more good news to share with you all. In the IA level 4 in Bali, all the 21 days you will have Akashic readings in the morning. The morning satsang will be Akashic readings on various subjects for your questions. Today, we will have the Akashic readings now. Let's allow Mahadeva to read Akashic records on the 4 powers. आपको अपने संभावना की स्मृति करना और उसके प्रति आपके आत्म संदेह को पूर्ण करना और आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करना ही हमारे 2 दिन के नित्य क्रिया कार्यक्रम जो नवंबर में दिल्ली में हो रहा है उसका उद्देश्य है। So essence of today's satsang, in any field, whether it is self-transformation or cooking or sweeping or cleaning or medicine or law or construction, any field, complete your self-doubt, your Kundalini energy will flow in that direction and you will excel in that direction, in that field. Live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru. Phone 08.
Swamiji has shared. So many powerful cognitions through this satsang. Now, let us do the power manifestation. And I request all of you to be on camera. Malalita, Ma, Sangeeta, and all others, please be on camera and let's do the the third eye power manifestation. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Please go ahead and post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. Yeah. Now, please sit straight with your head neck back straight line. Visualize. Bring your awareness to your third eye and fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching. With this space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. Please intensely chant the Mahavakya. I'm going to project the picture now.
The powers of Mahasudashiva. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Let's go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. So, all right. So I'm going to project this picture and see. I saw like mountain, lake, water, blue. Okay, so let me project this one. Lalita, so this is what I projected. So I saw like mountain, wonderful lake, wonderful water, blue, white, gray, sun. Beautiful manifestation. Lalita Gabriela, beautiful manifestation. Many of the words that you put matching. Wonderful manifestation. Yes, yes. And you got the colors also. So wonderful. So now let's continue. So by awakening the consciousness of each individual, Kundalini opens the doors to global revolution of consciousness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, time and space does not bind Kundalini energy. Time and space serve Kundalini energy. For those of us who are merely watching, the extraordinary effects of Kundalini awakening can seem like nothing short of a miracle or a hoax. Swamiji says, there are no miracles. All miracles are perfectly scientific happenings based on natural laws that we do not yet understand. To awaken your Kundalini energy, you don't need to have faith in me. It is not a prerequisite for me to awaken your Kundalini energy. Maybe for you to retain the extraordinary experiences and expression of Kundalini energy, you may need to trust some of my words and practice some techniques and teachings. That's all. Otherwise, faith is not prerequisite at any level. Actually, nothing is prerequisite. It's all just casual play, a leela. That's it. Swamiji compares the body to an instrument where the spine is like 3 tubes sitting in a bowl of mercury. The root center is called the Mooladhara Chakra. Is like this bowl full of mercury. Mercury can be equated to a reproduction energy, the energy which can give birth to life, which is in the root center. Whether one is male or female, their root center has the energy to create life. The spine is like 3 hollow tubes, 3 nadis, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna nadis, inserted into a mercury ball. The root of the spine is in the mercury ball, which is reproducive energy. Located at the top of the tube is the third eye, the Anya Chakra. When life breath, prana, is intensely sent with high presence through these 2 side tubes, through both the nostrils, Ida and Pingala, the mercury gets through the center tube and reaches the top. With the pressure created with the intense infusion of prana energy through the center tube, the Sushumna and the Kundalini Shakti, the life energy reaches the crown center and blossoms. Methods of Kundalini awakening. So, Kundalini Shakti can be awakened by thousands of methods. The Swamiji usually uses 4 methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in everyone from the newborn to elders. So, let us now listen to Swamiji and the methods and the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti.
This one message, just be. Upanishad means sitting with the master. Himalayas is the ultimate master. catch this thread of just be. See, if something excites you again and again and again, that is the path for your enlightenment. So make sure just being, the Upanishad, excites you again and again and again. That is your sadhana. Upanishad, just sitting. You can't talk too much about silence. You can only live. You can't say too much about Upanishad. You can only be. So take this as today's message. Just be. Upanishad. Be with these Himalayas. Be with this Ganga. Be with the Master. You have Murti, Tirtha, Sthala. All the three. Ganga is Tirtha. Sthala is Himalayas. Murti is Master. You have all the three. Experience enlightenment. Achieve and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Yesterday I was given a question from a satsang center. The question is, basically a devotee is asking, do you initiate only the people who are sitting live with you, directly watching the satsang, or people like us who can't watch directly, who can watch only through the YouTube, the recorded discourse later on? Do you initiate us also, who watch the discourses later on, through the YouTube, through the recording? I wanted them to know, please understand, the initiation happens whenever you melt down with a deep trust and feeling connection with the Master. When you melt down with a trust and deep connection, you are sitting live with me. You are coming alive with me, I am coming alive with you. Please understand. Here I am making an important statement.
A sincere seeker, a sincere disciple, when he sits with a deep, melting, relaxed mood with the master, not only master comes alive with the disciple, disciple also comes alive with the master. Please understand. Not only disciple feels fulfilled, master also feels fulfilled. When a sincere seeker melts down in the deep trust and relaxes, the transmission of the lamp happens automatically. If you are sitting with a deep trust and a relaxed mood, understand, I am alive with you, you are alive with me. When a sincere seeker sits around me, not only he is fulfilled, I am also fulfilled. My mission is getting fulfilled. A sincere seeker, when you sit around me, I don't even expect you to do puja to me or meditate or do any rituals. Just if you sit around me, not only you are fulfilled, you are feeling the fulfillment, I am also feeling the fulfillment. When a sincere seekers come and sit with me, I am also happy. A sincere seeker deeply fulfills a master. When you melt down and sit with a deep trust, the connection happens, the initiation happens, the transmission of lamp happens. But one thing, if you have the habit of coming and sitting in the morning satsang, not only the initiation will happen, you will practice these techniques systematically, and the next evolving will be more easy. See, there are so many instructions and understandings which I add continuously every day. If you are watching the recorded discourse on YouTube, you will not be watching in proper time. Today's session you may watch tomorrow, and yesterday's session you may watch day after tomorrow. The timing may not be proper, so only those difficulties should be avoided. If you are watching the recorded discourse on YouTube, decide every day you will sit only at particular time, watch only the last day, yesterday's discourse, that's it. So have that habit of maintaining that continuity. Don't change the dates and time of the discourses. If you have the continuity, you will have the same effect of watching the live NTV. When a sincere seeker sits with the master, thousands of things happen in their system. Upanishad completely awakens your inner being, the inner self. Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 160th Sutra, in 3rd chapter, 10th verse, subject is Upanishad. Sutra is Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. Tasya Prashanta Vahita Sanskarat. I wanted to translate the sutra and express my experience. Please understand. Till the last sutra, Patanjali was talking on Dharana, Dhyana, Samadhi, Samyama. And he was teaching us how to be in a space between thoughts. Nirodha Parinama. The thoughtless space. Now he is teaching how to establish yourself in that thoughtless space. Yesterday I spoke how to experience thoughtless space. When you sit with a deep trust with the Master and listen to him, listen from him, there is gap between thoughts and you are something beyond thoughts. That relaxed sitting, Upanishad, a deep sitting with a receptive mood and a deep trust and feeling connection gives you the experience of Nirodha Parinama, the space between thoughts. Experience between thoughts. Now I am saying, sitting again and again with Master in deep trust makes you established in that space. Please understand. Sitting again and again in a deep trust, with a deep feeling connection, in the restful awareness with the Master, establishes you in that thoughtless space, cloudless sky. Somebody has asked me, there's one more question. What is it that is really working for the seeker? Is it self-effort or Guru's grace? This is one of the important problems seekers face in their life. Is it Guru's grace or self-effort? If it is self-effort, why do we need Guru? If it is Guru's grace, why should we do any self-effort? I am solving this paradox, this problem once for all. Understand, you need to have self-effort to be in Guru's grace. You need to have Guru's grace to have self-effort. Both are not contradictory. When you catch Guru's grace, put your self-effort to be in that grace. Avoid all the negative talks, negativity about the Master and you. When you have the Guru's grace, take the inspiration from him and start the self-effort. When you have the self-effort, put the effort to be in Guru's grace. When you have Guru's grace, use that grace to create self-effort. You need to have self-effort to sit in Guru's grace, to be soaked in Guru's grace every day. The last sutra, Patanjali says, how to experience Nirodha Parinama. Means the dimension of thoughtless space. A beautiful word, Nirodha Parinama. The dimension of you in which you are thoughtless. The space in which you are thoughtless. How to experience that? Experience happens when you sit in a deep trust with the Master. In this sutra, today Patanjali is explaining how to retain that state, that space of Nirodha Parinama. Soak yourself in that space again and again and again. Try to sit in that space of deep restful awareness, deep feeling connection with a deep trust, again and again and again, as much as you can. Let your whole body be soaked into that pure experience, pure space. Sit as much as possible, as many times as possible, in unclutched mood, receptive mood, in Master's presence. Second, if you are not able to sit in the Master's presence, even if there are 7 people who are experiencing Kundalini experience, the levitation, if you sit at least with that group, where at least 7 people are levitating, that group itself will have the collective consciousness, the Master's presence. Please understand. If 7 people are experiencing Kundalini experience, levitation in your satsang center, be very clear, you have my presence completely. Because usually, if 7 people are experiencing that levitation, all different energies related to 7 chakras are active in that space. So today, this sutra, Tasya Prashanta Vahita Samskarat, Tasya Prasanta Vahita Samskarat, this space Nirodha Parinama becomes eternal in you when you become steady and soaked in the same Master's presence where the thoughtless space is happening again and again. Just like if you put the cotton into the honey bowl and leave it, how the cotton gets completely soaked in honey, almost becomes one. Same way, put yourself in the Master's presence. Soak yourself in the Master's presence. And soaking yourself in the Master's presence will automatically, naturally make yourself established in Nirodha Parinama. No mind state, no mind space. Guru's grace and self-effort is not paradox. Sit in the restful awareness, unclutched mood, the deep trust and feeling connection with the Master. In Upanishad, as much as possible, as long as possible, as many times as possible. I can give you one more tip. Every night before falling asleep, at least listen 10 minutes to some of my discourse. In a deep, restful awareness, in a relaxed way, listen and just fall asleep. You will see, whole night you are not just in ordinary sleeping mood, you are in Upanishad. Whole night you will be in Upanishad. In the highly elevated consciousness. Sit again and again and again in the deep, restful awareness, feeling connected to the Master. This will not only make you experience Nirodha Parinama, it will settle the Nirodha Parinama in your system. Your system will be established in thoughtless space. Incarnation is a huge river, but during the rainy season itself, make a small canal and make a tank inside your own land. Make a canal and make a tank inside your land, so that for some reason the river dries up or you are not able to access the river, you have water source. Of course, I am going to be in the body for a long time. That is true. But who knows, you are going to be in the body and around me. So the moment you have the connection, you have the time, opportunity, establish yourself. That is the reason I insist on this morning sadhana. Creating intense yogic body, an intense Vedic mind. Even if you are not there tomorrow here, you should not feel that you lost one day. The best thing you can achieve in one day, you achieve it by the morning sadhana. So your accounts is clear. No, I have not lost anything. So imbibe, fill yourself with that energy through the practice, so you don't feel you lost time, you wasted time, even if you are not around me. It's a very important problem Patanjali is analyzing. Very important problem. Then Bhagavatakara very beautifully says, it's true what Bhagavatakara says. See the Yadava community. The Abhayam, Saranam, Aishwaryam, in that three they are lost. But the moment Krishna left the body, they are not able to tolerate themselves and their life. And practically, they killed each other so that the others won't suffer. You see, the killing did not happen out of enmity. It's almost like a mercy killing. You kill me, I kill you, let us die. It is like a mass suicide. That's what exactly happened. A mass suicide. Because without the master's physical presence, they do not know what to do. His physical presence is so enchanting and charismatic. Any depression, just get 2 minutes around him, it disappears. Because of that, you take depression very lightly. And you are not centering yourself so that you can live handling all these possible distractions and depressions in future. Understand? This is the only thing which can go wrong around the master. Let that not happen in your life. Save yourself. Let you not be the person to experience that wrong in your life. The only way is practice. Morning 5, whatever it may be there in the Akada for yoga. And bend your body, twist your body, prepare it for the Kundalini awakening. Then, sitting in the presence and receiving this intense bliss dose for the day. This should become part of the life for all the people, all our devotees and disciples around the world. One session a day, one sadhana session a day. One sadhana session means morning. Of course, if not in the morning, for other countries, in the evening. Because many country people are saying that they are able to watch live in the evening. So keep evening. The heavy yoga to create yogic body and Pratyaksha Pada Puja. Sit in a complete unclutched, feeling connected way. Unclutched from what is outer world, feeling connected with what is inner. Sit. That is what I can say as Upanishad, the ultimate sitting. Just unclutching or just feeling connected is only two different parts. Unclutching from the unnecessary things, feeling connected to the highest possibility. This is what I call Upanishad. Upanishad is more deeper than Zazen. In Zazen, you sit unclutched. In Upanishad, you melt also with the feeling connection.
Right listening means the sounds which leads you from sound to silence. The right listening can happen when you are ready to listen with anything. Chirping of the bird can lead you to enlightenment. Sound of bamboo can be the Upanishad mantras. The sound of Ganges can be the Anagata Dvani. With right listening, everything that echoes in your system, everything that reverberates in your inner space leads you to silence. Of course, the possibility for right listening, the happening of right listening happens more in the presence of a living master, an incarnation, who himself has experienced the Anahata Dvani, the sound which is uncreated in his inner space. The Master's words come from a frequency where what you are seeing as the world is too small. What you see as the world is illusion in my space. So anything comes from my space and reaches your inner space lead you to the same experience of my space. So any word which comes from this inner space and enters your inner space leads you to the same experience of my inner space. Means this is smaller reality than the sounds created. Sit with this science of right listening. The process of science of right listening, it is enlightenment. I don't want to say it will lead you to enlightenment. It is enlightenment. What Upanishads calls as Shravana, what Buddha calls as Sammati, what J. Krishnamurti calls as right listening is God. I am giving you this process to make all the three as experience into you. My unique contribution to the spiritual tradition is creating processes, sharing the processes with the world to make every truth into experience, reality. So, I'll add my part to the Shravana, Sammati, right listening. This part, the science of listening. Sit with your awareness on the third eye. Listen through the third eye and see how the sounds penetrate your system and how it reverberates in your system. What all emotions, experiences, expressions, ripples it creates. And those ripples and emotions and experiences, where it leads you, just see. You will experience right listening, as rightly said by J. Krishnamurti, God Himself. Just yesterday, I was reading an article, Stephen Hawking taking on God. He says, God has not created the world. Very beautifully he describes. It's a spontaneous happening. Amazing way is described. And all of you may be aware of Stephen Hawking, who wrote Brief History of Time. If I'm asked, I'll keep the book in the standard of Nyaya Sutras and Vaiseshika Sutras. After the Ganana and Gautama, nobody is able to penetrate to the depth of the truths of time like Stephen Hawking. Even yesterday what he revealed, this is the word I want to use, not what he wrote, revealed. Because I feel he is Rishi. He should be kept in the category of Rishi. If he was in India, we would have worshipped him as a Rishi and respected him as a Rishi. What he revealed, no Vedic master will oppose, because the clarity on what is God, even if he does not agree with our clarity, we will have patience. Can you spend a little more time with us explaining? Can you elaborate to make our logic catch up with you? You'll be surprised, in the whole Vedic tradition, we have only something called Prasna Uttara, question and answer. When Buddha comes, ready to take everybody one step further, all the Brahmanas, the Vedic priests, drop their Shrukshrua, Homas, Yajnas, go and sit at the feet of Buddha and evolve. When Shankara comes and ready to take people one step higher than the Buddha, all the Buddhists, they drop everything and go and sit at the feet of Shankara. When Nagarjuna comes from the Buddhist tradition and ready to take everybody one step higher than Shankara, all the Shankarites drop their danda and everything, go and sit at the feet of Nagarjuna. The greatness of Vedic tradition. Ready, always ready to listen, listen, listen. Whoever takes us one step further, ready to surrender, ready to go behind, ready to experiment, the most scientific tradition. Masters of holistic living. An amazing revelation. What he revealed is exactly what Upanishads describe. A spontaneous, independent, intelligent happening. He bases his whole creation on a certain law, which is beyond law. No Vedic master will oppose Stephen, because that is exactly the truth. Maybe Stephen needs one last push to experience that inside him. What has happened in him as a revelation, if it becomes experience, he will write few more things. He can complete all his revelations. He can make a real last statement like Zen masters. I tell you, just a simple understanding there is a gap between your thoughts and this truth, when it is heard in such close space from a person whom you trust and who has no vested interest, something happens in you. I tell you, even at this moment, thousands of you are sitting with me in the closed space. Understand? Closed space does not mean you alone sitting with me. You sitting with me intimately. There is some space between you and me which nobody is allowed, where nobody else is allowed. Those few moments only you cherish with me. That space nobody else has with me. If you are sitting with that feeling, please understand, you are sitting with me alone. Sitting with me alone does not mean there should not be any other person next to you. It means the deepest possible intimacy, the deepest possible feeling connection exists between you and me. You know, even though there are so many people sitting next to me, there is something between me and him which is deeper than anybody else, anything I know. Understand? I'll explain this science because it's a very important science to experience truth, the Upanishad. If you feel the connection with the Master is the deepest connection you experience than any other relationship you experience in your life, you will experience that what I am saying, sitting with the Master all by yourself. You may be sitting with thousands, but you are sitting with me alone, the banks of Manasarovar, or in Kailash. There's no other person. If you have experienced a space, the relationship and the connection with the Master is the deepest than any other relationship you have or had in your life. Understand? You know what I am saying. Now you may be sitting with any number of people, but you know you are sitting with me alone. Because all other relationships become immaterial. They do not hold any more power over you. They do not hold any more space over you. In that mood, any truth transmitted not only will be the honest truth, that will straight away give you the experience. That is why I am telling you, the traditions which misses this great bhakti, love, will always tell you words are ultimate because they cannot take you beyond words. The traditions which understands this guru-disciple relationship not only will accept, will be able to take you beyond words. Because to take you beyond words, you need to relax in certain space. You need to know, by me teaching this great truth to you, I have nothing to gain and you have nothing to lose. See, when I was sitting with Ram Surat Kumar, if he is going to say word is ultimate or there is something much more than words, whatever his response will be, I know he has no vested interest. He is going to tell the truth just for my sake. He has nothing to gain, I have nothing to lose. It is only the honesty, the integrity. Krishna says very clearly, knowing the quality of my inner space, let you be liberated, you will be liberated. So knowing the secrets of my superconsciousness is not like knowing my glory. No, you can never know. It is only a method to liberate yourself. Method to liberate yourself. Technique to liberate yourself. Unfortunately, the secrets to superconsciousness can't be revealed much by the words, maybe. It can be revealed through the presence or the Upanishad. Today's subject is awaken your extrasensory powers through super DNA. I'll share few insights about super DNA from the modern day rishis, scientists, and some of the scriptural quotations from ancient rishis. Shastra Pramana means truths revealed by the ancient and modern rishis, the rishis and scientists. And Atma Pramana, my own experience about these revelations, so that it can become Apta Pramana, experience of the masters for you. Here is a discovery from dailygalaxy.com, the website. So many scientists contribute to that website. DNA has been found to have a bizarre activity to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. I'll explain how the teleporting, telepathy, all these things are possible. It is just because of this truth. DNA has been found to have bizarre ability to put itself together even at a distance, when according to known science it should not be able to. Science is said to catch up with teleporting and telepathy and all that. Scientists Grezna and France found out that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. Please understand, it's a new word, wormholes. Wormholes are tunnels like connections between areas in universe through which DNA attracts bits of information outside time and space and passes them on to our consciousness. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Let me add my own experience for this. They say, the scientists are saying that DNA can cause patterns in vacuum, producing magnetic wormholes. That wormholes can attract bits of information outside time and space. Patanjali again and again says, you don't need to learn just from the five senses, means seeing and hearing. I have an example of Vivekananda. Whatever he expressed in 9 years of his public life, even for you to study, it will take 39 years, his lifetime. This proves solidly Vivekananda did not receive all information through eyes and ears. You can take my example. Whatever I expressed in last 8 years, even for you to study and understand, it will take at least 33 years. Forget about experiencing and expressing, just to study. Very clearly you can see, logically you can see very clearly, Objectively you can see this much of information cannot get into the system through ears and seeing or any other education method within last 33 years, even if I was studying all 33 years, 24 hours. Then how did these informations get into the system and comes out? This is the secret. DNA can create magnetic wormholes which receives bits of information outside time and space. That's what we call consciousness. So till the wormholes are created in your DNA, you need an outside master. Once the wormholes are created in your DNA, you don't need outside master there. Outside Guru sits inside you as Antar Guru and teaches you. He sits inside you and goes on supplying the knowledge. And another one important information, the last punchline. It was noted that this information can be passed on between individuals whose DNA is turned on or activated. Whatever I downloaded through my wormholes and DNA can be transmitted to you without using my words, without you seeing or listening. Just if your DNA is activated or turned on. That is what I call initiation, Upanishad. Only in the beginning, you need to listen to my words. If the DNA gets activated or turned on, no need for words, no need for ordinary way of teaching. Just the transmission, the initiation, energy darshan is enough. That is what I was studying yesterday. It is initiation is like an intense downloading into you. The knowledge and consciousness and information in this biomemory, in this DNA, is just transmitted. That is why these acharyas, once they are initiated, our trained teachers to go around and take classes, once they are initiated, there are thousands of information they never learnt from my books or heard from me, starts expressing through them. The answers which they would have never heard from me or read from my books suddenly starts expressing. How? This is the science. If your DNA is turned on or activated, these bits of information which gets downloaded through the wormholes created in DNA can just be transmitted without any conventional methods. This is what is happening during every initiation, every process in inner awakening. This is what I am doing in our Vidyalayas, in our Gurukuls. The transmission without using conventional methods is possible, was available, is available in our Vedic tradition. Was available in our Vedic tradition, is available in Nithyananda mission. These are some of the clearest cases. Not only that, when you have energy transmission, diksha, you are getting consciousness with the awakened. Means when you want to wake up and see, whole thing should look more deeper. Green should look more greener. Rose should look more rosy. And color should look very deep. Things should appear very pure, as if completely washed, fresh. If you are experiencing the conscious waking, you receive darshan from person who is waking consciousness. If you are experiencing waking consciousness, you receive darshan from person who is in conscious waking state. This understanding about each state will give you the clarity about the master and the path you are traveling. Are you growing? Are you progressing? You will understand that. The next is the conscious dreaming and dreaming consciousness. If you had a meditation in the night, even if you have one or two dreams, you will be just aware that dreams are moving like a clean conscious light. The dreams are moving like a line, like a picture. How in the screen, the projector, scenes are moving. Like the screen of your consciousness, this will be moving. If you are clear how that moves in your inner space, you are conscious, you are dreaming. That state, if you go through, be very clear. If you are consciously dreaming, you can be sure you receive darshan from a person who is dreaming consciously. If you are consciously dreaming, you receive darshan from a person who is consciously dreaming. Sleeping consciousness, I will explain. Every morning you will not have awareness, alive, fresh. And this awareness consciousness, just for no reason, you will be sitting in His presence. You will have pure awareness consciously. You know you are in pure awareness. You are in pure awareness. So if you are having the awareness conscious experience, you are in conscious awareness. So this is what I call Upanishad, the experience of Upanishad. Of course, finding the conscious consciousness, merging with Him, becoming one. That state has neither definition nor scale or entity. That state of conscious consciousness can never be explained. It is just that's all. Now, understanding about the states will give you the scale to work with yourself and work with the master. With this scale, measure every day what is happening in you. Then you will be able to very clearly feel which direction you are going. Are you in the right direction? Are you in the right person? Because before starting your work, you need to know, are you in the right direction? Are you in the right person? After that, forget about everything. Just flow with it. Flow with the energy.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
I was so now we'll be learning the methods of Kundalini awakening. So please write down what have you learned so far. Pen them down in the chat. What have you learned in the When I am fresh and energetic, I feel Swamiji's transmissions intensely. When I am tired, I feel very far and lost during initiations, even when I am sitting with full effort. So I go back and watch the same video repeatedly to receive it properly. So how do I know that I am receiving all the transmissions Swamiji is giving fully and properly? And see, as long as you're open, be assured you are receiving. If you are constantly in confusion, if you're constantly in the lower emotions, that means what? You are not there. You're not there present. When you're not there present, you're not receiving it fully. So always do a little bit. For 10-20%, we have to work on ourselves to do completion, to do unclutching, to be in the present moment, to be open. Okay, so then 80% of the energy we will be receiving it. All the work, 80%, Swamiji does it. But a little bit, 10-20%, we need to do. We need to help ourselves to come out of these lower emotions and be in the present moment to receive it fully. Sangeeta, is it clear, ma? Are you able to follow me? Are you able to follow me, ma? Yes, now let's understand the methods of Kundalini awakening. And yeah, before that, let's do one round of power manifestation. So please sit straight with these powerful cognitions. Please sit straight with your head, neck, back, straight line. And bring your awareness to your third eye. And fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And start chanting the Mahavakya. Any thoughts that are coming now, just unclutch, unclutch. Intensely chant the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture now.
Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat.
Speak on how विस्तार करता है. I was expanding how the integrity
I'm projecting the picture now. Let me see your responses. Like insect, till, line, water, green, black, red, mudra. Okay, so one word is correct, water. All right, so let's learn the techniques, the methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti. Kundalini Shakti can be awakened by thousands of methods, literally. Swamiji usually uses 4 methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti in everyone from a newborn child to elders. First, with the right breathing and postural process like yoga, pranayama, and kriyas, the body is prepared. From ages, the supreme source of all energies and powers, Adiyogi Sadashiva, has given the clear signs of Kundalini awakening in Vedas and Agamas, which has been followed and expressed by the great enlightened ones such as Patanjali, Abhinav Gupta, Natha Yogis, etc. By giving the right principles, the right knowledge about life, mind, body, and tattvas, principles, the right mind is prepared through new thinking focused on the 4 powers of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. And with proper initiation through the intense infusion of prana energy, as described above, prana energy is transmitted by the touch given on the third eye, the Anya Chakra, the Kundalini is awakened. And 4th method is just by mere glance, will the transmission of energy can be done wherever people sit. Swamiji uses all 4 methods to awaken Kundalini Shakti so that the awakened Kundalini energy stays eternally, permanently, forever in your being. So it becomes part of your bioenergy, biomemory, and forever. Now, let's understand pranayama technique. Let's work on a pranayama technique directly from Swamiji explaining to awaken our Kundalini Shakti. Out of the 4 methods, the first method is using the pranayama method. So let's work on that.
Today I'll continue on the same sutra, Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, 101st Sutra, in 2nd chapter, 50th verse. Bahya Abhyantara Stamba Vriddhihi
Deshakala Sankhyabihi Paridrishta Dirga Sukshmaha. Whatever may be the movement of the prana, whether air is going external or is outward, please understand, when your lungs are empty, it's called bahya. Abhyantara, when your lungs are filled, it is internal, inward. Whether it is external or internal or suspended, it is just standing without any movement. Whatever may be the spot, whatever may be the time, whatever number of times you may need to stop, stop as much as you can. To regulate the life breath. Still I have not translated the sutra perfectly. I tried. Such vast, intense, rich, poetic, theological aphorisms naturally cannot be translated. Vedic tradition is the first tradition which does theology in poetry. There are many religions which teach us theology, but will always be in prose. See, for J. Krishnamurti it is very easy to teach theology because British English. His one statement can be 3-page without comma, full stop, any stopping. Theology can be taught in prose. Sacred sentiments can be expressed in poetry. But Vedic tradition has first time started doing something unique. In poetry, they have started teaching theology. If you have not lost the quality of a poet, you are not corrupted by the violence of theology. All theology is based on one-sided understanding of truth. Please understand, all theology. When I say all, I mean all. All theology is based on one-sided understanding of the ultimate truth. Nothing wrong. Only from one side understanding you can reach the ultimate. You can't reach the ultimate as it is completely. Path has to be always from one side. Then when you reach the ultimate, you know all theologies practiced by some tribes somewhere, even that has one dimension or aspect of truth in it. You will realize that after after achieving the truth, all theology is based on one dimension of truth. But the most unfortunate thing is, the power of theology, the power of prose, makes you fanatic. Please understand. The more and more technical terms and the definition for technical terms gets into your head, you will become fanatic. Lawyers feel there is nothing in the world except law. Doctors feel there is nothing in the world except the medical terminologies. That's the greatest thing in the world. Engineers feel in the whole world nothing except engineering exists. In any field, the prose, technical terms, and the explanations for the technical terms makes you fanatic. It's one of the most dangerous, unfortunate thing happens to intellectual mind. The only quality I have is, my prose has not made me fanatic. Please understand. The technical knowledge you have should not make you think that is all is the world. In any field, if you have technical knowledge, you think with that you can handle your whole life. No. I have seen in my experience, if they just get one graduation or post-graduation or a doctorate in some subject in some university, think that they know everything. They can handle all dimensions of their life just with that useless degrees and doctorates they got. I tell you, I have done a research, studied some of the major researches are showing one university has studied all the gold medalists who come out of the university. What happens to them? 87% of them are on the streets after 10 years. Please understand, 87% gold medalists who come out of all major universities around the world are standing in the streets, means they have not created any career, not achieved anything in the life, just useless, waste, like their certificate. And their gold medal, not gold medal actually, gold plated medal. And in 10 years, the gold plating also goes away. I want you to know, the technical knowledge in one area, if it makes you feel you know everything, you are in dangerous zone. You are in dangerous zone. Prose makes you fanatic. Fanaticism does two things. Either it makes you violent towards others, or it makes you ignorant about your own life, other dimensions of your own life. Two major dangers fanaticism creates is you become violent, intolerant towards other ideologies, other ideas, and you become ignorant towards other dimensions of life. I've seen how people suffer just because you learned how to be a police. Don't think you know life. Just because you learned how to be a doctor, don't think you know life. Just because you learned how to be a lawyer, don't think you learned life. It doesn't work. It doesn't work everywhere. But the danger of technical knowledge makes you fanatic and ignorant. Having a technical knowledge in one aspect of life or one dimension of life, and due to the fanaticism and ignorance, not looking at the other aspects of life is what I call atheism. Atheism is not something to do with accepting the existence of God or not. Atheism is not looking at the all dimensions of life as it exists, being fanatic about the technical knowledge which you got, and fanatically ignorant, deciding to be ignorant, deciding to be consciously ignorant of other dimensions and aspects of life, just because of the arrogance and ego fulfillment which comes by the technical knowledge of one dimension of life. That's what I define as atheism. Why do Vedic masters teach theology in poetry? If you remain as poet, you have not become violent, you have not become fanatic. The prose has not made you fanatic. Prose has not made you violent. The technical knowledge of one dimension has not made you consciously ignorant about other dimensions of life. You can see Shankara, when he writes Brahmasutra Bhashya, commentary on the aphorisms on existence, his power of theology. Theology is nothing but playing with words. See, the unfortunate thing is the prose makes you fanatic, does not let you look at all other dimension, aspects of truth. But if you see Shankara, greatest theologian, when he talks, when he writes his commentary on the aphorisms on existence, Brahmasutra Bhashya, I already started brushing Brahmasutra Bhashya, because from March 2nd I am going to start Brahmasutra Bhashya. We will have morning Yoga Sutra, evening Brahma Sutra. The real combination of Yoga Vedanta. After I complete the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, every day morning I will start on Hatha Yoga Sutras. So morning Yoga, evening Vedanta. What a extraordinary brain
even the subtlest concepts, how he is able to make people understand and how he is able to differentiate between one word and the other word. But he has not lost his grace of poetry. Next moment, he can sing Bhajagovindam, Bhajagovindam, Govindam, Bhajamudamade. Samprapte sannihite kale nahinagi rakshadi tukrunjikarane. Tukrunjikarana is the Vyakarana, a grammar which you need to know to understand all the prose. He says that grammar will not help you when death comes to you. He is an amazing poet, an extraordinary theologian, master of theology and master of poetry, rare combination. Only an enlightened being can radiate both qualities. The grace of poetry and the depth of theology. Here, Patanjali expresses both the grace of poetry and depth of theology. Both he is using to express techniques. That is the great thing. It is not even just a technical knowledge, technique. See, in technical knowledge, if you miss one or two words, it's not dangerous. But in technique, if you miss one or two words, it is dangerous because you don't know whether to inhale through right nose or left nose or through the eyes or what will happen. Whether to blow through the nose or through the mouth. Because this one or two mistakes, misunderstandings can lead to any amount of confusion. But it will not be telling exactly what Patanjali wants to tell. Organizing capacity does not mean the honest spiritual experience is being transmitted. Understand? Learn to differentiate the difference between these two. Somebody may be having huge organization. That does not mean they are able to tell the truth to the world as it is. Especially, never learn technical knowledge from somebody who cannot give the experience without technique. Please understand, to check the ability of a master is, he should be able to transmit the experience without technique. Then go for technical knowledge and technique from him. At least to few people, he should be able to transmit experience without any technique. Then he has a capacity to give you the technical knowledge and technique. Otherwise, it's most dangerous. Receiving technical knowledge or technique from a person who has not completely experienced all the dimensions. Bahya abhyantara stamba vriddhihi desha kala sankhyapihi paridrishta dirgha sukshmaha. I'll give you the deeper understanding of the same sutra, but I'll continue to speak on this sutra again tomorrow also, because in one session you can't express whatever Patanjali wants to tell through the sutra. When you look at this sutra from different dimension, different angle, different meanings and different technical knowledge, techniques will be revealed. I wanted to reveal as many things as possible so that you will have a comprehensive idea for your practice. Please understand. I am talking on this, expanding on this book, on these sacred secrets for posterity, so that this technical knowledge and techniques are not lost. Sacred secrets are the right word for Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. I think Patanjali's Yoga Sutras and Hatha Yoga Sutras, these two books, I'll name it as sacred secrets. Most sacred but powerful secrets. Understand one more dimension of this sutra. Whether your breathing is going inward or staying inside or coming outward or staying outside, whatever may be the breathing movement, whatever may be the time and spot, wherever it may be, most hot place of the world or most cold place of the world, place where the oxygen is available plenty or place where there is no oxygen, whatever may be the place, whatever may be the time, whatever may be the action you are doing, you may be eating, you may be sitting, you may be standing, you may be walking, you may be enjoying some pleasures, you may be going through some pain, whatever may be. Whether it is the mood of pain or pleasure, the life of joy or depression, whatever may be the situation, again and again and again, whenever you see thoughts are being awakened, created by the breathing flow, stop it. Stop the breathing. Not using the hands, just using the will. This is what I call pranayama. Please understand. Now there are so many questions. How to? What will happen if I stop my breathing? Will I not die? You will not, don't worry. You will not die that easily and liberate the world. So don't have the fear, relax. World has lot to suffer by you and you have a lot to suffer by world. So don't have the fear that easily you will die. No. One guy came and just few days before met me and said, Swamiji, my wife is constantly telling she will commit suicide. I said, then be careful. Don't keep sharp objects in the house like a knife. Don't allow any rat poison and all in the house. He said, no, Swamiji, I supplied everything. Will she die? Really. He told me, I brought everything and kept the stock in the house. Thick rope, all variety poisons, all kinds of knives. So don't have fear, you will not die. Actually, when you use the will and stop the breath, at the most what will happen? After a limit, automatically your will lose its power and body will start breathing. That's it. Again, when you remember, stop. Means, when your logic is able to control the body, stop. It's a very powerful technique. It can lead you to manonasha, cessation of mind. Nasa is not a perfect word. No other way. Let us use it. In Sanskrit, nasa means complete destruction. But you don't need to have the destruction of mind. You need to have cessation of mind. Cessation and destruction are totally different. End of mind, please understand, mind vibrates in certain frequency. So it should end being vibrating in that frequency and just shift to a different frequency. That's all we want. That's what I call cessation of mind. Cease to exist in that frequency. Not destruction. Nasa is not the right word. Your mind needs to cease to exist in the frequency in which it is existing now. For that, this is the technique. Whenever you remember, whenever you can, any time you can do, whatever may be the breathing, except the thought, you are breathing. You see, you are breathing. That breathing movement will create a certain thought. I am breathing, going in, coming out. Those thoughts are allowed. Other than that, any thought, stop the breathing. This is what I call surrendering to prana. Surrendering to the energy. Pranic energy. Except the thought of prana, everything else is surrendered to prana. The surrendering to prana straight away leads to Savikalpa Samadhi. And naturally from Savikalpa Samadhi you will melt down into Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Please understand, it's a technique. I don't want to add more and more words because you will miss the technique. You will miss the technique. If you add more and more words. I have seen people go to some functions, festivals, marriages. They see all the decoration and finally miss seeing the bride and bridegroom. Really it happens. They'll remember all the decorations, everything around. They'll just miss seeing bride and bridegroom, eat and come back. It's like you go to hospital and see everything and see the doctor also, but forget to discuss about your disease with the doctor and come away. Because of the glory of the structure. With lawyers also the same thing happens. People go to lawyers and forget the topic they need to discuss and come back. Because lawyers are very intelligent. They talk only what they want to talk. And they are very intelligent. They can twist all your topic, subject, everything. and the conversation will go somewhere. After you come back only, you will realize, oh, you went for discussing this subject and you completely forgot. I don't want to use more and more words. I'll give you the exact technique. Whatever may be the time or space, whatever may be the action of breathing, whether going in or staying in or coming out or staying out, whatever may be, the moment breathing creates thought in you, stop it. After a few moments, automatically it will be released. When you remember again stop it. I can say, this is one of the most sacred secret to achieve enlightenment. This is a technique for instant enlightenment. Instant Kundalini awakening. If you work on this technique sincerely, 2-3 hours enough, it can awaken your Kundalini. When I say I mean 2-3 hours, when I say I mean chronological 2-3 hours. What you understand as 2-3 hours, the calendar and the calculating mechanism or the clock which you use. I am not talking from my space. Somebody goes to temple and prays to God. God, what it is, $1 million for you. God says, what? It's 1 paise. What it is, 1,000 years for you. He says, what? It is just 1 second. Then this fellow says, oh God, then why don't you give me $1 million? God said, wait for 2 seconds. So I am not talking from that language. No. I am talking from your language. Just few hours, even 2-3 hours, if you work on this technique sincerely, it's not impossible, it is possible. I'll discuss tomorrow, because if I discuss everything in one session, you will miss it, you will not practice it. I'll reveal the deeper layer of the sacred secret hidden in the sutra tomorrow, the next satsang. This technique of instant enlightenment will really be powerful and help you to experience Kundalini awakening. Whoever is feeling you need to awaken your Kundalini, try this technique. But don't use hands or anything else to stop your breathing. That is dangerous. No. Sometimes people use corks. No. Don't do all that. Use only your willpower, so that when you go beyond the limit, automatically your will lose its power and you will start inhaling and exhaling. You will start breathing. You will not die. You will have your balanced body. So when you are balanced, again, if the thoughts are raising, stop the breathing. That's it. So, no thought, only breathing. Is what I call Jivan Mukti. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Mastering only one dimension of life will make me violent, intolerant towards the other ideas, and ignorant about other dimensions of life. Jivan Mukti, the control of breath using my will. Don't use hands. This technique will make me thoughtless. Swamiji is awesome. Wonderful, ma. Ma Lalita. All right. So now let's do one more round of power manifestation of third eye. So please sit straight with this powerful cognition. Bring your awareness to your third eye. And fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. And any thoughts that are coming, just unclutch. And start chanting the Mahavakya with the space of unclutching. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With the space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. So I'm projecting the picture. Now start chanting the Mahavakya. I'm projecting the picture now.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om.
Now, please go ahead and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Mawang, K, Lalita, and others, please update your manifestation results. Few more seconds. I'm projecting the picture now. That's what I projected. So let me read your responses. Open sky, okay. And sand, okay, desert. At a few tree, a small pool of water, yes. A small pool of water is right. The partial manifestation, Ma Sangita. Lalita says, I saw something with texture like stones and flowers. Wonderful, Ma. It's a beautiful lotus flowers. Beautiful, beautiful manifestation. The Kundalini awakening and physiology of thoughts. Contrary to what was once believed, the brain is not the only center where our neutral responses are stored. There is now growing evidence that our thoughts which are no more than electrical signals whizzing along our neutral pathways, are stored in our cellular and somatic memory, resulting in permanent changes in the way our body and mind to sense each other. Somatic memory includes 3 types of memories, which is engraved memories, there are engrams, muscle memories, and biomemories. Engrams are biochemical changes that occur in our neutral tissues as a result of a powerful or persistent reaction to any situation. An engram is not an ordinary memory, but more like a photograph of a situation or event, complete with the emotional response that accompanied to it. Engrams exist just below the level of our consciousness in fencing our emotional responses without our knowledge. While engrams affect our emotional responses alone, muscle memories are memories that have become so deeply embedded in our system that they can recreate the physical symptoms accompanying these emotions, like those experienced during strong fear or anger. Muscle memories are also responsible for our performing repetitive mechanical actions that do not require our conscious intervention, like typing or cycling. Biomemories are memories that carry hereditary memories, past life memories, and memories that have become part of the very fiber of our current personality through constant repetition for years. Both physical and mental patterns can become part of our biomemory. Biomemories have the power to trigger physical actions, like the mental states like depression and anxiety can quickly become part of our biomemory if we are not careful. Biomemories are not only unconscious, but are usually untraceable to any particular source incident. So then how does a thought become an engram or biomemory? Swamiji says, a thought is simple. It rises and it falls. It does not leave a mark inside you. For example, if a thought comes to you, I would like to have a coffee. That is just a thought, not a pattern or engram. But if you fulfill this thought every time by the action of drinking coffee, after a few days, it becomes an engram. Because you repeat it. That is, you start craving for that particular action. You start feeling, how I wish that I could have a coffee. Engram is like a owning water. It creates a certain movement in your mind. After some weeks, you actually start feeling afraid that if you don't get your coffee in the morning every day, you will have a headache. This means that this thought is solidifying like water becoming ice. It has become a part of your muscle memory. After 1 year, if you keep pursuing this habit, one day, if you don't get your coffee in the morning, you will actually get a headache. So when a pattern becomes so solid that it starts affecting you physically, it is called biomemory. Biomemories are tough like crystals and are very difficult to break. Can Kundalini awakening alter our thought pattern? Swamiji says yes and no. Our thoughts carry a minuscule physical weight that what can be a drag on our bodies. Everybody has experienced how we feel heavy on certain days and light as a feather on certain days, even though our physical weight remains the same. This shows that our thoughts and engrams can actually pull us down. Kundalini awakening or initiation have the power to temporarily free us of our binding engrams. But if the negative patterns continue to be encouraged, they can return and persist even after Kundalini awakening. The initiation is an inspiration, a glimpse of a different space, an encouragement to return again and again to that high energy space. With repeated initiation, we are constantly exposed to that elevated space. Gradually, our muscle memory starts enjoying this space and it becomes part of our biomemory. Even as these extraordinary happenings are taking the scientific community by storm, the Swamiji himself lives and moves as one amongst us, teaching, healing, initiating, and working tirelessly to preserve the mystical science of Kundalini, one of the innumerable spiritual treasures of the millennia-old Yoga Vedanta traditions of India that might be humanity's only hope for liberation in the centuries to come. Swamiji says, whether I'm building temples, I'm building many temples or programs, any levels of program, all put together is one thing. All that is for one thing. The essence is awakening your Kundalini Shakti. Awakening Kundalini Shakti, raise it to the highest peak frequency. When the Kundalini moves inside the system at different areas, it experiences different frequency. Raise it to the highest frequency and celebrate life. Enjoy the life as you want with this extraordinary, overflowing, excessive, luxurious life energy. That is the word I have to use. The luxury of Kundalini Shakti. Only if you have an excessive energy, these muscles, the facial muscles, even expand in smiling. Understand, otherwise, how will people smile? Life should be lived with luxury of energy. If you are made to believe that the house you lived, the car you drove, and furniture on which you sat is luxury, even if you believe that it is the way to show you that you are living in luxury to others, it can be tolerated. But if you believe even personally that the way the life should be luxurious even for your own being, then something seriously wrong. You are cheated, exploited. Now, let's listen from Swamiji about the more powerful cognitions about the Kundalini Shakti. So how do we are discussing about the three types of muscle memory, biomemory, and bioenergy. How to erase the engrams. So let's listen from Swamiji about release your engrams and realize your peak possibility.
Today's subject is release your engrams and realize yourself. Some of the modern scientific discoveries. Group of researchers at the University of California, Los Angeles, report that long-term or complicated grief activates neurons in the reward centers of the brain, possibly giving these memories addiction-like properties. I always tell people, suffering becomes almost an addiction. People are very happy with it. Without that, they feel something is missing. This is what I call matured pain body. See, when your physical body is matured, it goes on giving birth to more and more bodies like it. Same way, if the pain body gets matured beyond certain level, it goes on expanding, giving birth to itself, like its likeness. More and more and more pain bodies are created. When the pain bodies get matured, when it gets into the addiction-like properties, that is what I call matured pain body. So it just goes on reproducing more and more and more pain bodies just like itself. Just like itself. Catching the pain body, taking care, it does not become more and more mature. It does not become like addiction. It's a very important step. See, the engraved memories, if they are left alone, if you just let them be, without cleaning, without removing them, they slowly become like addiction. It's a very revealing truth. Let me read out once more. Complicated grief, long-term or complicated grief, activates neuron in the reward centers of the brain, possibly giving these memories addiction-like properties. Means you feel kind of a juicy, very comfortable with those memories. If they are not there, you feel something is not there, you are missing something. It's very dangerous. It is very dangerous to go with this matured physical body. When I say the word matured, means grown up, overgrown. Overgrown so much, now it has its own independent intelligence to reproduce constantly. The extraordinary suffering caused by the samskaras, engrams, not only becomes a lifestyle, your brain starts believing that as a juice of the life. That is the worst engram, I can tell you. That's one of the worst engram. That's why I tell you, the moment you encourage pain body in you, means samskaras, they not only occupy you completely, they become so strong, they start reproducing. And that reproduction becomes almost like a very juicy. You start feeling that is the essence of life. That's a juicy part of life, most dangerous. People who feel suffering is the juicy part of life, for whom it has become addiction, they are only called Rakshasas. Body in you. Montreal University researchers found evidence that practicing the centuries-old Zen meditation, sitting, Zen meditation, can reinforce a central brain region that regulates pain. Through training, Zen meditators appear to thicken certain areas of cortex, and this appears to underlie their lower sensitivity to pain. According to MRI results, the central brain regions that regulate emotions were significantly thicker in Zen meditators compared to non-meditators. I think a few days before I was talking about my experience, and the Kundalini hit the Sahasrara, the parietal lobe became just thick, frozen, like a rock. Just witnessing, nothing else is required, just witnessing. Just witnessing can make this happening in your system. What the scientists are saying, the central brain regions that regulate emotions were significantly thicker in Zen meditators. Just witnessing can make it thick. Nothing else is required. Go on witnessing, witnessing, witnessing. Witnessing will lead to unclutching, unclutching will lead to witnessing. Being a sakshi, being a witness, will naturally awaken your Kundalini Shakti and non-mechanical parts of your brain. That is what these researchers are proving with scientific evidences. It's a very great revelation. Ron Hubbard, who developed the science of Dianetics and Scientology, says the engrams or painful memories are the root of all human ills. Erasing the engrams can relieve us from diseases like neurosis, asthma, high blood pressure, arthritis. Again, the same thing. The methods and techniques and methodologies and research and discoveries related to this past living. Please understand, when I say past living, I mean the moment you took this body till this moment, that zone, the first phase of past. If that is cleaned, many of the diseases like neurosis, asthma, high blood pressure, even diabetes can be healed. all genetical disorders can be healed. I can tell you from my experience, I have seen thousands of patients, I can say even millions of patients, how they walk out of their disease, because I help every day thousands of patients to walk out of their diseases. I know very clearly the signs, who walks out and who will not walk out, who can walk out and who cannot walk out. See, it's like the bio-memory is the place where all the samskaras are caught. Understand in this way, it's like ice cream where so many nuts are caught. If it is frozen, you cannot take those nuts out, very difficult. If it just melts, simply very easily you can take the nuts out. Same way, how they make this stone, or sorry, how they make this metal idols, metal statues. When they are being made, if some dust or small dirt, small piece of wood or some, all these things falls on it, or some small stone, all this, if it falls on it, once it is cool, the statue is made, you can't take that piece out. It is caught. But if you can melt it again, those dust or small stones can be taken out. Same way, the frozen biomemory holds all the engrams. All the engrams are caught in the frozen biomemories. But if that just melts with devotion, deep devotion, those engrams can be just like that, taken out and thrown away. That is the reason, when somebody melts with a deep devotion, I know the person will just walk out of the disease. All I need is just lending one hand and making that person walk out of the disease. If the person melts in devotion, even the technique to remove the engrams, they will do it sincerely. They know Master's words can lead us to enlightenment or health. But the problem is, when there is no basic connection, feeling connection, naturally they will neither go through the process nor walk out of the disease. Even if they had a little bit of sincerity to go through the process, they will walk out of the disease. But unfortunately, if people don't have even that sincerity to go through the process, very difficult to walk out of the disease. Working on the samskaras, releasing the engraved memories, does so many miraculous healing, physically and mentally in you. That is what all these scientists and researchers and scholars again and again and again are proving. So as I said yesterday, this 3 method, 3 hours session, 3 session a day, 21 days. Cleansing the past living can be a very powerful process. I sincerely recommend all over the world, all our temples and ashrams and monasteries and centers start this program of cleansing the past living, this 21-day program as per the instruction, and conduct properly. Of course, you need to take care of your local legal systems to conduct this kind of programs, what needs to be done. Once the legalities are taken care, you should start doing this program, offering this program as a service to humanity. I can tell you, if somebody goes through this program and then comes for inner awakening or LBE, he will have the extraordinary experience. And we will also start providing this program of cleansing the past living, the first layer past, cleansing the prarabdha, so that humanity can raise into the higher consciousness. Humanity can move to the higher consciousness. Bless you all. Let you all live and radiate enlightenment. Achieve, live, experience, express and radiate the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Now we're going to do one more round from Living Enlightenment book. So we are going to do the third eye power manifestation. All right, so post your powerful cognitions from Living Enlightenment book. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line. Spirituality is not laziness. Wonderful. So please sit straight with your head, neck, back straight line and bring your awareness to your third eye. And fill your inner space with Swamiji's form. Any thoughts that are coming, just let it come, let it go. You be in the space of unclutching. And with this space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. And experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye.
Paramashivoham
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. Now, all of you, please remove your eye bands and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Okay, I'm projecting the picture now. The colors you got, the peacock tree is there. The peacock color you got, indoor plant. Okay. Where is the peacock? Peacock should be there. But you got the color. So we have been learning about the Kundalini Shakti, how to awaken Kundalinis or peak possibility. So many details we are learning. So then let us see some of the benefits of awakening the Kundalini Shakti. It gives us extraordinary powers. When the Kundalini is awakened, it gives us the extraordinary powers, like all the power manifestation, just like that happens. Even you can teleport stuff, you can materialize stuff, just because of the Kundalini Shakti. Because we cannot manifest at the moment does not mean that it is not possible or the powers doesn't exist. With the awakening of the Kundalini, we can manifest anything. The bottom line, okay, we can manifest the powers, but what is the general use? How the quality of our life improves? Understand? Kundalini Shakti can directly make one productive, more aware, because we are more aware, more conscious, more intuitive, ultimately rich. Not only in the realm of wealth, that's how we understand, but also in health, in relationships, and any field that you take, we become good at it, become rich. It basically takes away the low opinion. If one has any low opinion about themselves, it takes away that low opinion that people carry about themselves. It takes away the low, that means what? Takes away the low self-image, the inner image. Inner image is what you feel about you inside of you. That is the main reason we do not manifest things. That is the image that you carry about you is the main reason. If it is low, exactly that is what you manifest. You attract people, you attract situations, and that is what you manifest. If that is transformed with the awakening of the Kundalini Shakti, then they will see multiple possibilities. And Kundalini Shakti gives the power of intuition. It simply awakens the intuition, intelligence. And always carry high energy. You forget what is tiredness. Anybody says tiredness, you will question them. What do you mean? How it looks being tired? What is the So you'll question them, what do you mean by tiredness? How it looks tiredness? How do you feel? How do one feel? How it is to be tiredness? Oh, is there something called tiredness exists? I just heard about the word, but I never experienced. How good it is if feel like that? We don't even experience tiredness. And what is boredom? Life is so exciting. You'll question them. What is tiredness? What is boredom? So that becomes natural with the awakening of Kundalini. Bottom line, they do smart work because of the increased intelligence, more awareness, more intuition, more consciousness, naturally more smart work. So because there is no tiredness, they work, they will be more active, alive, productive in their job, in the business, in general day-to-day life, everything. So naturally, you feel contentment because you are successful everywhere. So naturally, you feel contentment and you will experience the fulfillment. And there is no inner conflicts, internal and the conflict with people and inside you. No struggles. So how integrated they are with life means what? Authentically, what you do, how you express who you are, how you carry on with your responsibilities, with the day-to-day activities, what you are expected to do, all that responsibilities, how you are carrying. So everything will be in a higher level. You reach your peak possibility with awakening of Kundalini. The way you feel about yourself will be so, it raised the lower inner image to you experience the authentic image. All this is possible with the Guru's presence. Yes, there are some techniques of pranayama and all that with self-efforts. Also, Kundalini awakens, but the most easiest, sweetest way to awaken the Kundalini is when you work on yourself about 10-20%, Swamiji raises the Kundalini, the 80% of the work he does. Your practice will support the process that you receive. Your practice will make more flowering of Kundalini Shakti happen inside you, arises inside you. Because the Shakti is infinite. There is no limit to that energy. So it speeds up when you practice and you keep ready your system. The pace that you receive will be accelerated. Now, let us see the scientific evidences of the Kundalini Shakti. What is the scientific proofs of awakening the Kundalini Shakti? We will see now, listening from Swamiji.
Let's enter into my message today. My today's message is Kundalini awakening and its direct benefits in your body, mind and consciousness. See, from the time human beings have started thinking, human beings suspected that they have more energy, intelligence than they are able to express in everyday life. This suspicion is a root cause of all creativity. People who suspected that they have more energy and intelligence and started expressing that in a physical form, they became creators. I can give you hundreds of examples. People who constructed these huge stone temples in South India, huge buildings all over the world, all of them expressed that inner potential energy in a physical form. And there are some who express that in artistic form. I can say a great painting, a great poetry. These are not just physical expression, they are artistic, emotional expression. Ultimately, when a man realizes his complete inner potential energy and expresses it in the form of pure energy to help others, it is called spiritual energy. Please understand, human beings from the time immemorial suspected that they have more energy. Some express that energy in the physical form like a construction, carving, building. Some express that energy in the form of poetry, painting, dance, art. Very few express that energy as pure energy, as Kundalini Shakti. Very few unfortunate decided there is no such inner potential energy except what we know in the day-to-day life, that we call them as atheists. They end up living the life in depression, drug, finally land into death. I can say, when you do not even suspect that you have something more than what meets the eye, your life will be dull. Suspecting you have something more than what you express in your day-to-day life is the first step for any higher conscious experience or any growth. Any growth in any line, in any level, whether your growth is related to ordinary physical wealth or the extraordinary inner wealth, the first thing necessity is suspecting I may be having something more than what my parents have taught me, what my society has made me to believe. When that suspicion is confirmed by one or two of your actions, then your seeking starts. And the proper methods and techniques which were created by the enlightened beings to awaken your inner potential energy is what we call yoga and dhyana, meditation. So the extraordinary inner potential energy which you have, only I call as Kundalini Shakti. Thousands of years before, our great masters like Patanjali, father of yoga, Shiva, the father of all great philosophies like Vedanta, all these great masters have very clearly expressed a powerful techniques and methods to awaken the Kundalini Shakti, extraordinary inner potential energy. One of the important method to awaken that energy is initiation, means Diksha by the enlightened master. Please understand, when an enlightened being whose Kundalini is awakened by his Guru touches you, blesses you, transmits his energy, sometimes not even touching, just by a hand movement, just by a look. When the energy gets awakened in your system, you also experience the same highest conscious coherence which an enlightened being expresses. This initiation is what I call transmission of energy. Please understand, when an enlightened master initiates you, your Kundalini also gets awakened. You can see some of the people shaking their body. Don't be afraid. They are not hypnotized or mesmerized. You see, a hypnotized person will not be blissful. They are not hypnotized or mesmerized. Their Kundalini is awakened. When the Kundalini awakens, such an extraordinary joy and energy, their body becomes very light. You see, your mind is the main reason for your heaviness. When your mind becomes light, your body automatically starts levitating. It is not hypnotism, it is not mesmerism. A mesmerized person will not have high awareness. Now I am going to demonstrate in front of you, through the proper scientific researches under the controlled conditions from a reputed scientist and the doctors who are working in the field of neurofeedback for last decades. Through their scientific studies, they have discovered not only the people whose Kundalini is awakened, whose body is levitating, not only they are not mesmerized or hypnotized, their awareness is multiple times higher than a normal human being. Means high intelligence, high clarity, high awareness and high restfulness. Please understand, the doctors who are doing research on this phenomena, what I call Kundalini awakening, the power of initiation, they were shocked to see, even in the waking state, they are in such a deep restful awareness. One side, if you see their peace, it's almost like a deeper than the deep sleep. Other side, if you see their awareness, multiple times higher than the waking state. This is what Patanjali calls Jakrat Sushupti, awakened sleep. I can say, translate in a beautiful word, restful awareness. In Sanskrit we call Turiya. The state is called Turiya, the fourth state. See, there are three states: waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. All these three, all of you know. But this fourth state, Turiya, Kundalini awakened state, only a meditator or who is initiated by an enlightened being, only they know the joy and bliss and intelligence and experience of this state. All the religions all over the world work for this state. Vivekananda says very beautifully, all our books, theories, meditations, yoga, techniques, symbols, temples, rituals, festivals, tirthas,
yatras, everything is for this enlightenment, for this Kundalini awakening. But blessed are those very few rare souls who get the initiation from an enlightened being. Blessed are those who get the transmission of energy and experience Kundalini awakening in a very young age, in a very easy way, without much difficulty, and live that joy. You can never become a billionaire by begging 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee, 1 rupee. You can become a billionaire only if a billionaire writes the will to you. Very rarely few people work hard and try to become billionaires. Honestly, they also become billionaires, but number is very small. Like you yourself doing sadhana for 20 years, 25 years, finally experiencing the Kundalini awakening. By the time you experience the Kundalini awakening, your life is over. You become old. You don't enjoy the joy of living enlightenment. Joy of living enlightenment. It's like by the time you become a billionaire, you are old. By the time you acquire food to eat, you have diabetes, you can't eat. There are some people who grab others' wealth, swindle others' wealth, and become rich very quickly. But unfortunately, in the inner world, you cannot grab. Only in the outer world wealth you can steal. Inner world wealth you cannot grab or steal. Inner world wealth can be experienced only by you experiencing through meditation and proper technique, or an enlightened master initiating you. In the inner world, no stealing will work. See, competition is one thing. In the outer world also, competition is okay, nothing wrong. But not grabbing the neck of people, biting and sucking the blood, completely destroying the enemies, destroying the competitors, is not the right way of life. It is a demonic way of life. When your Kundalini is awakened properly through the initiation of an enlightened master, your brain reaches the highest coherence, highest conscious coherence, and your non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened. Please understand, your brain has two different parts. Mechanical parts means the parts which are responsible for your function of the heart, the heart's function, the function of the lungs, function of the kidney. These parts are all mechanical. It will be functioning for all the human beings. Whoever is healthy, for all human beings, for all of them it will be functioning. But the non-mechanical parts of the brain, those parts are responsible for the extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleporting, and we call it teleporting the information and teleporting the material. Today I am going to demonstrate only levitation, but very soon, maybe within a month, I will call one more press meet. I will be demonstrating the teleportation itself under the controlled conditions. Today we don't have enough time, that much of time, and we are also getting more scientists from American University. We are now working
to have tie-up with 2-3 universities. So we wanted the teleportation to be demonstrated. Teleportation means dismantling an object just through the mental power. I can say the mental power is too small word, deeper than mind. Maybe I can say energy, that will be the better word. Through the energy, dismantling an object and transporting it in the air and assembling it again, the place we need. So we already did a pilot study, just yesterday we had a pilot study, very successful, but I need time, like maybe 1 hour. The whole team has to sit with me, like a media, scientist, and the person who is receiving, the place where it is going to be teleported, the place where it is going to see the place where it will be kept also under the control of the scientist, the place where it need to reach also will be under the control of scientists. So we will demonstrate in the controlled condition. Today we have not prepared all those controlled conditions. Of course, if you just want to see casually, you can see. Just now I teleported a Rudraksha to woman, diamond to woman, you could have seen, they were live. But I do not want to say this as my presentation. I wanted to present only in a controlled condition. When I present it to media, I wanted all the questions of the media to be answered before they have question. Because I wanted this science to be respected, not to be made fun. Not to be made fun. It is, please understand, these are some of our great tradition. The extraordinary powers and experiences. I am trying to revive those great science, the great Patanjali sciences, the power of mind and power of consciousness. So today I will present Kundalini awakening, levitation, the energy activation in front of the media, and I will answer all the questions you have related to this. And not only that, we can even have a specimen from press. Somebody, if you want to volunteer, you can come. We will fix the machine on your brain also, your head also. You try to jump the same way they jump, but your brain will not show the way which their brain is showing. We will demonstrate very clearly. So through this we will prove they are not jumping voluntarily. It is some higher experience happening which is moving their body. We will prove. And not only that, any other question you have, you may have hundreds of questions. Are they under drugs? No. Not only they are not under drugs, if somebody was addicted to drugs, through this initiation they come out of drugs. That's one. Second, are they hypnotized? No. Not only they are not hypnotized, if they are hypnotized by some other way for some other reason, if after initiation they come out. Same thing. The health, the doctors and scientists, they will present it to you. This Kundalini awakening completely heals the body, raising the mitochondria energy level 1300%. See, all available medicines, drugs, therapies, exercise, everything can raise the mitochondria cell energy only 40%, not more than that. Mitochondria cell is they will describe, that is the unit, the energy unit of your body. But through this initiation, 1300% the Kundalini, the mitochondria cell energy goes up. So because of this, physical health is restored. And not only that, top 10 mental disorders like depression, insomnia, many of the
disorders, I can say the first top 10 major disorders, 100% gets healed. There is no allopathy medicine which can claim 100% cure for the mental disorders. The top 10 mental disorders, whoever we test, you see, we did the scientific study in the controlled conditions, double-blind study on many different groups. Every group, 100% people get out of this top 10 mental disorders. So directly, this Kundalini awakening heals your body and mind and raises your conscious level. For that also we have evidences. The doctors and scientists will present in front of you. Now we will enter into the scientific presentation of this Kundalini awakening, demonstration of this Kundalini awakening. Then I will answer all the questions from the media. I request media sincerely, please ask all your questions now. I will answer. And if you have any doubt, I will answer. But do not disrespect in any way this system, this science. That's my humble request. Because last time, without getting my answers, one or two channels disrespected this science, which was really hurting. I will answer all your questions. I am here to answer. Till the last question is there, I will be here and answer all the questions. So now we will go for the demonstration. After the demonstration, I will answer your questions. Then we have some of our music CD and unique incense, jasmine flavor incense, which the recipe is created by me. We will be releasing that incense also. With some of, you see, Karnataka is very famous for sandal and sandal based incense and all that. So I worked with some of the herbs and the sandal essence and created a unique jasmine smell incense. So I will release that incense also today, and then we will start our darshan. All of you will have darshan, even if it goes till night 11-12. Every individual will have darshan. We will enter into the demonstration, experiment.
Good afternoon and Nithyanandam everybody. Today what we will be doing is we have placed, you can see the caps on the head of one of the participants. This is the QEEG cap, which is a surface electrode, and this electrode placed at strategic locations covers most of the surface of the brain. The brain actually works on electrical and chemical energy, and it is the electrical energy output that is captured by this machine. The electrical energy in a QEEG machine will capture only if at least 5 to 6 centimeters of brain area is simultaneously activated, because the voltage has to pass through the skull and through the hair up to the electrodes. So it's a fairly effective machine. What we will do first is we will show the brain waves as they are in the relaxed state with the eyes closed, and then what happens when the eyes open. Just to give you a little brief idea, there are 4 important brain waves that all of us manifest. The one with the lowest hertz is the delta wave, which we predominantly see when we are very fast asleep. The second wave, which is slightly higher in cycles per second, is called the theta waves, seen predominantly in newborn and children and in certain other conditions which we can come to later. As soon as you open your eyes and you're awake, the alpha rhythm takes over. Alpha is an idling rhythm, just like you on your car engine and keep it idling. The idling rhythm of the brain is called alpha. And the minute you start processing information or data, it converts to beta. Beta is when focused brain activity takes place. Now you will see what happens to all these things during the initiation and energization process, which will be demonstrated in front of you. We'll first start with eyes closed and relaxed state.
Please close your eyes and just relax. Just be aware of your presence and be relaxed.
We can now start the process.
Let the Kundalini energy in you all be intensely awakened. Let you all experience highest consciousness, health, bliss.
Now you can see
And
that
awareness.
there's almost no cortical activity at all. Whatever squiggly waves you are seeing at very high rhythm are possibly generated from organs which are subcortical. We'll ask them to relax again.
Relax.
Yeah, we are now ready.
Let the Kundalini energy in you all be awakened intensely.
If you look at the screen, all the cortical activity appears to have
Let the Kundalini energy be intensely awakened.
now effectively they are not under their own cortical control. Some subcortical mechanism, I could probably explain to the scientists a little better, is functioning, and that's where the energy is actually driving them.
Relax. Just settle down. Do you have anything to comment about the...
The graph should immediately go to normal, but it's still showing us a lot of activation, a lot of high rhythms, a lot of high processing. Now this is amazing but surprising and needs to be understood more. We really don't understand, but we just see them. And just to see how it helps. See, jumping is not helping. So what helps? It should, if we are doing for something. This also explains if it is artifact, then when they are recovering, the graph should immediately go to normal. But it is still showing us a lot of activation, lot of high rhythms, lot of high processing. Now this is amazing but surprising and needs to be understood more. We really don't understand, but we just see them. And just to see how it helps. See, jumping is not helping. So what helps? It should, if we are doing for something for mankind, it should give us health, happiness, or performance, better performance. So I did some work on this participant, Ma Nirantara, yesterday did some cognitive assessment. Cognitive assessment is for how intelligent or how much brain we are using, usable brain. I did some recording day before and did the same recording after levitation. Brain training, for many years we trained ADHD children, we train depression people, many things. But certainly it is one-to-one and it takes at least 10 to 15 sessions. 10 to 15 sessions in our term means 2 months. Every week we'll be meeting. But I see this change immediately. I need to investigate more. I need to get into deeper If it really helps, then really hats off. If not, then we need to work on. Thank you.
So what Dr. Kanak explained is basically that in normal cognitive therapy practice, it takes minimum of 2 months of therapy to get objective or subjective improvement in cognitive function, which she assessed yesterday over a gap of 18 hours. And in 18 hours, she showed significant demonstrable improvement in cognitive function, which she will be talking about because she's an expert in that field. And we will show you about that later. In the meanwhile, we will now also demonstrate on the next participant who will, because you need to know that this is not a one-off thing. Almost anybody's brain can be activated like this. And it is purely the energy that is coming from a source which is common. And the common source for us at the ashram is Swamiji, but for the universe, it's the cosmos itself. And it's from this common source, the energy is being transmitted person to person, and we can show that by linking up each person to the EEG cap. We'll show the next person now.
Please come, next person. And doctor, another thing you said that ashramites trained, it is not limited to ashramites. Anybody who comes to the program also experience. So you can get somebody from Inner Awakening. People are doing some programs here now. And the essence of the whole program is the initiation, the energy transmission. All the yoga, meditation, everything is just to prepare their body and mind to receive. Not to, you see, by your own practices and process, the awakening can be only very little. Only when it is transmitted, such a strong experience starts happening. So all the process is preparing them to receive it, that's it. So I can, not only that, anybody who comes and does the program and receives the initiation, it will express the same waves.
Yeah, that we have seen actually in our study, and we will show it again live today on one of the new participants of the Inner Awakening program who has been here with us only for the last 8 or 10 days. This is Ma Advait. We can now activate. Once again, absence of cortical activity. Physically, for you and me, if we sit in Padmasana, it's not possible for us to jump like this at all. And if we do once, we'll never do it second time. This energy is coming from not from their voluntary system. You can see the joy on their faces, which is something unusual. They're not forced. And just some interesting information. Everybody sitting on the dais has a master's degree.
I am getting a message. In Oman, 6-phase Rudraksha is materialized.
Please welcome Mr. Mayur Patil, who's an inner awakening participant. We once again start with everybody sitting relaxed, eyes closed.
Please, all of you sit, relax, eyes closed.
You can see that there is actually more baseline activity in this person than the previous two participants. And this is because of he is relatively new, though he's been initiated about 10 or 12 days back. We can now start activation.
Look at. Let the Kundalini energy in you be intensely awakened. All of you experience the Kundalini awakening.
Besides this, we actually did some other studies. Yesterday actually we did a same EEG study on Ma Nirantara, and during the process she actually materialized a small Rudraksh, which we have recorded. She had very unusual brain waves. If you look at the 5th and 6th circles, where you see some blue and red color, this is the theta power and the beta power. In fact, her zones were completely black, global, and that is a phenomenon that even Dr. Kanak Pandey, who has been working with this machine for 20 years, has never seen before. So apparently that is the period when teleportation has taken place, but we are yet to do studies.
Doctor,
Now,
have you ever seen this kind of a high peak wave? Or the,
No, not in my regular practice, never. I saw once, last time, when I had visited ashram, first time. So not earlier, but here, yes. Now is my repeat.
In fact, the last inner awakening, we studied other parts of the body. We took blood samples and studied the mitochondria of the cells, and also we studied the sugars and the blood pressure and so many other physical and physiological parameters. To our surprise, we found that by the end of 21 days, blood sugar came down to normal in all the known diabetics. Blood pressure decreased by almost 10 millimeters of mercury on an average, which is significant without any additional medication or anything. And the mitochondria activity in all the participants across the board increased by approximately 1300%, which is otherwise never seen in normal activity. If you go to the gym, it might increase by 30-40%, and that too in your muscles. For a red blood cell or a white blood cell to show that kind of energy level is very unusual. The other studies that we have done, actually we have collected blood samples for DNA analysis also. I've just got preliminary data yesterday.
Yes. Can you share?
See, the human being has 25,000 to 30,000 genes, out of which normally about 10,000 are activated or what we call expressed. The remaining are not actually expressed. We took a very small sample because this is again a pilot run, and we found that 174 samples genes were expressed over and above the normal in 21 days. 174 genes, which is quite unusual. You would not find this kind of gene suddenly waking up. Now
Wow.
we have narrowed it down through certain analytical computerized analytical processes to 7 candidate genes, which are very commonly activated in all of them.
Oh.
Now each of the gene has a specific function, and in the next inner awakening we are going to look at this gene only and see what it does and how it benefits you in health. For example, one gene I can tell you straight away. It's called a heat shock protein. Heat shock protein. Now this gene was studied in flies and in bacteria earlier, and now has been studied in human beings also. Whenever a cell is subject to stress, whether it's heat or environmental stress or any other stress, in order to become normal, it creates a protein called heat shock protein. Now the gene for creating this is immensely activated in the inner awakening participants.
I bless you all. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
So Vishwanathan says, I want this kind of confidence from Swamiji. Yes. You imitate Swamiji's body language, you imitate Swamiji teachings, you follow Swamiji teachings and attend the darshans. What you will get? Same. Isn't it? See, practicing Advaita means oneness with Swamiji. You raise your consciousness to that, to his level. So naturally, whatever he has, you radiate. That's what we do each power manifestation. Right? That's what we do for each power manifestation is a practicing the Advaita. That means what exactly? There are many ways to understand. Whereas you don't exist. You means what? Your lower self doesn't exist. Your lower self with low confidence, because you are mentioning here confidence, right? Generally, human beings, what we have? Low self-esteem, a lot of lower feelings, powerless feelings. All that human self that we have, what we think as a natural living or natural being, going beyond that, and when we disappear what we know as we, and we forget ourselves and we remember only Swamiji, or the unclutched space. When you are experiencing that space, the gap between the thoughts, with the no thoughts, then you experience that samadhi. That's when your consciousness rises. Nothing, Vishwanathan, simply everyday practice, every day, all through the day. What you do, how much you are aware. Are you choosing powerfulness? Are you choosing powerlessness in any situation? That decides your rise in consciousness. That's all. It's a decision, basically. Simply be confident because you have a guru who can give you everything. He has who can guide you in everything. Right? As simple as simple. Just one aspect is enough. That's the only difference. You can visualize, you can compare your life before you meet Swamiji. You can compare your life, your mental status now after meeting Swamiji. That itself should give you the confidence. Isn't it? You can simply analyze your life, how What are your thought currents? How you were, how you choose to respond to every situation before. Now, how, with the Swamiji's powerful teachings, with his darshan, how you are, with what are all that he's showering, how you are responding to life, and what is happening with your life, how you feel about you, all that you compare yourself. So you have the most ultimate blessing. Having Guru in life is the ultimate blessing for lifetimes. You have that. So that itself should lead you to the confidence. See, I'm not saying you will never face in your life any difficulty or challenges. You will face because of whatever we have done in our past baggage, right? That thought currents will come, that karmas will come, then, but we are now equipped to handle it powerfully. Instead of suck into that and suffering with that, we know how to handle it. Challenges will come, life situations will come, but how you handle now is totally different. Any questions, any thoughts, not question, anything that anyone wants to share? Please go ahead and share. Yes, now there are thousands of techniques literally to awaken the Kundalini from various traditions. But Swamiji mainly uses the pranayama. We have learned that, right? So basically his presence or Kundalini Shakti will be energized. His initiation, Nayana Diksha, when Swamiji sees us to Shaktini Pata, all that, or that's why it's so important to attend the darshans and prepare for darshan. All that we do is the understanding of this knowledge all that is basically to prepare to receive the darshan. Swamiji says, Swamiji told till last person, I will answer your questions. That is losing. What? I didn't understand your question. Swamiji told till last person, I will answer your question. So in that one, that means what? He'll be there, available. Whoever he initiated, he'll be there until the last person. Available, taking care of them. So for that, why you need to be losing confidence? Press guys will be there. I'm not understanding though. Kind of confidence to answer. I'm surely not getting for funny reason. I'm not able to understand what you are saying. It's boosting his confidence, not losing. Okay. Understand. Now I understand. Okay. Got it. Sorry. Now let's listen to Awakening the Kundalini Shakti from Swamiji in another satsang.
आज के इस विशेष सत्संग में आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करने वाले एक अद्भुत और असामान्य ध्यान में आप सब दीक्षा प्राप्त करेंगे. टुडे वी विल वर्क ऑन कुंडलिनी शक्ति. experientially understanding and experiencing it. First, I'll define Kundalini Shakti. Please listen. Kundalini energy is your inner potential. Bioenergy, which is available in your being in the form of potential. Only with the right method, knowledge and process, when you awaken, it becomes reality in you, realization in you. Listen. Largest untapped natural resource lying with humanity is Kundalini energy. When you awaken your Kundalini energy with the right knowledge, right context, right understanding and the right technique, right process, it can give you anything you want. Kundalini brings the space of positivity to you, space of possibility to you, space of leadership to you, space of enlightenment itself to you. Kundalini is Kalpataru. It gives anything you want and the space of not wanting anything. पहले कुंडलिनी शक्ति की परिभाषा सुनिए. कुंडलिनी शक्ति आप में उपस्थित जीव ऊर्जा है. केवल जब उसे जागृत करने के बाद ही वह आपके वास्तविकता को परिवर्तित कर सकती है. All the techniques, kriyas, yoga, pranayama, meditation, process, rituals, everything is only to awaken your Kundalini either partially or fully. Vivekananda says beautifully, even during your intense prayers, it is your Kundalini which is awakened and answers to your prayers, responds to your prayers. All the religious traditions, spiritual traditions, mystical traditions work only on awakening the Kundalini energy. If you remove the methods and process of Kundalini awakening from any religion, they will just become socio-political setup. It is the Kundalini awakening process brings religiousness to religion. It is the Kundalini awakening process brings religiousness to religion, spirituality to spiritual traditions. Other than the Kundalini awakening process, everything else is a socio-political setup, socio-political rules and regulations. How the essence of a sweet is sugar. Essence of a religion is Kundalini awakening process. मानवता के साथ सबसे बड़ा संसाधन हर व्यक्ति के भीतर की कुंडलिनी शक्ति है। सभी तंत्र, प्राणायाम, योगा, क्रिया या सभी केवल आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करने हेतु ही बनाए गए हैं। हर धर्म के सिद्धांत एवं प्रक्रिया आप में उपस्थित कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करने के लिए ही बनाए गए हैं। Understand, Kundalini energy is your inner potential energy, inner potential bioenergy, physiological psychic energy, psychological physic energy is sex, physiological psychic energy is Kundalini. Listen. Psychological physic energy is sex. Physiological psychic energy is Kundalini. Means if it is established in psychological space but flows towards physical plane, it is lust. Even though it is established in the physical plane moving towards the psychological plane, it is Kundalini. कुंडलिनी शक्ति आपके जीवन में संभावना लाती है, सकारात्मकता लाती है, नेतृत्व लाती है एवं सर्वोच्च जीवन मुक्ति भी लाती है। Again and again science is proving even in our brain we are using less than 13%, 13%. Even the top scientists, people who are considered the most intelligent beings happened on the planet Earth, like Einstein, even they all have used only 13% of their brain. 13% of their brain. Then most of us must be using much less than that. Listen, brain has two parts. One, mechanical parts, which takes care of your mechanical functions of the body. Movement of blood, movement of intestine, movement of the heart, movement of lungs. Just the mechanical basic survival need management part. It is like whenever you have Bandh in India, means every once in a day. Already we don't work. Why do we need Bandh? I don't understand. Anyhow, we have all wrong methods of showing our protest. So when we have Bandh, we allow the basic survival needs to function, like a milk, food, medicine supply. Same way, in your body, practically your whole life you are in bandh. You allow only the basic survival mechanism to function. Lungs, heart, intestine, the minimum need. That is what I call mechanical parts of the brain. There's other part, non-mechanical parts of the brain, which is endowed with extraordinary powers. Please understand, powers like a telepathy, teleporting, materialization. They are no more just mystical or mythological. No. They are mathological. They are no more mythological. Enough of scientific researches have been done on them, established. They are not magic. They are math and logic. The possibility for telepathy, teleporting, Kundalini awakenings, extraordinary powers like materialization, all these are available in every one of us. Our brains are hardwired to experience higher possibilities, higher consciousness. That part only I call it as non-mechanical parts of your brain. Please listen. There are tons and tons of scientific research done on telepathy. Recently I was studying an article. Two persons are made to sit in two different rooms and asked to meditate. If a light is flashed in front of one person's eyes, the other person's brain also responds to the same light, reacts to the same light, as if light is flashed in front of the other person's eyes, even though light is not flashed in front of his eyes. Like this, tons and tons of researches are done to prove the power of telepathy, teleporting, materialization, to prove the possibility human beings have. And I commit with you all, before the end of the satsang, you will see in front of your eyes at least some teleportation and materialization. Listen, I have done enough of scientific studies and researches. I have materialized in front of fluoroscopy machine, in the CT scan, MRI scan machine, and I have proved there is no duping or magic or malpractice involved in it. I have already done enough of scientific researches to validate the authenticity of these powers. I am continuing to do some more scientific researches on studying and proving it in more different ambience and conditions. But I have already done these researches in controlled conditions to prove the validity of these powers. Listen, whether you accept or not, understand or not, your body carries at least 70 times more possible energies and powers than what you use in your day-to-day life. Science has proved it through various methods and ways. Just a small alteration in your brain can make you live without food for months. I am not giving you any fantasy theories. I am giving you the practical experience of hundreds of my devotees, my disciples, who are living this Nirahara Samyama. Maybe next Sunday, I'll take one special satsang on Nirahara Samyama and benefits of Nirahara Samyama. The inner potential energy you have, the possibilities you have, is what I call non-mechanical parts of your brain. Awakening your Kundalini directly awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain and gives you the extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleporting, materialization, and what not. And it gives you the space of positivity, possibility, leadership and enlightenment. ध्यान से सुनिए, आपके मस्तिष्क में दो भाग है. एक भाग वह है जो आपके दैनिक यांत्रिक कार्यक्रमों को करने के लिए आपकी सहायता करती है, जैसे आपका चलना, बात करना इत्यादि. यही भाग आपके हृदय को एवं फेफड़े इत्यादि शरीर के अंगों को चलाती भी है.
Nithyananda everyone, and I apologize for the technical difficulty. I'll be right back.
Experience which becomes a solid particle in your muscles. Please understand. When you eat food, certain part of the food becomes blood, certain part becomes bone, certain part becomes bone marrow, certain part becomes your thoughts. The subtle. Certain part of the food becomes blood, certain part becomes flesh, certain parts become bone, certain part bone marrow, certain part your thoughts. Same way, when you think or experience something, certain part of that experience become part of your blood. Certain part becomes your bone marrow. Certain part becomes your bone. Certain parts become a solid physical particle of your body. The memory or the experience which happens in you very strongly becomes part of your very biology is biomemory. Memory which becomes part of your biology is biomemory. Sometimes you can see when the depression or the fear becomes too much, you will see the whole upper body, what you think as you, becomes heavy and immobile, uncomfortable, don't know what to do. Especially when you are getting into some criminal activity or illegal activity, you will see the whole body resist. If you are getting into some activity which should not be done, you will see that fear. Biomemory means memory which became part of the biology. What is happening with our biomemory after Dharma Mega Samadhi? Let me explain the word Dharma Mega Samadhi. I am so happy. A person who is born and brought up in Netherlands, Mario Van Snake, is able to beautifully put a question on a technical term from the Vedic tradition, Dharma Mega Samadhi. Exactly if I have to describe that word Dharma Mega Samadhi, the Samadhi which happens to you by the intelligence awakened with the right understanding. For example, now I give you the right understanding that you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are beyond body and mind also. Understand? You are not just the body, you are not just the mind, you are something beyond the body and mind also. You are all pervasive. If I explain this to you very logically, your intellect clicks with it and intelligence gets awakened. And you feel a kind of energy awakening and restful awareness. That is what is Dharma Mega Samadhi.
through dharma, the right understanding. If the meda, the intelligence of you is awakened, it is dharma mega, the after effect of the right understanding. The samadhi which happens as the after effect of right understanding and awakening of intelligence is dharma mega samadhi. I can say the right translation of this word can be inner awakening. When the right understanding is awakened in you, that understanding which leads to restful awareness is dharma mega samadhi. What is happening with our biomemory after dharma mega samadhi? I can say your biomemory completely becomes pure. After every dharma mega samadhi, your biomemory becomes completely pure. If the dharma mega samadhi becomes very strong, savikalpa samadhi or samprajñāta samadhi, the biomemory becomes pure to the level it can never again become impure. That's it. Dharma mega samadhi is like a washing your floor completely. But there is a possibility tomorrow it can get dirty. But savikalpa samadhi is once for all washing the floor and sealing it with a lacquer coating. It can never become dirty. It's like a copper vessel being washed every day is dharma mega samadhi. It becomes pure. But gold coating it thickly so that it will never become impure is savikalpa samadhi. But processing it in such a way through an alchemy and making the whole part completely gold through the alchemy process is nirvikalpa samadhi. So, dharma mega samadhi purifies your biomemory. This is the question from Ma Nitya Sugandhi, New Westminster, Canada. My undying devotion and humble pranams to Swamiji. After your darshan at Bidadi, over 4 years ago, my whole body started shaking on and off. And it is still ongoing. I take this as a gradual Kundalini awakening. You are right. Especially customized for my physical and mental and nervous system. Am I right? Sugandhi, you are right. How long will this continue for? I can say, till you start experiencing stable levitation. See, when I say the word stable levitation, I mean, in Batmasana and Samana Mudra, your body should be able to raise 1 unit, be in the air for 4 units, and rest, relax for 1 unit of time. This is what is a stable levitation. Means, if you raise for 1 second, 4 seconds in the air, and 1 second landing. This is a stable levitation. Till you reach that stable levitation, the defined levitation, this shaking will be there. Ever since you came into my life, I have been blessed with a deep inner peace and contentment, detachment, love for each and every living being, fulfillment, clarity, etc. Swamiji, your virtual presence through my computer every evening in Canada at morning satsang is very much alive. You have often passed, especially for me in my reality, while talking to look deeply into my eyes, and without saying anything, I have resolved many of my problems. A few days ago, I had a very powerful experience.
Your talk brought on once again a very deep yearning, and I started crying profusely. You stopped talking, looked at me with deep compassion, leaned forward and projected out of the computer screen by about half an inch, not in physical form, but in kind of thin energy levels, one behind the other, and said very earnestly to me, it will happen, you will experience it. You will be led to a very high energy field, and it will happen. Swamiji, what did I ever to attract an incarnation of such high caliber like you? Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you did something and attract, it cannot be called as compassion. But just because of your yearning, if it is happening in your life, you did right thing, and Master is compassionate. See, if you did not do anything, and if it has happened, you will not know value, then the relationship will not have its respect. People may take it for granted and leave it. Same way, if you have done something great and if it happened, it is a bargain, not my compassion. You should have yearning and did not do anything, and I should have compassion and shower myself on you. That's the right way of the connection. Understand, you have the right connection, so it will be maintained, it will reach its completion, which is communion and cosmic experience. Please understand, I am making this point clear. If you have done something great sadhana and attracted me, then it is not compassion. Then it will not be maintained. At one point you will feel you sacrifice too much and the relationship will break. It will not see the end. And if you have not done anything and it happened, you may take it for granted. Again, it will not reach its logical conclusion, enlightenment. You should have yearning, but shouldn't have done anything, and I should happen out of my compassion. That's the right combination. Sugandhi, you have a right combination. We will see the end of the Guru-disciple relationship, the enlightenment. Here, the question from R. Patak. R. Patak, that's the email ID it says. Dear Swamiji, the name signed below the question is Rekha. Dear Swamiji, is it possible one evolves from deity worship to Shravana, listening, and then to being? I am a retired physician with a lot of physical ailments. As a result of irregular hours of fear of irregular hours and fear of errors in practice, I came for IA in December 2009. I feel joyful with daily satsang, and I am trying to find out what I should be doing towards fulfillment. Please give some transformation. Please give some guidance. Transformation is happening. First thing, I'll answer the first part. Is it possible one evolves from deity worship to Shravana, listening, and then to being? Yes. One always evolves when one is sincere with the deity worship to listening to the imbibing the sacred truths and to the being, to the living deity. Deity is Achala Murti, immovable Guru. Guru is moving God, Sachala Murti, moving deity. So understand, you evolve from deity to imbibing the sacred truths and imbibing the master embodiment of deity and sacred truths. the evolving happens in everybody who is sincere. And next you are saying, the irregular hours and fear of errors in practice created physical ailments. The only way to get out of this is a spiritual practice. I can give you 2 practices for you. As you say you are retired, now decide not to regulate your life. Give freedom to your body completely. Eat when it feels like eating. Sleep when it feels like sleeping. Do not force food when you are not feeling hungry. Don't have the fear, you should eat this many times, otherwise you will fall sick. No. There is a beautiful verse written by a Tamil Siddha. He is a great Siddha, even though in the modern day he is projected as a secular poet. He is not a secular poet, he is a great Siddha, Thiruvalluvar. He says very beautifully, மருந்தென வேண்டாவாம் யாக்கைக்கு அருந்தியது அற்றது போற்றி உனின். Means, you don't need medicine for your body if you take food after knowing that what you ate has left your system. So if you eat once, wait for that food to get digested and leave your system, and again for the system to feel hungry, the need for food, then give the next meal. So Rekha, I give you this as a practice. Eat when you are really hungry. Sleep the moment you feel like sleeping. Don't bother it is a day or night or anything. So let your body come to its own tune, alignment. This is a one practice. Second, try to attend the satsang every day. When you sit in the virtual presence, your body gets healed, your mind gets healed, your being is awakened. So I can give these 2 as a practice. Eat only after the body feels thoroughly hungry. Sleep the moment you feel like sleeping. Attend the satsang every day, so that every day the energy flow in your system is alive and Kundalini is awakened and the right ideas get into your system. Naturally, you will be transformed. So, Rekha, these 2 can be the practice for you, guidance for you. Here again, question from Sudarshini Madan, Sudha. Dear Swamiji, I have a question on non-violence. When people around me criticizes me of thinking about you, I feel only sympathy on them. But when they want to stop me completely watching your discourses or going to your satsangs, I cannot accept and handle them, finally ending with heated arguments. And my next day becomes fresh after I have your darshan. Please bless me so that I can be in constant touch with you. Nowadays, more than my interest to taste levitation, I enjoy just looking at you. So the first thing, when you put your foot down and decide to come to the satsangs and watch discourses and having heated argument with others, it is not non-violence. You are reclaiming your freedom. Not reclaiming your freedom is violence, understand. It is called Atmahadya dosha. You are killing yourself. You want to experience yourself and you take up some spiritual activities. If somebody is interfering and you are allowing that, then it is violence, atmahadya, killing yourself. When you put your foot down and say, I am doing something for my spiritual growth, please be very clear, it is non-violence. Ramakrishna says, see, Ramakrishna is such a non-controversial guru. He will always be socially polite, politically polite. He will never be controversial. Anything you ask him, no, go with the flow of the society. That is the way he will tell it. But he was asked a question by a disciple. If it comes to choosing between the spiritual growth and the parents or the family or husband or wife, what is the first priority? Ramakrishna says, no. Spiritual growth is first priority. Such a non-controversial guru, when it comes to this, he says, you have a freedom now. Even I will be afraid to give this answer even now. I'll say, no, just be little okay, just adjust, be polite. Usually, I tell people, no, take care of family, be polite, when I don't trust their intensity. When I trust their intensity, I say, I think spirituality is the first priority. Now I tell you, be very clear. Let it be on record. When you have the intense seeking, that is the first priority. Everything else is not even second priority. So, by not fulfilling your spiritual things is violence. When you are putting your foot down and reclaiming your freedom to going for satsangs and discourses, for that what you do can never be violent. And don't even feel it is a heated argument. You trying to explain your part to them. You are not dragging them. If you drag them, then it can be called as violence. You are not dragging them. You are saying, I need to take care of my spiritual growth. Then it can never be violence. So, be very clear. Sudha, you are perfectly non-violent. You are established in ahimsa, and my blessings, you will be in constantly touch with me and I'll be with you. Nowadays, more than my interest to taste levitation, I enjoy just looking at you. Enjoy that. You will experience levitation also. I have two kinds of people coming for satsang. One to listen to the satsang, another one to see satsang. I tell you, both will experience the result of satsang. So, surely this dove cannot listen. Then why is he here every day? To see the satsang. Whether you are here to listen or see or be, you will experience the highest experience. That is what is the power of satsang. I bless you all to achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, and share the eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Now we are going to do. Sorry. One more round of power manifestation. So what is your understanding? Can you all post the gist? What you heard the question from the question and answers? Attend satsang. All right, let's move on to manifesting the power of third eye. One more round. It answered a lot of my questions and doubts. Something received, not coming. All right, so now please sit straight, close your eyes and tie your eyes with eye band. Visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space and complete awareness on your third eye. Any thoughts that are coming now, just let it come, let it go. Your complete awareness. Bring your attention back to your third eye again and again and again. With the space of unclutching, start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Start chanting the Mahavakya and experience the space of oneness. With that space of oneness, scan through your third eye and manifest the power of third eye. I'm going to project the picture now.
Shivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Please remove your eye band and post whatever your third eye revealed in the chat. Oh, sorry. This is what I projected. Landscape, water, volcanic eruption. Yeah, so it's a partial manifestation. That's good. So actually there was a technical glitch and we were so I would like to continue that experience the Kundalini awakening.
Most of us must be using much less than that. Listen, brain has two parts. One, mechanical parts, which takes care of your mechanical functions of the body. Movement of blood, movement of intestine, movement of the heart, movement of lungs. Just the mechanical basic survival need management part. It is like whenever you have Bandh in India, means every once in a day. Already we don't work. Why do we need Bandh? I don't understand. Anyhow, we have all wrong methods of showing our protest. So when we have Bandh, we allow the basic survival needs to function like milk, food, medicine supply. Same way, in your body, practically your whole life you are in Bandh. You allow only the basic survival mechanism to function. Lungs, heart, intestine, the minimum need. That is what I call mechanical parts of the brain. There's other part, non-mechanical parts of the brain, which is endowed with extraordinary powers. Please understand, powers like a telepathy, teleporting, materialization. They are no more just mystical or mythological. No. They are math and logical, mathological. They are no more mythological. Enough of scientific researches have been done on them, established. They are not magic. They are math and logic. The possibility for telepathy, teleporting, Kundalini awakenings, extraordinary powers like materialization, all these are available in every one of us. Our brains are hardwired to experience higher possibilities, higher consciousness. That part only I call it as non-mechanical parts of your brain. Please listen. There are tons and tons of scientific research done on telepathy. Recently I was studying an article. Two persons are made to sit in two different rooms and asked to meditate. If a light is flashed in front of one person's eyes, the other person's brain also responds to the same light, reacts to the same light, as if light is flashed in front of the other person's eyes, even though light is not flashed in front of his eyes. Like this, tons and tons of researches are done to prove the power of telepathy, teleporting, materialization, to prove the possibility human beings have. And I commit with you all, before the end of the satsang, you will see in front of your eyes at least some teleportation and materialization. Listen, I have done enough of scientific studies and researches. I have materialized in front of fluoroscopy machine, in the CT scan, MRI scan machine, and I have proved there is no duping or magic or malpractice involved in it. I have already done enough of scientific researches to validate the authenticity of these powers. I am continuing to do some more scientific researches on studying and proving it in more different ambience and conditions. But I have already done these researches in controlled conditions to prove the validity of these powers. Listen, whether you accept or not, understand or not, your body carries at least 70 times more possible energies and powers than what you use in your day-to-day life. Science has proved it through various methods and ways. Just a small alteration in your brain can make you live without food for months. I am not giving you any fantasy theories. I am giving you the practical experience of hundreds of my devotees, my disciples, who are living this Nirahara Samyama. Maybe next Sunday, I will take one special satsang on Nirahara Samyama and benefits of Nirahara Samyama. The inner potential energy you have, the possibilities you have, is what I call non-mechanical parts of your brain. Awakening your Kundalini directly awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain and gives you the extraordinary powers like telepathy, teleporting, materialization, and what not. And it gives you the space of positivity, possibility, leadership and enlightenment. ध्यान से सुनिए, आपके मस्तिष्क में 2 भाग है, एक भाग वह है जो आपके दैनिक यांत्रिक कार्यक्रमों को करने के लिए आपकी सहायता करती है, जैसे आपका चलना, बात करना इत्यादि। यही भाग आपके हृदय को एवं फेफड़े इत्यादि शरीर के अंगों को चलाती भी है, चलती भी है, चलती भी है। आपके मस्तिष्क का दूसरा भाग आप में उपस्थित गैर यांत्रिक शक्ति और ऊर्जा को जागृत करती है। कुंडलिनी शक्ति की जागरण से यह भाग आप में जागृत होता है, तब आप मेटीरियलाइजेशन, टेलीपोर्टेशन जैसी असाधारण शक्तियों का, अष्टमा सिद्धियों का अनुभव करके उन्हें व्यक्त कर सकते हैं। अनिमा, लहिमा, महिमा, ईशित्वम, वशित्व, प्राप्ति, all these ashtama siddhis are possible. ध्यान से सुनिए। Your brain is hardwired for all these higher possibilities. Just because common man did not have access to the science does not mean it does not exist. Just because common man does not have access to the country's treasury, you can't say country's treasury does not exist. Same way, just because you do not have access to these extraordinary powers, don't think these powers don't exist. आपका दिमाग उच्च संभावना करने के लिए सक्षम है। यही भाग आपके दिमाग का गैर यांत्रिक भाग है। ये भाग हर व्यक्ति के लिए उपलब्ध है। ये सभी अष्टमहासिद्धियों को अनुभव करके एवं उनके व्यक्त करने की संभावना आपके लिए उपलब्ध है। All these great powers are possible. It is a simple inner science. Listen. Kundalini Shakti can directly make you more productive, more aware, more conscious, intuitive, ultimately rich. It will take away the low idea you carry about you. It will take away the lower self-image you carry about you. It will show you your possibilities. It will show you the power of your intuition. It will awaken your intuition. It will awaken your intelligence. You will forget tiredness and boredom. You will do smart work, not just hard work, smart work. And with this smart work, naturally you will see you are more active, alive, productive in your job, in your business, in your day-to-day life. See, if I say what all ways Kundalini will be useful to you in your day-to-day life, it will look like if you win a lottery of 100 crore, you can buy a best shaving blade, you can buy a good cart, you can buy a good flat, you can buy a good chapel, you can buy a good doormat. If I make this statement, how funny it looks. That is exactly it will look if I say what all you can do with Kundalini energy. You can just do anything. You can just do anything. कुंडलिनी शक्ति सीधी तरह से अधिक सफलता, सृजनात्मकता एवं संतुष्टि के स्थिति को आप में जागृत करता है। It will first bring the space of positivity in you, possibility in you, and it makes you a leader. Anywhere you go, people know you are the leader, you are the owner, you are responsible. You are the energy center. जब आप में कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत होती है, सबसे पहले आप में सकारात्मकता जागरण होती है और आप जहां भी रहे वहां आप नेता बन जाते हैं। ध्यान से सुनिए। It is because of non-availability of the right technique and right gurus, people are in a way distanced from the Kundalini Shakti, and the weird ideas about Kundalini started spreading. Fear about Kundalini started spreading. Kundalini Shakti आपके निचले चावी जो आप अपने भीतर रखते हैं उसे दूर कर देगी। कुंडलिनी शक्ति आप में संभावना एवं सकारात्मकता लाती है, आपको नेतृत्व लाती है। Soon, very soon, officially I'll be starting a mystery school. Of course, unofficially I'm literally running a mystery school. Every day my morning satsang and this whole organization is nothing but mystery school. But soon I'll be starting officially the mystery school where the science of Kundalini awakening is taught to everyone, from a newborn child to elders. Great entry to graceful exit. All level people will be taught the Kundalini Shakti. You need right understanding and right method, right process and right guru. Then Kundalini is practical and extraordinary possible. When your Kundalini is awakened, you can just program your biomemory as you want. Just declare when your Kundalini is functioning, when your body is responding to the Kundalini energy, at those moments declare yourself, I am the space of positivity, integrity, space of authenticity, possibility, space of responsibility, leadership, space of enriching, enlightenment. Simply your body and mind will radiate it and universe will respond to it. When your Kundalini is awakened, when your body is responding to the Kundalini energy, you can heal others and yourself. You can enrich your mind and others' mind. You can enrich your body and others' body. You can even give energy darshan. दौर्भाग्य से सही गुरु ना होना के कारण कुंडलिनी शक्ति के विषय को आप गलत नजरिए से देखती है और उसे पूरी तरह से गलत समझते हैं। इसीलिए आपको आवश्यकता है सही गुरु की, जो आपको सही तरीके से कुंडलिनी शक्ति के बारे में मार्गदर्शन कर सके और सही प्रक्रिया से आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत कर सके। मेरा और मेरी संस्था का उद्देश्य यही है। मेरा और मेरी संस्था का उद्देश्य यही है। मैं जल्दी रहस्यशाला बनाने वाला हूं, जहां सभी स्तरों में लोगों को कुंडलिनी शक्ति सिखाई जाएगी। इस जाग में महान प्रवेश करना से लेकर सुशोभित रूप से निकास करना। आपके भीतर उपस्थित जीव ऊर्जा कुंडलिनी शक्ति का जागरण स्वयं अनुभव करेंगे। You can catch the fire for your lamp only from the burning lamp. So Kundalini also can be transmitted only from a bio-memory in which the bio-energy is already awakened. Bio-memory can be awakened with concepts and ideas. Bio-energy can be awakened only by living it and enlightened consciousness. Only in a bioenergy in which the enlightenment is happening, an awakened bioenergy, awakened Kundalini only can transmit that into another one body, awaken another one person's Kundalini. अब आपके भीतर उपस्थित जीव ऊर्जा कुंडलिनी शक्ति का जागरण स्वयं अनुभव करेंगे। Kundalini can be awakened by thousands of methods. I usually use 4 methods. One, by giving the right principles about life, mind, body. When you understand the right principles, your Kundalini can be awakened. With the right pranayama, kriya, the Kundalini can be awakened. There is a second method. Third, with the initiation, the through transmission of the energy by the touch given on the third eye, Ajna chakra. Fourth, just by a mere will, the transmission of energy can be done. Through these 4 methods, Kundalini is awakened. In the Nitya Dhyana Yoga, I use the first method, giving the right knowledge and awakening your Kundalini. In Nitya Kriya Yoga, I use the second method, by giving the right process and awakening your Kundalini. In healer's initiation, I use the third method, by the touch on your third eye, awakening your Kundalini. In the satsangs, I use the fourth process, just by the mere will, awakening anybody's Kundalini wherever they sit. In inner awakening, I use all 4 methods to awaken your Kundalini, so that the awakened Kundalini energy stays eternally, permanently in your being forever. It becomes part of your bioenergy and biomemory forever. कुंडलिनी शक्ति कई तरीके से जागृत किया जा सकता है। पहले सही ज्ञान एवं समझ के द्वारा, दूसरा सही प्रक्रिया के द्वारा, तीसरा आज्ञा चक्र के जागृति के द्वारा, चौथा केवल एक दृढ़ निश्चय के द्वारा। When an enlightened being awakens your Kundalini, you will not have any negative side effects. You will only experience all the positive things happening in you. मैं हमारा 21 दिन का कार्यक्रम में इन चारों तारीखों को उपयोग करके आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करता हूँ। Now, all the viewers of Sadhana channel can see in front of your eyes thousands of people experiencing Kundalini awakening and body responding to their Kundalini awakening by the light levitation. Not only people who are sitting in front of me, people who are sitting thousands of miles far away from me in 50 countries around the world at this moment. आप टीवी के सभी दर्शन आपके आंखों के सामने हजारों लोगों में कुंडलिनी शक्ति का जागरण देख सकते हैं। We have done many brain researches also. When people respond to the Kundalini awakening, it proves very clearly their mind enters into the space of restful awareness, high restful awareness, highest awareness and the deepest rest केवल मेरे सामने बैठे हुए लोगों का ही नहीं बल्कि मुझसे हजारों मील दूर वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के बैठे हुए लोग का भी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत होते हैं। कुंडलिनी शक्ति का जागरण होना आप देखेंगे। Now I'll enter into the process of awakening the Kundalini energy. Next few days I'll teach the meditations also to all the viewers of Sadhana TV. Today I'm going to demonstrate the people who already experience Kundalini awakening. In few days I'll teach the process to awaken your Kundalini also to all the sadhana viewers. Now I request all the people who are sitting all over the world, just sit in Upanishad, means be unclutched. Visualize every thought happening in you is just a fish jumping in the ocean of the consciousness. Sit straight, close your eyes. Cognize with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, the space of unclutching. With integrity, authenticity, responsibility, be unclutched. Feel every thought happening is just a fish jumping in the ocean of consciousness. Either sit in Vajrasana or Padmasana, close your eyes and be in Upanishad. Let the power of Kundalini be awakened with integrity, authenticity and responsibility, I declare. Let the power of the Kundalini, awakened Kundalini from this body, awaken the Kundalini in all the bodies sitting with us all over the world. Namah Shivaya. Relax. You can open your eyes. Om शांति। In the next few days satsangs, I'll expand more on Kundalini, its awakening methods and process, benefits, about the details. आज की सत्संग का सारांश है, एक अद्भुत जीवन शैली को अनुभव करने के लिए और आपका मन चाहा वास्तविकता का सृजन एवं अनुभव करने के लिए आपकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति का जागरण सबसे मौलिक आवश्यकता है। इसीलिए आज हमारे साथ उपस्थित सभी दर्शकों मैं आमंत्रण देता हूं कि आप सभी लोग हमारे 21 दिन के कार्यक्रम इनर अवेकनिंग में भाग लीजिए और आपके भीतर उपस्थित कुंडलिनी शक्ति को जागृत करने का सुनहरा अवसर का लाभ उठाइए। I invite all viewers to participate in our 21-day meditation program to experience Kundalini awakening experientially in you and eternally for that energy to reside in you. Blessings to all of you. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching with eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
जीवन मुक्ति प्रदम देवम
ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಒಬ್ಬ ಜೀವಂತ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷರು. ಹುಟ್ಟಿನಿಂದಲೇ ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು, ಪ್ರಬಲವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯದ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಅಭಿವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಯೋಗಿ. ಲಂಡನ್ನಿನ ಅತಿ ಹಳೆಯದಾದ ಮತ್ತು ಅತಿ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಪುಸ್ತಕ ಭಂಡಾರವಾದ ವಾಟ್ಕಿನ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರಕಾಶನದವರ ವಿಶ್ವದಲ್ಲೇ ಅತಿ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತವಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ಗೂಢ ತತ್ವದ ಬಾಡಿ, ಮೈಂಡ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಸೋಲ್ ಪತ್ರಿಕೆಯು ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರನ್ನು ದಲೈಲಾಮಾ, ನೆಲ್ಸನ್ ಮಂಡೇಲಾ, ಓಪ್ರಾ ವಿನ್ಫ್ರಿ, ಪಾಲೋ ಖಯಾಲೋ ಮತ್ತು ಇನ್ನಿತರರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕವಾಗಿ ಪ್ರಭಾವಶಾಲಿಯಾಗಿರುವ 100 ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಒಬ್ಬರನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆರಿಸಿದೆ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಹು ಫಲಪ್ರದ ಸಾಹಿತಿಯಾಗಿ ಸುಮಾರು 500ಕ್ಕೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳನ್ನು ತೆಲುಗು, ಕನ್ನಡ, ಮಲಯಾಳಂ, ಹಿಂದಿ, ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತ, ಗುಜರಾತಿ, ಒರಿಯಾ, ಬೆಂಗಾಲಿ, ಮರಾಠಿ, ಫ್ರೆಂಚ್, ಕ್ರೊಯಾಷಿಯನ್, ಪೋಲಿಷ್, ಪೋರ್ಚುಗೀಸ್, ಇಟಾಲಿಯನ್, ಜರ್ಮನ್, ಡ್ಯಾನಿಷ್, ಸ್ಪ್ಯಾನಿಷ್, ರಷ್ಯನ್, ಚೈನೀಸ್ ಮೊದಲಾದ 26 ಭಾಷೆಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಅವುಗಳ ಅನುವಾದವೂ ಸಹ ಲಭ್ಯವಿದೆ. ಸುಮಾರು 10,000 ಗಂಟೆಗಳಷ್ಟು ಗಹನವಾದ ಜ್ಞಾನವುಳ್ಳ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡಿರುವ ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಗಳಾದ ಉಚಿತ ಅನ್ನದಾನ, ಉಚಿತ ವೈದ್ಯಕೀಯ ರಕ್ಷಣೆ, ಉಚಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ 140 ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಲಾದ ಆಶ್ರಮಗಳು, ಶಾಲೆಗಳು, ದೇವಾಲಯಗಳು, ಆಸ್ಪತ್ರೆಗಳು ಅತ್ಯುತ್ತಮವಾದ ಸೇವೆಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿವೆ. ಅವರ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ತಲೆನೋವಿನಿಂದ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸರ್ವರೆಗೆ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ಜನರನ್ನು ಗುಣಪಡಿಸಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಚಿಕಿತ್ಸಕ. ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಸ್ವಾಸ್ಥ್ಯತೆಯನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಡುವ ಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಕ್ರಿಯಾಯೋಗಿ. ದಿನನಿತ್ಯದ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಜೀವನೋಪಾಯದ ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಜೀವಂತ ಜ್ಞಾನಿ. 151 ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳನ್ನು ಬಿಡದಿ, ತಿರುವಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈ, ರಾಜಪಾಳ್ಯಂ, ಸೇಲಂ, ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್, ವಾರಣಾಸಿ, ಲಾಸ್ ಆಂಜಲೀಸ್, ಸಿಯಾಟಲ್, ಒಹಾಯೋ, ಸ್ಯಾನ್ ಹುಸೆ, ಫೀನಿಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸೇರಿದಂತೆ 40 ದೇಶಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಶ್ರಮಗಳನ್ನು ಹೊಂದಿರುವ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಪೀಠದ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕ. ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಕೋಟಿಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಅನುಯಾಯಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಗುರು. ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ಮೂಲಕ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ರವಾನಿಸುವ ಓರ್ವ ಅವತಾರ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ಸಾವಿರಾರು ಯೋಗ ಕೇಂದ್ರಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಆಧುನಿಕ ಯೋಗಿ. ಅಸಂಖ್ಯಾತ ಜನರ ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳಿಸಿ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಸಿದ್ಧ ಪುರುಷ. ಭಾರತದಲ್ಲಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು, ಹೈದರಾಬಾದ್, ತಿರುವಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈ ಹಾಗೂ ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಲಾಸ್ ಆಂಜಲೀಸ್, ಸ್ಯಾನ್ ಸಿಯಾಟಲ್, ಟೊರಾಂಟೊ, ಒಹಾಯೋ, ಒಕ್ಲಹಾಮಾ, ಫೀನಿಕ್ಸ್, ಸೇಂಟ್ ಲೂಯಿಸ್, ಮಲೇಷಿಯಾ, ಬ್ರೆಜಿಲ್, ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್, ಗ್ವಾಡಲೂಪ್, ಡ್ಯಾಲಸ್, ನ್ಯೂಯಾರ್ಕ್, ನ್ಯೂಜೆರ್ಸಿ, ಅಟ್ಲಾಂಟಾ, ಕ್ಯಾಲ್ಗರಿ, ವ್ಯಾನ್ಕೋವರ್, ಸಿಂಗಪುರ್ ಮುಂತಾದ ಸ್ಥಳಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ವೇದಿಕ ದೇವಾಲಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸಿ ವೇದ ಸಂಪ್ರದಾಯವನ್ನು ಪುನಶ್ಚೇತನಗೊಳಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ಒಬ್ಬ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಪುರುಷ. ಇಂದಿನ ಯುವ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಆದರ್ಶಪ್ರಾಯವಾಗಿರುವ ಚೈತನ್ಯ ಪೂರಿತ ಯುವ ಗುರು. ವಿಶ್ವದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಅತಿಯಾಗಿ ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಭಾರತದ ಗುರುಗಳು. ಧಾರ್ಮಿಕ ಹಿಂಸಾಚಾರ ಹಾಗೂ ರಾಜಕೀಯ ಕಿರುಕುಳಗಳನ್ನು ಧೈರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಎದುರಿಸಿ ವಿಜಯ ಸಾಧಿಸಿದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ. ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಪ್ರಾಪಂಚಿಕ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವನ್ನು ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಪಂಚಕ್ಕೆ ವರವಾಗಿ ಅನುಗ್ರಹಿಸುತ್ತಿರುವ ನಿತ್ಯ ಕಲ್ಪತರು.
क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय.
Now, let's get ready for the darshan preparation. Let us see.
simple truths by Vaidyanatham, Houston, Texas. Marry rich man.
With $500,000 annual salary or above. You might say I am greedy, but an annual salary of $1 million is considered only as middle class in New York. My requirement is not high. Is there anyone in this forum who has an income of 500,000 US dollar annual salary? Are you all married? I wanted to ask, what should I do to marry rich persons like you? Among those I have dated, the richest is $250,000 annual income, and it seems this is my upper limit. If someone is going to move into high-cost residential area on the west of New York City Garden, $250K annual income is not enough. I'm here humbly to ask a few questions. First, where do most rich bachelors hang out? Please list down the names and addresses of bars, restaurant, gym. Which age group should I target? 3. Why most wives of the richest are only average looking? I have met a few girls who don't have looks and are not interesting, but they are able to marry rich guys. Fourth, how do you decide who can be your wife and who can only be your girlfriend? My target now is to get married. Miss Pretty. A philosophical reply from CEO of JP Morgan below. Dear Miss Pretty, I have read your post with great interest. Guess there are a lot of girls out there who have similar question like yours. Please allow me to analyze your situation as a professional investor. My annual income is more than $500,000, which meets your requirement. So I hope everyone believes that I'm not wasting time here. From the standpoint of a business person, it is a bad decision to marry you. The answer is very simple. So let me explain. Put the details aside. What you're trying to do is an exchange of beauty and money. Person A provides beauty and person B pays for it, fair and square. However, there is a deadly problem here. Your beauty will fade, but my money will not be gone without any reason. The fact is, my income might increase from year to year, but you can't be prettier year after year. Hence, from the viewpoint of economics, I am an appreciation asset and you are a depreciation asset. It's not just normal depreciation, but exponential depreciation. If that is your only asset, your value will be much worse 10 years later. By the terms we use in Wall Street, every trading has a position. Dating with you is also a trading position. If the trade value dropped, we will sell it, and it is not a good idea to keep it for long term. Same goes with the marriage that you wanted. It might be cruel to say this, but in order to make a wiser decision, any assets with great depreciation value will be sold or leased. Anyone with over 500,000 annual income is not a fool. We would only date you, but will not marry you. I would advise that you forget looking for any clues to marry a rich guy. And by the way, you could make yourself to become a rich person with 500,000 annual income. This has a better chance than finding a rich fool. Hope this helps. JP Morgan CEO.
Understand, I usually pick up only the Upanishads, Vedic scriptures to comment on. But very rarely I pick up some modern day writing or the recent postings to comment on, but I picked it up this personally. It has a very deep insights of Advaita. Please listen. Whole life is a business.
Whole life is trading. You give something, receive something. Either you got more or you gave more, or you got and gave equally. Whatever is said and done, whole life is a business. Please understand, but the good news is what you consider as you is the starting point. The best news is that can be just updated by the Advaita. Please understand, what you consider you is the position, trade position. If you consider you only dependent on your physical qualities, you only have depreciation asset. You only have depreciation value. But if you assess yourself based on the qualities you carry in your mind, it can be, you can be appreciation asset, means intelligence, your ability to handle any situation. Please understand, whenever the queens were chosen, they were always chosen. The first priority was given to their appreciation asset, not to the depreciation asset. Whenever the dasis were chosen, they were chosen even with just depreciation asset. But whenever queens were chosen in any kingdom, they were chosen with an appreciation asset. Now I am introducing very important truth to you. You can have something which is eternally appreciating. If you perceive yourself only as a body, you have only depreciation asset. Exponentially depreciation asset. Please understand, whether you plan for your life based on your beauty or health, whether you plan your life based on your beauty or your health, you are planning on a wrong footing. You are planning on a wrong footing. Please understand. There is a Sanskrit verse, Karyeshu dasi, Karanyeshu mantri, Rupecha lakshmi, Shamayada ritri, Bhojyeshu mata, Shayaneshu ramba, Sat dharma yukta, Kuladharma patni. Means, ideal wife, the one who works like a servant, advises and strategizes like a minister, feeds like a mother, makes love like a nymph, is as beautiful as Lakshmi and forgiving like the earth. This is a Sanskrit verse. One fellow read this verse and came to me and said, Swamiji, I have achieved the meaning of this verse. I said, you are fortunate, blessings. Please call your wife, receive the blessings. He said, no, Swami, just change the word, call your wives, because so many qualities will not be in one person. I am married 6 with all these, each one having these qualities. Anyhow, how
you perceive you, if it is just occupied, means your self-image, your identity about you, if it is occupied completely by your look, by your beauty, the physical dimension, please listen, you are making all your strategies and plans based on depreciation asset. More and more as time passes, life will be hell for you. Kala will bring suffering for you. Please understand. Strategy which brings best things as Kala passes is eternal strategies. If your perception about you is all based on your beauty, you are having exponentially depreciation asset. You can manage few more years with various creams and cosmetic items, but it will continue to depreciate. Second, if your perception about you is based on your mental abilities, your ability to understand, your ability to assess, your ability to strategize, your ability to cognize, your ability to respond. You have appreciation asset. Please understand. You have appreciation asset. As the time passes, you will only have more and more joy. You will not have more and more suffering. Kala brings you more joy. If your perception about you is based on the consciousness, if your perception about you is neither based on your beauty and health, nor based on your mind's abilities, it is based on your conscious space, the space you carry, the being you carry, the consciousness you carry, the idea you have about you. Understand? You have exponentially appreciation asset. Kala brings you bliss. If you are just based on your beauty, you have exponentially depreciation asset. If you are built on your health, you have depreciation asset. If you are built on your mental abilities, knowledge, you have appreciation asset. If you are built on your consciousness, you have exponentially appreciation asset. Whether Kala is going to bring suffering to you or pain to you or joy to you or bliss to you, understand? When you have beauty and health, making the comforts you want and positioning you want in your society is okay. Means making some money and making a career and making a family, it is okay. But please do not strategize your life based on that.
no old age insurance is going to be useful for the person who is paying it. Please understand. Because all old age insurances becomes useless by the time you reach that age, because that money for which you insured is no more useful to run your life. 30 years before, people who paid old age insurances, they would have thought $100,000 is the greatest money and they would have insured themselves for that. Now, with that, what you get your monthly money, maybe maximum you can make the ends meet, means you can have food and a roof above your head. So please understand, now you may think maybe $10 million is the best insurance. Make it and see by the time you become old. Strategize. I am not saying don't take insurance. I am only saying insurance does not mean insurance. That's all I am saying. I am not saying don't take insurance, but insurance alone is not insurance. Listen. The first thing, strategize your life based on authenticity. Please understand. Strategize your life based on authenticity. How you perceive about you, let it be based on authenticity. How you perceive yourself to be, please listen. Internalize sincerely when you are listening. Let your perception about you be always based on the consciousness you hold, the identity you hold. Inner Awakening program is all about making you understand the right identity and go on asking you to strengthen the right identity. Authenticity is all about rewriting your right identity and go on strengthening that right identity, completing with all the unnecessary components you are carrying around your identity. If you are depressed this moment, ask yourself, is this time and energy I spend on depression is going to strengthen the identity I wanted to establish for
Your
myself?
purpose. Swamiji had revealed some of the most profound revelations today, and hope you all enjoyed it. What was your favorite powerful cognitions from the wealth session that we all had today? Can I request all of you to share?
Importance and time to
What was something new that you learned from about the wealth manifestation today? Go ahead. I request every one of you to share in the chat. And are you all able to hear us clearly? If you're all able to see us and hear us clearly, please let us know in the chat. All the participants, if you are able to see us and hear us clearly, please do let us know. Okay, wonderful. So today, we all learned about the secret of wealth manifestation. Swamiji revealed to us in-depth revelations on what is wealth, what's the real definition of wealth, and how can one manifest wealth? What are the limiting, restrictive cognitions that can potentially stop you from your wealth manifestation? Many of you understood this. Because really, there are some ideas, just few ideas. You might be working day and night. You might be striving to work so hard. You might be sacrificing your holidays, your vacation, your time, even sometimes your time with your family. You might be spending and working like anything. But just like how a hole in the pot can drain off all the water, same way, this one cognition or like the limiting cognitions you carry might actually be so disruptive that even though so much of effort you're putting in, you're not actually able to manifest the wealth. The wealth you're manifesting, you're not able to sustain it. How many of you have been faced with such situations? How many of you here have been faced with such situations? Please take a moment. Please do let us know. Understand now, there are certain limiting conditions, the ideas, ideologies, the cognition, the incompletions that you are carrying inside of you, which might be that potential cause for it. That might be the reason why you feel the way you feel, why you're not able to manifest wealth in the way, in the manner that you actually want to manifest. How many of you have felt cognitions like these before? I think all the bad people get whatever they want. Good people only have to suffer. How many of you had cognitions inside of you? Or you feel like earning money, earning wealth is just so difficult. When you have these kind of limiting cognitions, limiting ideas, these can be the potential, the reason why you're actually not able to manifest wealth. We learned about these cognitions today. And now in the darshan, Swamiji is going to be initiating all of us to be able to come out of these limiting cognitions that we carry inside us. And wealth, like Swamiji said, wealth is an extension of us. It is not something limited. Its wealth is not just money. Wealth is not just knowledge. Wealth is not any of this. Wealth is your ability to keep your excitement alive. Constantly, your ability to inspire yours to contribute so that the society can contribute back to you, so that you can continue contributing back to the society. That cycle is wealth. The virtuous cycle of enriching, the virtuous cycle of contribution is wealth. Now, you might have had any amount of struggles in your life. You might have had the struggle to create wealth, to create money, or to create, to be debt free, to be able to manifest the resources you need. In all of these aspects, you might have had struggles. But today, what Swamiji had revealed to us is a science that can walk you out of the problems, not just making you become, to handle all these crises related to money, but to actually tap into the real wealth, the inexhaustible ability to generate the wealth again and again and again to fulfill your purpose. So every one of you that are sitting here, take a few minutes now. Pen down what is it that you want to achieve. What is the real wealth? Like something that you really want to achieve. With the upgraded understandings is revealed by Swamiji today through the sessions. What was your understanding? And what is it that you want to manifest as wealth? What is it that you define for yourself as wealth? Now, take a few minutes. Write this down and actually spend time and see what is it that you want to manifest today. Take a few minutes, actually write down. Now, once you write that down, once you have written it down, with that upgraded understanding that you have, now listen very carefully. Today during the darshan, Swamiji is manifesting as Keshavartha Murti. Keshavartha Murti is Keshava and Paramashiva. Keshava is Parandhama and Paramashiva put together. This Murti is also called as Harihar Murti, where Paramashiva and Parandhama manifest in oneness in one same form to show how they both are existing in oneness and both are uniquely, supremely, infinitely powerful. So, the extraordinary manifestation of Bhagavan Keshavartha Murti, this is the form through which Paramashiva grants, showers all of us with extraordinary abundance. Just worshipping this form can remove any kind of inauspiciousness that we carry in our inner space and shower us with abundance, shower us with wealth, where you will see how very, very miraculously, all of a sudden, the Alakshmi components, today Swamiji is explaining, right? Whether are we manifesting Lakshmi or Alakshmi in our lives? The kind of cognitions we carry is so, so important. And the lifestyle habits, the lifestyle practices we have is also very important for this. And Swamiji had given us in detail, a very detailed explanation and revelation on what are the right cognitions to cherish in our inner space and what is it that you can manifest. So I hope all the participants, especially the ones who had listened throughout the whole day and prepared your inner space, you're going to see how these cognitions are settling inside very powerfully. The special wealth sessions and exclusive sessions just on this subject of wealth manifestation and special techniques, a step-by-step process is going to be conducted on the day 3 of the upcoming season, which will be on the 19th of February 2024. So mark the dates and make sure you are joining on this exact date. So you're going to be seeing how, or any kind, you can even invite your friends, it's completely free. Any one of you have friends who are struggling with wealth manifestation, who are struggling with some kind of debts in their life, or they are really in a situation they need help to come out of their wealth problems. Do not forget to invite them for the 19th of February 2024. And now we will all be entering into the darshan of Bhagavan Keshavartha Murti, the very form of Paramashiva that stands in oneness with Parandhama. Parandhama, ultimate manifestation of wealth. Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness. Both of them stand together as Shankara Narayana Murti, as Keshavartha Murti form of Paramashiva. We will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of this very form of Paramashiva. Please settle down. Let us all prepare ourselves for the darshan. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please close your eyes. Connect to Swamiji. As we all chant the Mahavakya, as we all chant the Dhyana Shloka, please connect to Swamiji intensely. Actually, just close your eyes and remember the form in your Ananda Gandha. You don't even need to understand the meaning. We will be chanting the meaning, but the Dhyana Shloka of Keshavartha Murti. Savyange vidrumabham shashidhara vakutam bhasma rudrakshabhusham vamange shyamalabham manimakuta yutam pita vastrati shobham सव्येटङ्काभयं स्यादितकरयुगे युगे शङ्खकौमोदिकी स्यात् किञ्चिल्ललाटनेत्रं विलसतु पुर